couldn't be more pumped to be here in Washington, D.C.
We've got a packed crowd. They are hungry for more Overwatch, so we will provide. It is looking like a really good day of Overwatch.
This is Watchpoint, presented by State Farm.
Hello, this is week 5 of the Overwatch League and we're back in the nation's capital, Washington D.C. for 3 more exciting matches today. This is the Watchpoint pre-show presented by State Farm. My name is Zoe Schwind and I'm joined once again by Reinforced Costa, and look who's come crawling back. It's
He's been begging for it.
He's
ever
been
since
begging
went
for
back.
it. Yeah, he's seen all the other guest analysts and was like, guys, please, just one more. Give me one more chance.
I escaped and you dragged me back.
Escaped? You don't like us?
You weren't even here before, so I don't know what you're talking about. As if
But I love that he's already identifying so hard with his role. Loving it.
Yeah. Us. He's like a brand new beast that's just entered the herd, insisting on establishing dominance. Us guys, right? Us.
You're new around here. You wouldn't understand. I'm part. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'm very happy to have you back here on the desk.
so much.
If it was you or Brandon, I would take you anytime anyway. So, you know what we always do with our guest analysts here? You probably do.
I watch religiously.
What is it?
You ask them questions.
That's correct.
Yeah, some of them good, some of them not so
I'm
good.
surprised you actually do know and you actually do watch. So, we're going to do some rapid fire questions. Are you ready for yours? I actually don't care whether it's yes or no, because let's just dive right into it. What is your #1 key tip to grow back eyebrows?
You've got to drink a lot of water. A lot of water, and then the eyebrows, they just sprout.
That doesn't sound scientifically correct.
I mean, if you don't drink water, they definitely don't sprout because you die.
Hey, who's the favorite roommate in the house?
I only live with one person, it's my girlfriend, so her, obviously.
That you think of. Okay.
Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
Yes, absolutely. Anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Okay.
Okay, what's the first thing you do when you come home from a cast?
When I sleep, honestly. We've been getting like 5 a.m. flights back from all over the place, so
That
yeah,
is
sleep.
Terrible. Is Jerry the best Overwatch League player?
Yes, Jerry, our Lord and Savior.
Finally, you said
we
something
get to see him
smart.
play today. Oh my God, I'm so happy.
Pick one team, Philadelphia or San Francisco?
San Francisco.
What the?
Of course.
Oh, you'd have to go with San Fran.
Well,
I did.
or not. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, you watch our show religiously. However, if anyone out there hasn't been watching last Sunday and you missed the post show, well, we did pick our first hero pool draw, and well, let's just take a look at the results.
Previously on Watchpoint.
The age of hero pools is upon us. 1 tank, 1 support, and 2 DPS heroes will be unavailable for teams to select in the Overwatch League. We're using a highly sophisticated randomization drum, all right? And the first hero to be removed from the rotation in the 2020 season of the Overwatch League is... Are you kidding me? No. All right.
You coward.
Okay.
How'd I do?
And this support will not be available next week. Moira.
I've done it, Chuck.
I don't...
Pretty cool.
Get off the stage.
Come on.
Couldn't we have gotten a good DPS player to draw these?
They are better than you. First pick for the DPS to be taken out of rotation. It's McCree.
Oh, wow. Whoa.
McCree usage.
Never much liked you.
And this one is Widowmaker's draw.
Let them eat cake.
You didn't get May. You had one job.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, sorry indeed. As you just saw, the heroes out of rotation this week are Reinhardt, Moira, and thanks to Mr. X McCree as well as Widowmaker. Now, with these 2 hit scans out of the equation, what does this mean for the matches today, Costa?
With Reinhardt out as well, it's really interesting because a lot of people think, you're just going to see a lot of May, but with Reinhardt out, I don't think we'll see as many of those compositions. A lot of people have been rumoring that we might see Dive, so fingers crossed that's what we end up seeing.
Yeah, I actually think that we might see Tracer back in the meta. It's been a while. Yes. It's time coming. She received a bit of a buff a while back that there's less reduction of damage on range, of course. So she has received some buffs, and finally we might see some Tracer back because it counters Doomfist. It's easier to lay down damage when you don't have Reinhardt shield, so there's no McCree to flashbang you. I actually am very excited to see what the meta is going to be this weekend. I am pumped
It's a bit of a boon to the teams that have previously played in 2018 and 2019 as well. If you've got developed synergy and you know how it is to play in like Tracer metas, that's fantastic. And I think that a lot of the tanks will go back to what they're comfortable with as well. I'm looking forward to seeing Sado and Mano back on Winston.
Yeah.
You thought I was going to shut up about Sado when he was he was off the Reinhardt and his stonks had stopped going up? No, this guy's going to be straight back on Winston. And Mano as well is just a spectacular player. The good teams are going to continue getting better. The rich get richer out here in the Overwatch League.
But I think you need to look at the people that have struggled on Reinhardt. That's the thing that I'm excited for. So you look at players like Muma, who hasn't really shown a very good performance on the Reinhardt, but he is a very good Winston. Going back to 2018, that was something that he was strong at, and some of the success of the Houston Outlaws.
That's why you're predicting him today, right?
Absolutely not.
Whoa.
Wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, come on, let's just pull it back.
But it worked out for me last week, just saying, just throwing it out there. Now, with these changes, we obviously have to look at the teams this weekend a little bit different. So I would say it's time for Reinforce's power rankings. Let's take a look at how he is rating and ranking all of those teams. We do see a lot of movement on this chart. Lots of the team stonks going up, and a few teams are actually dunking down after their performances last week.
That's a technical term.
It is a medical term, in fact. So the two I want to call out here specifically are the Eternal jumping up to number 5 and the London Spitfire now on that 9th spot. Reinforce, talk a little bit about the Eternal place.
Yeah, but I really like what I saw from Paris Eternal. I mean, Exi on the McCree has been incredible, and Hanbin on the Diva has really fueled this aggressive playstyle we've seen coming out from them. So I'm really excited to see what Paris Eternal will do moving forward with hero pools. I don't know how they will adapt with Ben Best on the main tank role, etc. But for now, in the main McCree meta, I really like what I saw from Paris.
So, Sideshow, how would you rank his rankings?
Well, here's the thing, right? The Toronto Defiant are so far down at the bottom after one loss.
They lost to Houston!
Right, but I'm not even going to talk too much about
Unforgiving.
the Toronto Defiant particularly because, yeah, they play dive and they might be a little bit better in the hero pools meta, but more so, it's the whole system of power rankings. It's broken. The current system, down with the systemic hierarchy.
This is my segment. Please, just give me this, please.
You need to restructure it.
Look, you can criticize
hero
my.
pools,
Don't destroy the entire idea of the power ranking. Just let me have this.
Get rid of
They gotta be
recency
wiggly.
bias. Just because one team loses or one team wins doesn't mean they just fly up or down the rankings.
but it might do in hero pools because hero pools is going to shift things up every single week. So.
Also, it's very controversial and it kills time in the pre-show. You kind of, fill it every once in a while.
What if I do a daily power ranking? Would that be fine?
No,
Yeah,
let's
absolutely.
do it hourly and we're good to go, I think. So that's good content. Now, let's actually take a look at today's schedule as the teams will be the first ones to play with this new hero pool in effect. We have the Houston Outlaws who are finally in that win column.
Hallelujah.
But can they keep it up against the surging Paris Internal? That's going to be a tough one. Now, the Uprising will take on the Washington Justice. Once again, looking for a victory in front of their home crowd, the Justice, that is. And kicking things off, we have two teams that are currently on 1 and 3, Defiant and Mayhem. Both of those teams have dropped actually 3 matches in a row. But I would say they're filled with potential, and they're both looking to bounce back. So let's take a look at the starting lineups for those two teams, starting with Toronto Defiant. Anything standing out for you guys today?
Surefour on control map actually stands out a little bit because this is a team that usually sticks with logics for the control map for reasons we've yet to actually find out. But now with Surefour back in the lineup, I'm really excited because I think Surefour has really been a bit of a leader for this team whenever he's in the lineup. I think they play a bit more coordinated and a bit more aggressive. So I like that. So excited to see what they're going to do on control with Surefour.
I think especially going to hero pools, Surefour is going to be really important. He does have one of the biggest DPS hero pools that we see within the league. But you see Logix coming in, and people don't really know this, but Logix was a very good Tracer before, before Tracer just disappeared from the meta for so long. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Logix come out in the Tracer if that does end up being the meta.
My issue, though, with this is that Toronto have been playing dive for a while. It's what they've actually been having their most success with. And then as soon as Houston mirror them, Houston beat them. So if Toronto was getting by on being able to play unconventional stuff or the kind of picks that people weren't really expecting, agilities on the Doomfist, this kind of stuff, as soon as teams start to expect this coming out from Toronto and playing their own dive in reply, I'm worried that they don't really have the personnel to be able to back it up.
Don't you think it's a bit of a wild card, though? Because if you're the team that always looks to counter the enemy composition, you have a bit of an advantage, and maybe Toronto is trying to be that team.
Maybe, but how do you try and solidify yourselves as the team that counters the meta when you don't know what the meta is every single week?
But do you think it's better for the Toronto Defiant with a Tracer meta rather than a Doomfist meta?
Yes,
Having
definitely.
Logix on that Tracer is going to be
Logix
stronger
is
for the
so
team.
good. Logix is phenomenal. So if they're able to play something like Tracer Sombra with Logix and Surefire in there, that's where they should be the best.
Yeah.
Well,
So yeah.
he looked like he was about to say something, but yeah.
I have a lot of things to say to Josh. We'll take it to the back.
All right, we're going to fight this out off stage. But yeah, let's actually take a look at their opponents, the Florida Mayhem, and what they will be bringing to the table. Here are their starting 6. So yeah, we have Fate back in. Not a huge surprise, I would say, given the meta, which might be upon us.
A little bit of a surprise. I would like to label it as a bit of a surprise because I think Karrion is the better main tank of the two, but I think this here demonstrates that Fate is a designated Winston player for this team, while Karrion is the Reinhardt kind of player. And excited to see how that affects the team, because I think Fate has pretty, I mean, you would know this firsthand, but Fate has pretty big leadership skills, and he likes to be very vocal and lead a team. So interesting to see how Fate will lead the team forward when he's put on the main tank role over Karrion.
And I think that's super important for this team. I've played with Fate as a Winston player. He is very good at initiating, setting everything up, and getting the team to go. So that might be a massive asset for the Florida Mayhem, a team that I think is going to definitely be better with the hero pools, and especially if the meta goes towards dive.
Well, coming up next, we are going to take a look at the Justice. Corey and his team, they had a tough start to the season, and they have yet to win a match in front of their home crowd. So can they serve Justice today indeed? Well, we find out. And also, we will take a look at Sideshow and our hot quiz. Yeah, that's going to happen. Stick around.
Nice.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
FD God, domestically a bit of a god, but internationally now he has to show up.
You better be watching out for FD God, because he's looking for those environmentals. It's like if a Reddit Lucio was actually good, is how he plays.
But FD God with a double whip on the supports.
Living up to his name. I don't know what the F and D stand for, but he's definitely a god. That's one of the hardest Lucio carries I've ever seen in my life.
Oh no! FD God!
This guy has been able to get the opposing Lucio on environmental kills, which is bonkers.
Oh, goodbye. FD God does find the boop. Now FD God with another kill, another boop.
But of course, FD God, you're not going anywhere, buddy. One of the most fun Lucios I've ever had the privilege of watching.
Now, FD God and his Eternal teammates are set to face Houston in our second match of the day. And this retooled Power Squad, well, they've been absolutely on fire to start the season, taking down the likes of the Defiant, Spitfire, as well as the Atlanta Reign, which was considered a little bit of an upset. Now, they're currently 5th in the overall standings at 3-1, and they are led by newcomer XC. However, with these hero pools now in place, and no Widowmaker, no McCree, which of the Paris members really needs to step it up this weekend?
Well, I think there's multiple people that you could point out that aren't going to be on their comfort roles, and obviously they're going to have to step up. But FD is still in a position where he can have a huge impact, I think. Now, it's possible that we end up in a position where Lucio isn't played that much, but considering the speed boost and how much effect this guy's been able to have across metas, I would expect them to still be running FD on the Lucio. And he's having so much impact, playing so aggressively out there with Hanbin, that's the kind of core of this team that will keep the system running.
Yeah, and that is the interesting duo on this team, Hanbin and FD, because both of these players are super aggressive and they get all the frags, but they also die quite a lot because they are that aggressive. So I'm looking forward to see how Hanbin is going to adapt to a new meta, possibly, because he did play very aggressive in the Mayhem McCree composition, but now with McCree gone out of the mix, as well as Reinhardt, I'm curious to see if Hanbin will continue to play a bit aggressive or if he will change it up, because I mean, if you are that aggressive as Hanbin is, you can get exposed and teams can counter you and your playstyle. So I'm intrigued to see if he'll change it up for today.
The thing that I want to see is we all talk about XZ and how he's been popping off so much in these first few weeks, but if we're moving away from the McCree and the Widow because we're in hero pools now, are we going to see something different? Are we going to see Soon play the game? If Tracer comes in, I've played with Soon on Tracer. Very annoying. He's one of those
annoying. Is that the word you would use?
Yes, I would, because he is one of those players. He is always back camping.
Yeah,
he's always in your backline. He's always hiding, and he's just always doing something different for the team. So I really want to see him come back because this is pretty much Soon's signature hero that he's known for the most.
He's also good.
It's
annoying, but it's also good.
Yeah,
Annoying.
That goes hand in
Who's
hand.
that?
It's not mutually exclusive.
Well, if you're annoying in this game of Overwatch, that's a good thing to have because that means you're causing so much space for the rest of your team. And Hanbin and FD if they're playing aggressive, that's going to give even more space to Soon to do whatever he wants.
Well, I'm pretty sure the fans would love to see Soon back on the stage, and even more so on one of his signature heroes. Exactly. I still, to this day, think it sounds like a booing. And
Yeah, everyone thinks they're booing.
Okay. Well, the Outlaws are coming off a big victory against the Defiant, who they defeated last weekend in front of their own home crowd. Now, Sideshow, what improvements do you see with the Outlaws heading into this very weekend?
Well, it was obvious that Blase was much more confident on the Doomfist. I mean, he looked stellar on that role, and that's the kind of thing that they need to rely on this week. If they get caught in a situation where the meta is going on and they're supposed to be playing, Tracer, and Blase's trying to play the Tracer, stop. You've got Dante there to play the Tracer, to play the Sombra, that kind of stuff. Stick to what you're good at. Just try and make use of the Sombra and the Doomfist, or a little bit of Genji or something.
How we're just assuming that Houston is going to mess up the roles.
Something wrong.
Of course,
Like, we haven't even seen it. We haven't even seen them, but we just think that they will mess it up.
But look at this as well. I mean, Dream tweeted saying that he thinks they're better at all 6 positions than Paris. I mean, Paris, to be fair, their strengths is their coaching and how this team has developed. But also, are you really better at all 6 positions, Houston?
They have their moments, like if we're going into a dive meta, you have Nico, who hasn't really shown a lot of great dive heroes, and then you have Ben Best Winston, which is
that's a question mark.
Questionable at best. So I think, yes, this is Houston's time and their meta. My fear for them, if they do come in with Blase, if we go dive, Doomfist is not very good in dive, in my opinion, especially if Sombra Tracer are in the game.
I do want to hear your thoughts on that tweet, though, because ever since we brought it up, you're just grinning.
I just appreciate Costa's effort, but I will not be defending that tweet. I will not comment on it.
Oh, you know what? He's coming in with confidence. That's like, that's good.
That's not always the best thing, though.
He's not the best thing.
He's a coach. Like, yeah, you're confident, but it's about your players.
Yeah, but you gotta lead. You gotta set the example for the players. If the coach is so confident in you, then maybe it rubs off. Maybe that. I don't know where I'm going with this, but maybe it helps. We'll get to see it. Otherwise, the tweet might not age that well, which would be funny.
I'll retweet it when they
Wonderful. So we get that sorted. Make sure to retweet that. Well, our final match of the day is going to be the Uprising going up against the Washington Justice. Now, both of those teams are looking to move up in the standings. They have quite a way to go up there. Now, after a subpar performance so far, Boston's new faces have had their moments, but, the Jerry Mania seems to have cooled down a little bit at least. Costa, does the Uprising have flexibility to succeed with the hero pool?
They actually have a lot of players that can play a lot of different things, but I was thinking about this. With the loss of Munchkin on the Boston Uprising, I think they're the only team in the league that only have 2 DPS players. So they only have Colorhex and they only have Jerry, so therefore they actually don't have a massive hero pool. And Colorhex and Jerry are both solid, but I wouldn't say they're exceptional at anything.
Yes, that loss of Munchkin will certainly affect the Boston Uprising.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so we talk about this. We're going into a Tracer meta. Munchkin is known for his Tracer. Who's playing the Tracer on this roster now?
And the McCree, right? And then they put Jerry on the McCree role instead. And I mean, if I'm Munchkin, I'm like, okay, guys, like maybe I don't want to be here, and maybe I don't know what happened, but it's interesting to see them just dedicating all in on Jerry. I think that's.
Is Jerry a Tracer god?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think they'll have to rely a bit more on Color Hex this weekend to actually perform, because Color Hex is that versatile DPS player that you want to see on all these different roles, like Widowmaker's banned out, but he can play the Genji and the Pharah, and he knows a bit of hit scan, so I think Color Hex is the pick for Boston Uprising this week. He has to perform well.
Well, let's actually take a look at the opponents here. Because of the hero rotation this week, Widow, McCree are out, and Rollstar Corey, you know, he might have to rely on the old faithful Hanzo. Taking a look at his career stats on this hero, he leads the league in hero damage, final blows, and critical hit accuracy. Saicho, how important is this weekend for Corey and the rest of the Justice?
Well, it's incredibly important that they get a win in front of their home fans, right? Because they lost whenever their previous homestand was. Was that 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Time flies when you're having fun.
It does. But I'm interested to see whether the Washington Justice actually are the only team that makes severe inroads to playing May Hanzo. It seems like a lot of the other teams, from what we've heard, are going to be playing a lot of dive, a lot of Trace is going to be fielded. But May Hanzo fits Corey and Strata so perfectly, and this team had so much success in Stage 4 that even though they theoretically could play Corey on the Tracer, I think that Corey on the Hanzo is maybe a better bet for Washington.
Well, we'll see. I'd get your thoughts later, because unfortunately we have to move things along because we really want to get into those games. And before we get things going this weekend, we're going to take a look at some of the best moments from week number 4.
Finally, Overwatch has come home to Houston. Howdy! Give it up for your Houston Outlaws! Oh, Sato! Carnage in the tunnel! Ping is just absolutely destroying. He'll be able to touch. He's up onto the high ground.
They knocked him away.
Oh my goodness! Says I'm not losing right now. We are not getting stopped here. Walled off.
And it feels like the walls are closing in all around.
No way to mitigate the damage from Exy.
On behalf of all the Outlaws, we're going to retire your jersey and solidify you as a family member of this organization forever.
The Dixer is back, baby, and it feels so good.
And they glide forward into victory. Welcome to the war. That is disgusting.
Welcome to the game show that is sweeping the Overwatch League universe. It's time for Hot Quiz. It's not really a thing, but we make it a thing. We will provide a stat in our contestant sideshow here. We'll have to guess the pro or team that stat belongs to. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, except what is this?
Well, okay, so to spice it up, you know, like if you get an answer wrong, you will have to take a shot of one of these beautiful hot sauces, and we'll see how you do.
What do I get if I get them right?
That's a great question. We haven't really discussed that. How about our producer will drink it in your stead?
Yeah. That sounds wonderful.
That's great.
I didn't ask our producer, but we just hope they're rolling with it. And let's see. It's gonna get spicier as the questions progress.
Okay.
You guys are ready? I'm ready.
I think you start from 5.
Let's kick things off. Let's kick things off with our first question. This player is the all-time final blows leader in the Overwatch League.
Wow, that's hard.
I think I know who that is.
Well, that's my first question. That's the
the first
easiest question. I know it's like one of 3 players, but
Who though?
Who are the 3 players?
I think it's like Carpe, Profit, and then it's like...
I think it's Jonak.
No, it's
You're
not.
not taking the quiz.
No, it's not. I'm going to go with Carpe.
That's
I'm going to
correct.
go Carpe. It's correct?
I think so.
So you have to do the shot, right?
I'm not the producer of the show.
All right, that's unfortunate.
Okay.
All right, well, I dodged it.
that's one. Is that number 1?
Yeah, number
okay,
1.
That's one for the producer.
Get it out of here.
All right. Next question.
All right, this team currently has the longest map win streak in the 2020 season with 6.
Oh, this season.
This season.
I mean, they've won the most, so I'm going to go Philadelphia Fusion.
No.
Is that wrong?
He doesn't know.
I don't know.
No.
It was at
New
NY.
York. Oh, they played
Go,
London
go, go.
and Boston and stuff.
Have a shot, have a shot.
Chin up.
We're on a timer here. That you actually only needed to take a sip, not the whole thing.
All right, you ready for the next one? Here we go. Third question. This player leads all supports in total final bows this season with 95.
Well, I'm going to go with his answer. I'm going to go Jonak. It's probably wrong, but I'm going to go
It's
with it.
definitely wrong.
What?
What?
Jexay! Another one. Another one.
He had more games. That's yeah, that's.
He's gonna get the milk over here. We need the milk
It's
over
gonna
here.
be a three-man desk very soon. This player has the most eliminations this season with a 459. Here, have a glass of milk.
Thank you.
It's almond milk. So I won't do
Are you
anything.
okay?
Yeah, I'm good. This quiz is great. The most total elims this season.
Yeah.
Probably like a diva player or something. Probably like, I don't know. I don't know.
Say something.
Hanbin?
Oh, that's a good guess.
No,
These are so
hard.
No, it's not. That's not true.
These are so hard.
Shot.
Last
Go.
one.
These are so hard.
All right, while you're thinking of this,
Do the other question.
what is the shortest match this season is 51 minutes and 36 seconds. Which teams played?
I know the
You have to
longest.
be kidding me.
Yeah, the longest is simple.
Who came up with these questions? What the kind of stuff that I know? And the shortest match so far this season, someone got rolled. Who got rolled? New York, Boston.
Wrong. Take both shots. Let's go. And as you're enjoying those last hot little zips, that's nauseating. Well, we might not have him for our match break, but that's going to happen anytime soon. We're moments away from kicking things off in Washington, D.C. So coming up next, we're going to have predictions before we're heading right back into the action. Well, we're about to get the party started in Washington, D.C., but before we do that, I want to show you something. It's not him. I don't want to show you. I mean, actually, I want to show you Josh crying, and that's almost as exciting as me leaving the board. And I guess the guest spot is there too, but that's it. That's all. We don't even need to discuss it. I just want to bring that up. And now let's talk about the predictions for today. I think the opinions are split on the very first match. We have Toronto, Florida.
Whoa, Josh!
Costa.
They're fools.
Let's talk.
They're fools. Wait, is Toronto? They just lost to Houston.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think Houston have a good chance of being able to win that game against Paris too.
No.
Yeah.
What is a good chance for you?
Like 40%. Like a pretty high chance of them winning that match.
All right, you heard it here first. Let's see if it's going to be another upside or not. But yeah, I guess we'll find out. That's it for the Watch Point pre-show presented by State Farm. And we'll be here throughout the day, so don't go anywhere. Defiant versus Mayhem starting right now.
scent of change stirs in the air. Spring is fresh on the horizon. With it comes a chance for renewal. A chance for new heroes to blossom.
What up, DC? Welcome to the Washington Justice homestand here for the Overwatch League.
Toronto Defiant face off against the Mayhem, with both teams desperately seeking a win after a tough weekend in Houston. Exi continues to take the league by storm, but the Outlaws experience their first taste of victory and are hungry for more.
Dante strikes first, he hacks Sherfor, and they glide forward into victory! Houston Outlaws find their first win of the season!
And hometown Washington faces opposition from the north. But with Corey and Stratus clicking, who can stand in their way? In a new era, with new heroes, the district takes center stage.
The nation's capital once again plays host to the traveling Overwatch League show, and expectations are high. A home team still searching for their second win, and many more East Coast rivalries to be explored. Welcome back, everybody, to the Anthem. I am Mitch Leslie, joined by Matthew Morello. Another week of games here. These East Coast teams are still grinding it out.
Yeah, we got a lot of good games this weekend, but I think it's going to be vastly different than what we've seen, obviously, in previous weeks with hero pools in play, right?
That is the big
changes the whole
story.
dynamic, and nothing gets me more hyped than a Brennan Hook VO. But I mean, other than that, I mean, I guess the second best option that gets me excited is a good Widowmaker McCree ban. I was super thrilled about that.
You know what gets me hyped?
What?
Making sure you get all the blame.
I don't deserve any of them.
Having a
So we might get McCree again.
We get McCree again, we need to draw it again. I will show you what we get. And this one is Widowmaker is drawn.
Wow!
McCree and Widowmaker.
That's crazy.
So we got Doom and May still in. You didn't get May. You had one job.
Oh my.
It's a big oh no.
You had one job, Matt. One. Is this the part where we tell everyone that they all said Widowmaker and McCree?
As soon as I picked the second hero, all I could think of in my brain was just one word that I can't repeat right now. I was like, oh.
Right, so we'll touch a little bit more on that,
no.
our hero pools in just a moment. Let's have a look at
Yeah.
our schedule though, Matt. We've obviously got 3 matches per day this weekend. Starting off with the Toronto Defiant versus the Florida Mayhem. Move on, then Paris Eternal takes on the Outlaws, who are being talked up by their coach in a big way. And after that one, it is an East Coast rivalry renewed. The Boston Uprising take on the Washington Justice. 7 p.m. Eastern time for that one. This place is going to be absolutely electric.
But let's focus on that first match, Toronto versus Florida. Both teams sitting at 1-3. We've seen some bright spots from both of them. We can take a look at their schedules, though, for the first half of the season here as we move on through. A lot of tough games for both of these teams. It's going to be very hard to come by wins. See, for Toronto, you have London and Philly in there, right? I mean, two pretty good teams. Philly, obviously, one of the better teams in the league. And then for Florida, you have the Atlanta Reign, the Washington Justice, Paris Eternal. Some pretty difficult teams for Florida coming up as well.
Yeah, and look, both of these teams have sort of dropped a couple matches here and there that you sort of hope to see them win. I guess it's tough for Toronto that lost to the Outlaws. Here is some of their statistics.
Tell me what this graphic means.
All right, I want to point out that for Toronto, yeah, the higher the number, the worse it is. So out of 15 teams, Toronto definitely struggling in short-handed fights. You see 15th in first death win percentage.
These stats, though, you have to kind of look at it with the context that we're not going to see those comps being played moving forward.
That's right.
So you almost, look, this is a barometer of where they were there in terms of teamwork and whatnot, but the game is going to change dramatically. I wouldn't hold a lot of weight in these specific numbers.
What it does say to us that maybe a little bit tough for Toronto Defiant to make plays when down that one play, which is definitely something you're going to have to do every now and then. But we mentioned hero pools, Matt. McCree is out. Widowmaker, Reinhardt also out of the picture here.
Don't remind me.
See, Moira is as well. So we should expect a different style of play. And if you did get to see our pre-show, our experts discussed that we may see a myriad of different styles over the course of this weekend. Let's now bring out our first team, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise here in DC for the Toronto Defiant.
the walkout music, so they get some support. But Toronto, look, this team has a lot more talent than their record kind of shows, right? 1-3, but now with Surefour and Logic's here in the lineup. Like they mentioned on the pre-show, Logic's a very good Tracer player. Maybe we see some Tracer out of him, and then Surefour can play so many different heroes in the damage dealer role that I think this is a good combo.
Listen, I've seen plenty of Beast Halo on the Winston as well, or Beast. I have to call him Beast now because, well, a new Boston player by the name of Halo is coming to the league, but on Toronto. And this is a team now formed. This is a very ambitious look for this roster. We do have Canadian nationals as well. Logix comes in as a player that we've seen him subbed in and out a little bit. Their DPS is a bit of a revolving door between maps. So you definitely want to look closely at the core of this team. And someone like Nevix on your screen now has really been turning up in that flex tech spot.
And without seeing like agilities in the lineup, that tells you they probably are not going to be running things like a Doomfist or a Pharah or a Genji. So if you're Florida, it gives you kind of a little bit of a look into the window of what Toronto may do.
And that makes a big difference, having an idea of what composition you're going to go up against. And now their opponents eagerly waiting side of stage. Let's welcome them out, everybody. It is the Florida Mayhem.
Florida makes a ton of additions, right? Last season, they kind of bring them over, but we haven't really seen them pay off in a big way, resulting in a lot of wins. Yaki, I thought in week 1 when we passed it over him, I thought he was quite good in that series. They were really strong May. We saw BQB last year on the Sombra. I'm really interested to see what how Fate plays to him. I think you expect him to be on the Winston. Scott was talking about it on the pre-show, like he kind of like the shot calling as the Winston when they were on LA Valiant, but sometimes that didn't really translate into wins either, right? So I think you kind of look at it as what can he bring to the table, how does he play today? Because I thought Karine and Gargoyle was a pretty strong tank line.
I think with Reinhardt currently unavailable for selection, you may see teams' strengths and weaknesses when it comes to coordination and decisiveness revealed a bit more. When you're playing with Reinhardt, it's very much a case of the Lucio dictates the tempo, or the Reinhardt's position. You stand around the shield. It gives you at least a reference point about where you need to be setting up. When you have dive compositions, or if you don't have that durable Bastion in the front line or the main tank, you need to work much more with your dive tank. The Winston, obviously the follow-up from the Diva is crucial. Gangnam Jin's definitely been impressing us so far. Mechanically, very gifted player. As this team starts to coalesce, we should expect him to continue to shine.
And what do we see in terms of supports this weekend? With Moira gone, like it's not like a huge drastic thing like a Lucio being gone or Ana, but I still think there's some opportunity to potentially make some changes. You see Busan, Junkertown, and Blizzard World, the 3 maps were guaranteed in the series. That's why you see the asterisks next to Hanimer and Ilios.
Only if required will we go to map 4 and 5. If we get a tighter game.
This has a 5-mapper kind of feel to it.
It feels like that. Last week we were on the... You don't think so?
Don't tease me with the legs here.
Do we see the legs locked by BQB? Soldier 76 has not really shown up in the league so far, but perhaps without Reinhardt, maybe you can get more done.
Soldier 76 has not really shown up anywhere in a while. But you never know, right? I mean, Soldier could be used. It's going to break down some barriers. Obviously, very good hit scan hero where it looks like Velarda will come out and they build on. So you'll see 76 in May. Brigitte on both sides. Interesting, you're going to have Toronto run a Brigitte Zen combination. With this, you have some good peel for the 76, a lot of extra damage with that Zenyatta in play. A little low on the healing, though.
Yeah, the question is how they get Fate in position to do work here. Toronto are very mobile. This composition gets around the map. And Surefour's already been able to secure the high ground now with the Helix rocket fired across the bow. Florida have to play around Fate here.
It wasn't that bad, I guess. Now we get to see 76 as Florida tries to make their way onto the point where their composition's really built around control, right? When you're going to play that Orisa in May, you're built around point control. So they have to try and take some real estate, but they also can't give up the high ground to Surefour on the 76.
Oh, Fate getting a little bit low. That Winston bubble would have prevented healing from Gangnam Jin, so Fate has to step out of it. Here's an Anaboost on towards BQB now. He doesn't have a tactical visor, but can absolutely nuke enemies down quickly if he gets them in his sights. The problem is, That hasn't happened.
Well,
the Defiant are so mobile, they get out of line of sight.
Yeah, and they got Fate very low, and that's when they decided to make the dive attempt directly onto him, but it's a biotic grenade and a freeze that comes in from Yaki, some extra damage as well, that ends up putting him away.
There it is, finally a kill. Logic finds BQB, and now he gets to stretch his legs a little bit more, to the delight of many. Fate now, not much protection left behind that shield in a very long early fight as both teams had sort of damage over time. Not a lot of burst damage available to either DPS duo.
And that's just control of the point coming up now. The point, Florida was never able to take it, and it's actually a huge pick by Logix that sets that up because BQB pops Tac Visor, Pulse Bomb comes in the other side, and he's able to take him out. As you see, the legs making some plays earlier. First time we've seen it for what, over 30 seconds? Yep. It's crazy, man.
Beast sets up on the high ground now. He can get a bit of information. Note that Florida trying to stay out of Shawfall's line of sight for as long as they can, and then manage to catch Logix. Yaki gets the finish there with that headshot. And that will limit Toronto's flexibility a little bit now. Toronto, do they have the staying power to actually go for a long engagement on this point? Do they duck in and out? They had to work around Beast, but he's taking a bunch of damage. Has to go now for the Primal Rage, but they catch Fate out early. No shielding now available for the Florida Mayhem. Yaki throws that Blizzard down. Main tanks have been traded. Yaki's trying to stay away from Logix, who's also giving a lot of respect to May's ability to stop him in his tracks. BQB was able to find Kellex from that high ground, and he looks pretty comfortable, but Toronto still control the point for now.
Yeah, I was going to say, without the Orisa in play, you're not able to just kind of get on the point, stand tall against the players that Toronto had alive, but this looks like they're going to be able to flip the point. Nevix will get demeched here. You have Beast coming in over the top, just trying to add some more percentage, but this will be the point that gets over or flipped to Florida.
Lengthy stall for Toronto as they had multiple individual heroes that could hang around for quite some time, plus a Transcendence used by Karif to give them some extra percentage. 70% to 8 right now. The Florida Mayhem have the Tactical Visor and the Supercharger to work with.
It'll be interesting to see as we see more of this played. Right there, you saw Chris just load up BQB. With the armor packs, he does it again, even though he's at full HP, to get the Soldier 76 up to 250 HP. Keep him really heavy, topped up through the Tac Visor.
With his mobility and ability just to get away from any assailants, that makes him quite the threat. Tactical Visor here for BQB, but again, Toronto Defiant make themselves scarce. Nevix is located, he's going to try and get away with the rocket boosters, but too much focus fire will take him down. Logix is traded out though somehow in the roiling mess of bodies. Nevix and Logix are both dispatched in Florida. Maintain control.
We know Soldier obviously has great mobility. He has a self-heal, right? The Z ability. And then now if you can give him 50 armor on top of the base 200 HP, it becomes really difficult to just have a track down by, let's say, a Diva, right? As see Nevix make it out of spawn, gets walled off though, has to wait for the rest of the team. They're going to pop the rally here as well.
Florida didn't choose to try and dive on Nevix as the sole player left, so now Toronto get a chance to go themselves, but the defense matrix can't keep Beast up. He was frozen and nothing defense matrix can do about that. Self-destruct though, that's a huge value kill on towards Fate now, the 1-for-1. Yaki goes for the Blizzard, trying to keep Nevix caught inside the storm, and he gets him, but Shawfall now wants to play aggressive with a Tactical Visor. 78% and counting. The Defiant is still trying to find a way to get this point back, and Logix gets 2. Gets rid of Chris, wants to capture the point, but there's no one to shield him right now. Now he needs to deal with Fate. Pulse Bomb's available, but the adaptive shield used on the Wrecking Ball means that Fate can just skitter away.
Yeah, Toronto, who ends up flipping the point, but you saw there early on, when Beast goes in, the May is so impressive to be able to just freeze and then just take him out quickly. You also got Nevix during that fight. Some changes come in for Florida. They switch Fate over to Winston, and then they're going to run Sombra Doom here, just trying to get picks at the end of the point.
Can Logix find a pick off with his Pulse Bomb? There's no Orisa just to stick it to anymore. A little bit trickier it's going to be. Nevix gets dived on. That's going to be the Pulse Bomb stick. Fate takes a ton of damage, and Yaki also comes off worse for wear. Logix tries to finish the kill, but the healing was there for Yaki just in time. He's able to take down the deep-suited Diva. Logix now helping the rest of the Defiant get rid of Gargoyle. It's not looking good for Florida. They're in trouble. Beast with a Primal Rage. Back to the point now. Florida cordoned off into this low ground, and this means certain demise for them. Even a Discord Orb being applied in the mess. Toronto don't care if Florida is still alive as long as they don't touch the point, and one by one, they are being cut down. Now to the fight, need to return to finish off their meal, but Fate and Gargoyle now locking the double main tank. Logix looking for yet another bomb, and that's a huge chunk of damage on the Gargoyle. He can't sustain.
That'll be the point for the Toronto Defiant. So you know, Surefour finishes that one, 28% of the team's damage, only 1 death on the 76, and a lot of that is because he was able to just roam that high ground freely. They were never able to pressure him out of position because they're playing that composition with the Orisa that just wants to like hold on the point, and then you have so much extra damage, right? Like the healing's not great for Toronto with the Brig and the Zen, but the extra damage from the Zen can just kind of poke at a distance, and as soon as you get a Discord Orb down with the 76, the constant pressure of the damage, it's very easy then for Logix to go in, dart in, finish off kills. He finishes with 7 final blows in that first point.
BQB having switched to the Sombra, managed to get an EMP, Matt, but it was for the last fight and it was too late. Now Toronto are going for an incredibly flexible DPS duo. The Sombra and the Tracer both have the ability to get out of jail free. Very slippery, hard to catch, especially for a Soldier 76 who doesn't do burst damage outside of the Helix Rocket. Shaw falls into the back line undetected. Good start, but Kariv's taken down now, so what do? Do you pressure this or do you get out?
And that, well, they have to back out because you don't have a lot of healing with just Kelix there on the Brig.
It's a low healing composition in general.
I mean, you get a lot of healing with the Brigitte from the Inspire. Like, you have the extra charge of the armor packs, but it's actually a big biotic grenade that comes in from Gangnam Jin that connects on Beast and Nevix, so they're also denied healing on top of having just low healing in general for the team. So they have to back out.
On the point is Logix just giving it a tickle. He's pulling most of the Florida Mayhem across. Gangnam Jin trying to play a fighting retreat, keeping BQB topped up even though he was stuck in the Discord Orb by Kariv. And that's Yaki picked off here. Yeah. Getting the May from that kind of range as well. Tough to catch a May unaware like that, and now the dominoes seem to be falling. Logix wants to chase, but BQB catches him. Good little turnaround individually, but Surefour is uncontested in this back corner. Now lopes forward. Beast down though, this might be tough. Gargoyle gets desuited as he's just trying to work around the corner, a wall thrown up to give the Mayhem a little bit of a break from the constant damage across the point. Florida are in control, and Toronto either need to take the point or get out.
And Toronto, they're not going to be able to take the point. They're going to have to back out. Karid will die here towards the end of this fight, but it's what's so difficult about going against these May comps. It May almost kind of acts like a third tank in the way instead of having like a 2-2-2 type of composition. And especially when the other team wants to play dive and they want to play aggressive around a Winston, a Diva, a Tracer.
Why a third tank? Is it the wall or the ice block?
I mean, look, she has the wall to split teams off, but really it's just her sustain, right? Like, she's able to get in an ice block, self-heal, be completely immune from damage for a certain period of time. If they come in, she can drop a Blizzard, just to obviously deny all sources of damage close up. It's really 3 players for the Toronto Defiant.
BQB goes for a tactical visor here. Beast puts down a shield, but it is very short-lived indeed. Even a Transcendence committed to that, but Beast could not get out in time. Much to Kariv's dismay, he wasn't able to save their main tank. Toronto haven't touched the point so much as captured it so far in this round, and they're looking no closer to doing so. Self-destruct. Nope, ice block used as aforementioned, Matt. Yaki's able to keep himself alive from the blast, and Logix now essentially on his own. Has to get on out there. Gargoyle manages to find Kariv on his lonesome as well, and there's no way he can stand up to the Diva. 1 by 1 goes the Toronto Defiant walking in, and the Florida Mayhem now look to be in the driver's seat. Logix tries to get to the point, BQB catches him. That's got to force a third round.
I mean, that's the power of Blizzard. At that point, Nevix is trying to remech as Diva. Surefour pops Tac Visor. As soon as both of those things happen, when you know the Diva's getting back into the mech, obviously can't use Defense Matrix, Yaki drops a Blizzard, and then you're able to just pick up those kills for free yet again. And that's, 2 players down, 1 player with a burned ultimate for no value whatsoever. That's what 1 May ultimate really kind of taking out 2 players. You're also kind of, she was weak. She was able to get in an ice block. You see the effect she has in the game.
Will we see Lucio Zenyatta here for Toronto?
Both teams have been starting off with a Lucio for the speed to get out of spawn and then going over to the Brig. So I fully expect the Brig, as we haven't seen the Lucio being played from either team. They switched to the Brig right away.
The difference being, of course, Gangnam Jin on the Ana. Kariv on the Zenyatta.
And you're going to play the Ana here because you're playing a way more defensive style of play, right? You're playing around the Orisa a little bit slower with the May in play. You want the Ana with the biotic grenades, the nano boost, right, to keep people even more topped up. It's way more of a stationary comp than as opposed to what Toronto's trying to put together.
So it's going to be up to Toronto eventually to pick off individual members or somehow circumvent that Orisa shielding. You see Fate and Yaki taking a beating across the map. Holt used on Beast to try and get him out. Is also stunned up with the shield bash. Biotic grenade even thrown in, and still the Florida Mayhem don't find the Winston. Surefour quite comfortable by the looks of things now. Sitting back, the rest of the Defiant are able to move up to the point. Yaki just trying to play around the pillar and his wall as much as he can, but Fate desperately hanging on to life. That Discord wall from Kareev is doing some serious work, and that's a main tank down now for Florida.
And that's kind of Toronto's win condition with these types of compositions, is you can't allow Florida to take real estate on the point and just keep walking forward with the Orisa, the May, and the Brigitte and keep pushing you back, right? What you want to do if you're Toronto is you want to get them a little bit disorganized, right? You want to prevent them from pushing forward, spread out a little bit, and then that's when you can have, you know, Nevix fly in from one side, Logic's from another. They have to pay attention to those two players, and Beast, that allows Surefour to put more damage at range with Kareev without worrying about pressure coming on to them at any point.
Beast is the greatest decoy in this particular battle. He jumps in and then quickly tries to get out before he's frozen or stunned. They get Fate so early, Matt. How do they burn him down so fast with his shield?
It's a Discord orb from the right-hand side from Kareev, and you're able to just get the shield out of the way and burn him down. But Attack Visor from BQB is huge answer there. Picks up 2.
Just the most unreal tracking. One of those 2 kills, though, especially the enemy 76, is going to make you feel good for playing at long range now. Self-destruct over the top. Nothing there for Nevix. Yaki mostly playing inside that Orisa barrier as much as he possibly can. Doesn't want to get outrange, doesn't want to get harassed now by someone like Logix, and there it is. Surefour is able to find him. Logic's a little low, forced to recall, should I say, from BQB.
But this is okay for Toronto. You have both your tanks still alive. Surefour now picks up 2 with his Tac Visor. And even if it went a little bit longer, you had Beast with a Primal Rage, and you still have the point. And now with the, they're going to get to about like 87%. This is last fight territory.
Florida have to come up with something very soon. They're going to have a Blizzard available. A self-destruct will likely be there too. Logix will be looking to strike a death blow with a Pulse Bomb. Already on the flank, but does make himself known here. Maybe hoping to draw someone out of formation if he can. Again, split Florida's attention as they try and accomplish this rather difficult task of getting back to the point in time. Pulse Bomb, that one was wishful, and he's still got Gangnam Jin. What a huge pickup. And now Beast is free just to cause chaos in the back line. Self-destruct comes in over the top, and Beast was stunned up. You see the assist for the Brigitte there, the shield bash from Chris securing the kill. Into overtime now, though. Nevix being desuited. Fate looking happy behind that shield, and you saw Chris trying to go for a stun on towards that mini diva. Now the focus turns to Kellex. They get him, and Florida stay alive.
Yeah, and it's a Brigitte rally there towards the end, helps Fate stay alive on the point. The Logic's getting Hunrington early. He had the nano boost. They weren't able to get any use of it during that fight.
I mean, he was going fishing with that Pulse Bomb.
Yeah, I mean, kind of sending a prayer out there. But now for Florida, you kind of have to run this back from 99 to 0. You have Attack Visor here. Yeah, you have Supercharger and a Nano Boost. So you could use the Nano Boost onto one of the 3 players that plays point, whether it be Fate, Gargoyle, or Yaki, and then you can have the Attack Visor at range.
Feel like you really want to get the diva out of the picture here if you're Florida. Let BQB start to cut through those health pools of Toronto. Long-range body grenade, but no
Look at how these players are playing for Florida, right? You have the Brigitte, the May, the Orisa, and the 76. They were all grouping up near each other, waiting for that dive to come in with a big biotic grenade.
Supercharger was drawn out, at the very least. Fate did use that. BQB's able to find Logix. BQB's playing the right side. You notice the Gargoyle is also sort of playing on the left. So Florida are trying to make sure, even though their composition isn't as mobile, they're trying to plug as many holes in their defense as they can by using mobile flankers or anti-flankers.
These early 3 fights, though, are good for Florida. Like, right now, you have Kareev down. You're going to have to wait here. Like, it's going to get to a point where if you're Toronto and you start investing some of these ults into this fight, like, that's it. Like, that's your best chance.
To be honest, Matt, they pretty much got one chance as it is.
Realistically, yes.
Logic's another Pulse Bomb. That's the stick. Chris not able to get away. Logic trying to press it on Gangnam Jin, and he gets 2 somehow. Logix comes up with the answer when none seem to present itself. Florida still in control of the point. They're trying to stall things out, but Kareev finds one down range on BQB, and Florida are looking absolutely haggard now. Nevix over the top. This should be the cap here. Desperately Gargoyle trying to stall things out. A self-destruct here, but Toronto are wise to it. They break line of sight. They're back in control. Logix with his 4th for the fight. And that is what you love to see.
Thank you, Mr. Logic's there. I mean, he's able to take out 2 players at the start of the fight, finish with 14 final blows, and I think that's why everybody loves seeing Tracer play at the highest level. Is you can make those individual plays that opens it up, and when Logix is able to get 2 at the beginning of the fight, it's all Toronto after that.
We'll be back with more action. Map 2 coming up live here from DC.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Quite the interesting start here out of the Anthem as Toronto Defiant clinched map 1. And it wasn't one-sided, not by any stretch, in fact, going all the way on Busan.
Yeah, as you see Florida Mayhem, it'll be live at their inaugural homestand. That'll be March 14th.
Give me sun, give me sand.
In Miami. Go to floridamayhem.gg for tickets, and that'll be fun. Obviously, go to the warm weather. Who doesn't want to go, right? I mean, I walking down the street here, it starts to get cold here in the East Coast.
Yeah, but the sun's out today, though. That's something I was happy. Was that 3rd East Coast trip in what, 5 weeks?
The sun's out. It don't matter here. I mean, it's still it's cold. I mean, Florida's not the bad shirt for just doing a tactical visor impression here up on the stage.
You need to get into character, and I mean, if the hair is anything to go by, Shore4 is one step ahead of the competition.
So, I am incredibly intrigued to see what we see on the next map, as it'll be Junkertown coming up. Traditionally, Junkertown is always a Widowmaker, Hanzo type of map.
Reinhardt?
Obviously, I knew that coming up into the pool, so I decided to eliminate Widowmaker.
Thanks, Matt.
To see what we would get here today, which... I think May is a valid replacement for Widowmaker. I mean, May.
Yeah, I mean,
May is a sniper in a lot of scenarios. But, I mean, not an incredibly valid replacement.
May is a sniper in a lot of scenarios.
I mean, look, if you've played against a May for maybe like 30 minutes, you would. Everybody's been there where they're just walking across the map, minding their own business, and just get headshot across the map from a May, and you can tell like the experienced May players, right? They just jump back and forth, like basically motionless, just firing icicles.
Let's have a look at the setup here. Do we see that from Logix? We kind of speculate a little bit. Will Ash now, in lieu of McCree and Widowmaker, start to become viable?
You know, with some of the changes that potentially are on the experimental playlist, with Ash not having Bob being slept, guys, you can't fall for the tornado. I mean, they know they're going to get a cheer out of it. So Logix switches the tour back to Tracer here. And now we're going, okay, so this is the first time we've seen this in a while, the double shield with Fate and Gargoyle, with the Orisa and the Sigma in play. This is even a stronger type of like bunker scenario than we saw in the last map, because now you bring in the Baptiste as well with the Immortality field. You still have the May in play, so Florida seems to be moving towards more of these slower, stationary, point control type of compositions, where Toronto is staying with the dive that we've seen them run for the last few weeks.
EMP is going to be devastating to Florida. Shields of Fate and Gargoyle would not be available when that comes down. And again, Toronto need to find a way to get around these shields in some way, and Kareev, he drops down. Fate's able to pick him off. That accretion whizzed past him. And Toronto chilling.
The benefit for Toronto here is that there's so much area, like open space on Junkertown, that there's a better chance you can find a pick off somewhere, right? You can kind of collapse from multiple angles. The issue is you just don't have long range damage, right? With Sombra Tracer, you're really playing close quarters. So where do you find this pick off? We still have Surefour and Nevix behind enemy lines here. Are they kind of baiting for a Hanzo play potentially, trying to make a play on the Hanzo? It looks like Nevix could potentially try and force a player down towards where Surefour is playing.
So far though, that hasn't quite worked out. Logix also they're being very careful. I mean, how do you flank against Sigma, who is very, very good at shutting those flankers down?
Like this, you get a Sombra hack, and then everything starts to just descend into chaos. But still, I still have the Immortality field. You see it come out there, and then Gargoyle gets an accretion on a Beast and picks up another one. As Sigma, obviously, he has a lot of the same things that a lot of people say about D.Va, right? There's just so much in her kit. Right. You kind of can say the same things about Sigma, right? Good consistent damage, doesn't have to reload, infinite ammo, good shield in terms of uptime, and then also you can place it anywhere. He's got a long stun, the only ultimate that does percent health, so a lot in Sigma's kit that he becomes very difficult to deal with over time.
That didn't work out though for Toronto. You saw they started it off with a hack onto Chris. Then Beast dived in.
So now you play the Wrecking Ball, because if they're going to play so close together, you'll get more value out of the Wrecking Ball with the adaptive shields.
All right, there it is. Surefour trying to go for the hack there. Didn't work out. Chris's Immortality field though is down, and now Florida just want to play inside their own little Winter Wonderland. Blizzard is thrown down, and the Defiant can't breach it. And again, they get cleaned up. Once more, it's back to the drawing board.
You're just trying to find a good position to use this EMP. You don't use it there because you still have Blizzard on the table, but it's going to be very difficult. If you don't connect with this Zen, you'll have the Trans come out, keep everybody alive. If you don't connect with the Baptiste, he throws down the Immortality field. They want to play close together anyway. You're in a tough spot. So see how Toronto decides to approach this.
Look in the back there, that's Chris just trying to stay out of line of sight. He is getting pressured now. Defensive Dragon Strike just to get rid of Beast doesn't really look like it did the job. Surefour now, desperately trying to take Gangdang Jim down, but then Immortality field buys Gangdang Jim enough time to survive, and now he gets the Transcendence in the fight. Perfect response for Florida. Logix just looks on. He has to wait now for the Transcendence to be done. He's hoping for a Pulse Bomb now. There's so many things that threaten him though. So many things that could stun him, but he gets the stick. He gets Gangdang Jim. The first step to a one fight, but now he needs to follow it up. Kellex and Logix, they fall. Yaki somehow gets the headshot, and there's 4 seconds left in the round. Accretion, Kareev also dropping. Nevix has to step up to the plate, but he's got no support, and Surefour just trying to dance around the hyperspheres. His time, unfortunately for them, is also short. Desperately, Kellex trying to get to the payload. He gets there, but what an accretion connection. And now you have to step into the Blizzard. What inhospitable conditions in the Outback. And the Florida Mayhem shut it down.
It's just too much to deal with in terms of just sustain between Transcendence, Immortality Field, Ice Block, how difficult it is to jump onto the Sigma plus the Orisa, right? I mean, there's just so much sustain that it's very difficult to just try and manufacture a pick-off and get a dive going. And At that point, you're playing around the EMP. The EMP, it connects with, they just get it on the Gangnam Gym to try and get a pick on the Zen, but the Immortality Field comes out. Once they finally deal with the Immortality Field, he's unaffected by the EMP, and he just pops Transcendent. So, very difficult comp to deal with there, that Florida put out. That's what people, I think, when they saw May creep through, that you were kind of scared of coming back into the meta. Stuff like a Risa Hog with the May, right? Like ice fishing, or something like the double shield with the May. And you can see why people were so scared of seeing it.
So here's Shortfall.
It's so devastating.
Pops EMP. Look how low Gangnam Jin is. There's the Immortality Field.
Yeah.
Gangnam Jin, not a care in the world. Starting to pressure Shortfall. He has to get out. Look how far away he is. It's a different postcode.
When Surefour has to put pressure to, well, he has to kill the Immortality Field. That allows, some time for the Zen to just throw some orbs into him. And Zen against Sombra connects with like one shot. You kind of get a little bit scared and you have to translocate.
Feels like Batiste single-handedly ruins that dive for Toronto. Now the Defiant get to try and defend, but they are playing, again, a composition that looks pretty aggressive. Maybe, using that Winston on defense. Florida continue to play their style. This time, though, with the Ana for Gangnam Jin, Chris on the Brigitte.
Yeah, you can see Florida really values having the May in play. That, like, if you want to play May, this is the kind of comps you have to play.
Oh, see you, Beast. Can't stay for long, couldn't find damage.
If he stays for like a half a second too long and he gets frozen, he's dead.
But what's the point of
that?
Like, what is he trying to do there before jumping out?
He's just trying to put down some damage, right? Players weak, cause a distraction.
Well, I guess that worked. We did mention about him being a decoy prior. Fate is a little isolated here on that right-hand side. There is Discord Orb available for Grief, so as soon as he gets on the Orisa, she'll burn down.
But even if you try and jump away, there's still the threat of like a halt coming through, a wall, as see Florida have pretty much gotten the cart close to the box of victory with really no defense coming out from Toronto.
He was hit with a body grenade, so even those Inspire passives wouldn't have given any health back. BKB's able to find it. Gargoyle is taken down. Logic stuck to him like white on rice. The payload is close. Chris is down. Logic's pulse bomb gets it on the Orisa. No!
But guess what? You can still move the cart because you have May. Like the May is strong enough to continue to keep pushing the cart. Now you have D.Va back in action. This is looking really good for the Mayhem.
Tactical Visor has to be big, but a wall's been thrown up. A big no thank you to Surefour. He's able to find one. Now he's going to challenge. Beast comes back into the fight. Chris in the periphery trying to approach, shielding as much as he can, but that shield is low. Look at the Discord Orb as well. The placement of that is crucial. Beast couldn't get his Primal Rage. I think he was looking for it. Logic's trying to pressure Gangnam Jin down, but Big Brother Fate is there to keep him alive, and it was just Kareev. It's over! Blink and you'll miss it. The Florida Mayhem cracked the code on Junkertown.
And Yaki finishes the map on May without dying at all.
Oh, man.
See the, right there at the end, and they're trying to get to the point. The May can kind of stand on the point, act like almost like a tank in a way, be able to heal up all the way through it. A Blizzard ends up resulting in 2 kills to push the card over the line.
The static composition looked a little bit rough on control, but now it looks like Florida had the right read when it comes to Escort. We'll hear from our experts on the desk about how this played out so far. See you in the second half.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Legend of Soul Guard. Download now.
We're 2 maps in and currently 1-1 apiece. Now, guys, yes, the first one was a bit of a brawl. It went back and forth, but Toronto, they looked shaky on that second map. We will be dissecting all of that and much more here on the desk. We have Sideshow and Costa joining us for all the action here during the game break presented by Pringles Wavy. Now, guys, let's dive straight into Busan, talking about that first map. We saw 2 different stylistic approaches to this hero pool currently in place. We did see Dive, which a lot of people expected, and on the Mayhem side, got a little bit more bunkery. Which are you more a fan of?
I think you're definitely seeing the styles of the 2 different teams. Toronto definitely tending towards the dive. We saw this last week as well. But Florida sort of making the adjustments. No Reinhardt, okay, we're going to play the Orisa. Okay, no McCree or Widowmaker, we're going to play the Soldier. So they're trying to sort of stick to the meta. But they're also playing the Brig on Chris, which they were doing in the past. But I think that's just a change, and we're going to see a lot more of it because it's really good against the Winston, the D.Va, just because of the armor that she provides.
Yeah, you don't need to have the Lucio in order to rotate around the map. You just need to stop this pesky Tracer that's always in your backline. Yeah. And Surefire was, I think, getting a lot of value at the right times. This flank was beautiful with his tac visor. He's an intelligent player, but you can tell that the Toronto Defiant are not 100% practiced because there's many opportunities for them to sync up. And with how powerful D.Va is, it feels like Logix and Nevix should just be everywhere around the map at all times. But they're not really imposing their will upon the Mayhem. Mayhem are able to stay in it and then kind of wipe the floor with them on Junkertown.
I would also say that the success that the Toronto Defiant team has had on this dive has been more individual mechanical like pop-offs. Like you saw Logix pop off, you've seen Surefire pop off, but I don't think you've seen the great synergy that we saw from dive way back when. So as a new
They've
team...
had 4 days, Custer.
Yeah,
but 4 days to practice.
That's what I'm saying, is it's really hard for a team like Toronto to really execute this dive. And when you're playing Florida's strategy, Florida just playing bunker in a way, so it's really easy for them to execute while it's hard for Toronto.
You're saying that, and yeah, they didn't have an awful lot of time to practice, and yeah, they have a few new pieces to work with. But individually, all of these players, they should be familiar with how to play dive, all right? Like, they do know what the intricacies of dives imply, and that means you have to play together. You have to be coordinated in your attacks, and that's the opposite of what we saw from Toronto Defiant on Junkertown. They were all over the place. There was not much coordination going on, therefore their dive attempts were very unsuccessful.
I mean, for starters, playing dive on Junkertown is a bit of a task in itself because the map is so big, right? And so I didn't even think that teams would be trying it too much. So if you're a Toronto fan, don't worry too much about the result on Junkertown. But also, if you're playing Sombra Tracer, you'd be snacking on Zens. You should be having them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And instead, Ganamjin died like once, I think?
Yeah,
that's appalling.
It was pretty just bad coordination. You saw Surefire and Logix just kind of all over the place, never really on the same target. And it is a hard map, Junkertown. You got to close a lot of distance. Yeah. It's like the difference. You said that you would rather seen like the Hanzo and sort of a bit more bunker, especially on the first point, right?
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
You know what? I do want to like hit on this a little bit more. So you would say that the Mayhem actually had the compositional disadvantage early on the attack from Toronto Defiant?
I think so. I think that it's difficult to approach with the dive, but once Toronto actually get in position, their backline should end up going down. So I think that was a misplay by Toronto, yeah.
Let's actually take a look at a specific play from that kind of scenario, talking of that backline, and we're going to do that in our crunch time presented by Pringles Wavy. Guys,
I've been looking forward to this.
I know. It's all yours. It's all yours. Get crunching. What you got for us?
All right, so I want to talk about the dive from the Toronto Defiant, but also the defensive play by the Florida Mayhem. So here we have the hack onto the Baptiste, but you see Sureforce switch over to the Zen. For some reason, there seems to be a miscommunication of who they're trying to kill. They managed to not kill the Baptiste. He gets the field down. They can't kill the Zen. And here you see him hack a mini pack.
I mean, that's just unlucky.
That is unfortunate.
That's unlucky. But there were so many times where they go in, and the peel is all right from Florida, but mostly, I mean, look at that, the solo EMP as well, and they don't catch Chris in it, so the immortality field is there. This coordination was not on point.
That was an EMP where Sureforce was the only person who tried to kill the Zen. He solo EMP'd a Zen, but no one else even helped him. So that's sort of why we're saying the coordination just isn't there. It is pretty solid by the Florida Mayhem and how their backline's playing. You see them splitting up, working well together, really like peeling when it's needed. But if Toronto Defiant are going to win this match, they got to do a better job of working together.
All right. One last advice for either of the team, Josh?
Just get on the same page. Start talking to each other. Get Nevix in the backlines. Come on, Toronto.
Shoot things together. It really helps, apparently. So.
It does. It really does. Now, that's it from us here at Crunch Time. I wanted to say no game break, but that was a Crunch Time. We'll send it back to Washington, D.C., and we will be back after the match for our Watch Point reset, so stay tuned.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
Not just some new colors for Florida, it's actually a brand new look.
BQB putting on a clinic. Stop! They're already dead.
This is just brutal from the Florida Mayhem.
That was a Yaki out of nowhere moment.
So let's pivot now to the Toronto Defiant, who look completely different.
Yeah, he's feeling it right there.
Again, someone stop this man. This is going to be a very, very close series.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Hero Pools has already given us some interesting results once we've hit the battlefield here in the Overwatch League. I'm Mitch Leslie here with Matthew Morello as we continue to delve into, I guess, a study of how teams have reacted to 4 heroes being unavailable for selection this week.
Yeah, and I think you see 2 different styles of play forming here in just our first match. A style with Florida, who want to play very bunkery, stationary, like they don't really want to be the aggressive team. They want to be the team that's really reactive, especially around the Ana and the players all clumped up. And then you see what Toronto's trying to do. They're trying to play proactively. They're trying to make the plays. They're engaging. They're trying
What strategy do you think is safer?
Well, look, I mean, safer is always going to be the compositions that have the higher sustain, the less kind of reliance on individual playmaking and, you know, the fast pace and the players all around, those are always going to be your safer
better, always?
Not necessarily. I think a lot of the times it's map dependent. Like, we see agilities coming in here for logics, for Blizzard World, but like what Josh and Scott were talking about during the halftime was basically like you really difficult to see teams play dive on Junkertown, right? Like maybe like Busan where Toronto wins, it works, right? There's a lot of different points there and chokes that you're able to play dive and split teams off and be aggressive, right? Junkertown may not be the play there. So now we'll see as we go to Blizzard World, and this will be so difficult, Mitch, week to week on how this plays out, because teams don't have a lot of turnaround time to come up with compositions, right, for this type of scenarios. So a lot of it's going to be like reliant on like feel, right? Like these players play thousands of hours of Overwatch. Like, they kind of know what works. Yeah, they know what works in certain situations. They know what works for their team, what they play the best at. So it's really a lot of trial and error.
Let's see what the Defiant came up with in the break.
So you got, look, we're getting even more of bunker here setups. This is so anti-dive from the Florida Mayhem. This is what we saw the Atlanta Reign do with the Torbjorn play, and now Torb May, right? Like a few months ago, this would have just looked like a little bit of a meme type of comp, but this is a very good anti-dive composition.
Don't you think it's harder to flank against Florida's setup, especially on this map? Like, it's not easy to find ways into the backline.
Torbjorn May is an issue when you're trying to jump onto the Orisa, and then you have everybody play close, you have the biotic grenade, and now you're going to try and...
Farah.
Yeah, you're going to try and play, you're going to try and wait out the defense matrix, you're going to play a shield break game and just tons of poke damage with the Farah Hanzo.
Agilities was looking for something in that arch, and he's found Yaki already. Constant damage coming in from the skies, and look, between BQB and Yaki, there's not a whole lot can really threaten Agilities unless he gets his wings clipped just like that. Hold connected, he was brought to the ground, but Kellex is keeping him alive. Pharmacy flies again.
Yeah, and you know, the Torbjorn not ideal against Farah, right? You can just take the turret out from the distance.
You outrange the turret, right?
Yeah, you outrange it, you just have to find it. You see how quick it is to deal with it there. And if you don't allow the Torb to keep constantly setting up these turrets and having them be protected and last for a while and put down damage, he's really useless at that point. So this is a good switch here for Toronto, as Florida probably won't have an opportunity to change off of the Torbjorn here before point A.
They switch to Tracer. Surely that's just to get them back to the point faster instead of something that actually counters Safari here.
Yes, I mean, it is to get back to the point faster. It's when you're so committed to the Torbjorn, you're just trying to keep him alive, and that'll be a nano boost used on a gargoyle to even fly up in the air and get in the far space.
Agilities isn't bothered. Self-destruct here might be a little bit harder. Agilities needs to break line of sight. That goes over the top, and the Farah stays alive. The longer Agility stays in the air, the more damage the Mayhem are going to take. And even with a barrage available, as soon as Gargoyle gets desuited, it's over. Barrage in to trade. Agilities gets faded. He's put to sleep, but there's not really much left for the Florida Mayhem to capitalize on the dart that was hit by Gangnam Jin. And now the Mayhem fall apart. Toronto, they come with a tailored strategy, Matt. It works straight off the bat.
Yeah, and BQB uses his Torbjorn ultimate there, the Molten Core, and what do you actually get for it? Like, against the composition that they're playing against, it is such a useless ultimate.
Farah is very good at the floor is lava.
Farah May, Farah Mercy, Winston, Diva, like, all phenomenal just getting away from that. And then you can just play so far ranged with the Hanzo and the Ana that the Molten Core is actually useless there.
Well, time to remix up here for the Mayhem. BQB on the Hanzo. Jorpo looking to bust that shield down with Storm Arrow. Oh dear, main wall catches him. Nice grenade there from Kareem. Keeps the Hanzo up. Look how deep Beast is going now. What's he looking for? Looks like Gangnam Jin was his initial target. He gets slept up though now with the defense matrix in play. He's able to get out safely, at least. Gargoyle this time is called a little bit too far forward. And I'll tell you what, Matt, when Toronto get to the side, the pace of the game, they look stellar.
And nobody has done anything to stop Agilities, put pressure on him here. Well, you've now gone over to May, so you have the May in the Hanzo.
Matt, no one's done anything to anyone from Florida.
No,
there is no kills, no eliminations on
just
Florida.
With the poke damage that Agility's been able to put down, 46% of the team's damage here, as we're rapidly approaching Toronto being able to take point B.
Here's an Ash switch from BQB. How interesting. Is it going to work out? We'll see. Agilities is not going to know that straight away, but that big hit he just took should be a bit of a giveaway that Ash is on the field.
Think about
great wall!
Big bomb there from Gargoyle over the top. That's actually a halt that helped set it up, but you think about it, this is like one of the really kind of big tests with hero pools, right? Is with Widowmaker gone, Widowmaker's like a staple at this part of the map in the past, but obviously not playable here this weekend, so you have to figure another option.
Beast drops down for the high ground, close to Primal Rage. BQB's already got half of his ultimate, comes out on Ash, and Bob will be making an appearance. BQB and Bob fight the duo. The Doomfist with fragilities now. He wants to close the gap, especially on someone like Ash who lacks mobility, but Gargoyle's able to chase him down, and the Defiant now falter for a moment, but they bring agilities back. Back to 6 players strong, and with Nevix mowing Fate down, the Mayhem now have those shields to hide behind. Gargoyle has to try and fill the gaps here. BQB trying to throw the dynamite in. He's standing inside an immortality field, but that expires. BQB is down. Yaki's able to find 2 kills elsewhere in the fight, and Beast seems content with just forcing the supports back into spawn.
But Yaki's going to get 2 players here, though, as he's got a little bit of a flank on the May, and that's just going to have Nevix, Beast, and Agility is left on the point. As spawners come in for the Florida Mayhem, they're going to be able to get a hold.
The switch to Doomfist here for agilities. I mean,
as soon as you saw the Ash come in, you're not going to play the Pharah anymore.
But what does agilities do now against Yaki? He needs to get an instant kill with a rocket punch. Yaki otherwise will have a chance to ice block and stave off that
also,
early
right? You can freeze the Doom, you can halt the Doomfist, immortality field. Even with the coach gun from Ash, right? If you dive onto the Ash, you can just knock herself away, even better effective range.
Shawfall's on the flank here. Big wholesale switches for Toronto. Shawfall trying to work BQB down by a grenade connected onto 2. Both tanks from Florida, in fact, but Beast, he's naded himself. He can't pressure that advantage that was found by Kareem. There's no one ready to heal him right now. He's looking for a healer, not an opponent.
And you're going to see the kill come in from Fate. So this will have the Toronto wait here. So, Bob got to the high ground and then did what Bob does. Gets put to sleep. After that, it's just Toronto having to back up. But
listen, I'm pretty sure Bob's carrying Ash's baggage.
They're going to try and go with like a little bit of a pick-oriented thing here at the end, because you have the Kareem switch over to Zen, so you want to get a Discord, burn a player down. They have to get to the point, though.
Got 3 seconds remain. Shawfall is there. So is Nevix, but he's incredibly low. Beast, and he has to find BQB, presumably, is his target, or Gangnam Jin. Either one he will take. He's found both instead, or maybe that's more than he can handle. Nevix is already desuited. Beast down to 170 and getting pressured by the second. He can't get it done. The Primal Rage came up, but a second too late. That was the ticket that Toronto were looking for, and now they're going to have to do it without the main tank. Shawfall stunned up briefly, and the Blizzard helps Florida force Toronto off the payload.
Yaki drops the Blizzard there at the end. Everybody has to disperse there, as the Ash comes in as a good counter to the Pharah, and BQB can stay on it after a while. It's not exactly a one-for-one replacement of the Widowmaker, but you're able to do a lot of things from distance. That'll be Florida getting a hold on defense. Let's see their offense after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
Well, the plot thickens, and I'm not just talking about Bob. The Florida Mayhem come up with the Ash to respond to the Farah. Agilities is forced to switch things up. It looked so good for Toronto early on. He started to fall apart in that second phase of the map.
Yeah, but it's difficult, right? If you play the Farah, they come out with the Ash to try and counter it. I mean, it's not really like as hard of a counter as, let's say, a Widowmaker would be. And then after that, you try and switch over to Doomfist, but you have May as well, right? Where May obviously pretty strong against Doomfist, able to stop his mobility, pretty much block herself from being killed by the Doomfist with Ice Block.
I would say that's what you can do.
You have the Coach gun, right? Is very difficult to get on top of this. This will be the Blizzard that was dropped down. This is just at the end, right? Yeah. Just to get everybody cleared off of the point. Chris does a nice job of just denying Surefour to be able to make it back, and that's how it ends.
Look, I mean, the only hero that can shrug off Blizzard is Orisa, and it's only for a short period of time. Blizzard at the back, shield bash to stop Surefour from touching, and Bob's your uncle. Now, by the way, yes, after the smashing success from last week, again, we're going to have a Week 6 hero draw on the Watchpoint Post-Show Live tomorrow night after the games.
And I'll let you guys know, I spoke with John Spector, and he told me that I am allowed to pick every week's of DPS.
I have been told by John Spector,
he actually told me,
believe a thing Matt says.
He actually told me I'll never be involved in another selection process ever again.
First it was USA versus South Korea,
yep.
Then it was Hero Pools. Florida Mayhem, they're going to
keep me away from random drums. I'm a dangerous threat around random organized draws.
Both draws and percussion. Don't give it to him. So Yaki here wants to stay with the May. Looks like Florida just had success with the May in general on either side of the map, and that kind of indicates to me that it's a comfort pick. It's something that Florida feels like it's just great in every case.
It's really interesting that Toronto doesn't try and play something with the Orisa and their own Ana in play, because we know how good Karib is on the Ana. Like, he's a tremendous Ana player. You see right there, it gets super dangerous.
As soon as Gargoyle looks away,
off.
As soon as the Diva looks away, Agility is just slots a Helix Rocket in Chris's direction and finds an early pick. Now he's feeling good. He's feeling even better. Beast, because he's not going to be getting stunned by the brick for a little while. Nevix just holds that corner. Fate opts to split himself off, but he knows if he gets dropped on from that high ground, Gargoyle's going to be there.
And they're also allowing them to farm up the nano boost here. So that's kind of what you're doing is Fate now. He gets topped up, you have a nano boost in play.
It's on Gargoyle.
He tries to get on the high ground, just forcing players down.
BKB Discord orb right now, so he needs to be careful not to peek out. And a pulse bomb impending for Surefour, but Fate's already gone down. Surefour says, okay, well, Diva's out of the way. No chance of my bomb getting eaten up. Who do I stick it to? Do I even need to?
Nope, not necessary, as Toronto get a fight win is here for Florida. It's interesting. It's much harder to get them down and fight on the point. And even if they do, you only can contest it with like one player, like a Diva or a Tracer. And if all of your other members don't kind of circumvent and get to the point, that allows your Winston or some of these other flankers to be able to get those one-on-ones that you want.
It feels like Gargoyle has a huge responsibility on his shoulders now as being the only individual
they get
that
a
can
sneak
test
dart
the players
on
in
the
the
agilities on the high ground. See how many resources they're putting into saving him. No resources better than a May wall, though.
Absolutely brutal. BQB mows him down. And you take that. Tactical visor for a big... Oh! Chris down. BQB, it looked like he was the one that was stuck. He walks away, but Chris is not so lucky. Now the chase is on. Try and get rid of Beast. He's frozen up, and that is a sad ending for Winston. It's actually reverse evolution, I guess, if you think of it that way. Gargoyle plays the high ground now. It's Agilities that he was really looking for. He finds Nevix up there as well, but the Mayhem have the boots on the point. That's what counts right now. Gargoyle goes deep, gets stunned up as he tries to find Agilities, who just throws the biotic field down. Self-destruct. Both of them. This one gets Fate, and that's a huge relief for the Defiant now. The Mayhem lack staying power to make this attack.
Oh, and now the Defiant can come back at full strength. Everybody up for Toronto now as they'll push Florida back. As Florida now with under a minute to go. No ultimates to work with here. You'll probably end up with just a rally in the attack visor here at the end.
Gangnam Jin occupies a high ground for now. He'd love another nano, but there's only 40 seconds left. Maybe trying to farm it off Fate. Where does that body grenade go? He's just throwing one vertically up. Oh, who knows? Who knows where
He tried to land it on the point, on the high ground. It landed like a little bit in front by the boat.
The Mayhem now rotate as a group. Oh, they catch short for, that's big. Yaki got him with a headshot as well. Some of those things just can't be accounted for. It's the element of irreducible rascality from Yaki. Here's the freeze on the DB. Yes, they've managed to catch Nevix, but he gets out of line of sight, so we might be able to stay in his mech for now. Attention turns to Beast Taylor. We drops onto the point. He goes down instantly. Somehow Agilities, he's able to find BQB with that tactical visor, but Yaki is front and center on the point, still playing around that shield from Fate. Pulse bomb, it's mistimed. Yaki's able to get out of the ice block after the explosion goes off, and he has a blizzard ready to go. All signs point to Florida taking this first point now, and it's a matter of course as Shawfall gets socked in the gob.
If somebody was trying to make a 40-second video of why you should be playing May, they should just record the last 40 seconds there from Yaki. He gets a headshot pickoff on the Shore with just one icicle, started off, then moves his way to the point. Just with his primary fire, he's able to get Nevix low enough and put in a position scary enough where Karib has to use Transcendence. And then at the end, he gets hit with a pulse bomb, just ice blocks, wears it off. It's so much that May can provide there. I mean, it is like it's crazy, right? So, but she's in the pool and they're putting good use of her. But I think, look, you have to tailor these power positions around May, right? You have to play a little bit slower. And we thought maybe she wouldn't see a lot of play because of the Reinhardt, but now you bring Arisa in play, and you can play a little bit slower, play a less mobile comp, really bunker around the objectives.
And look at the way Yaki's playing as well. There's a micro correction before each icicle comes out of the endothermic blaster, because there's a charge up time on each shot. He has just a small window to make a small correction to his aim. Okay, Beast. Nice seeing you. He just goes over the top and gets completely mowed over. I tell you what, he'd probably be having more fun making lightsaber noises in a spreadsheet right now. This guy is struggling to stay alive.
And there's not enough healing between the Zen and the Break, especially when he's in that position. He's not getting the healing from anybody.
Tactical visor. Oh, well, Karib, no way he was going to get out of that one. BQB now over the top here, has to force Kellex away, had the shield up. Yaki now starting to build up momentum. This is looking dangerous for the Toronto Defiant. Beast is frozen. Kellex tried to save him, tried to stab the May and stop the freeze, but there's no chance. It's like the second Ice Age. Agilities also mowed over, and the wall says no to Karib. The Florida Mayhem take the series to match point. A slow start, sure, glacial even, but the May wins out in the end.
And I think you're going to need to see some adjustments from the Toronto Defiant if they want to extend this series to a potential Game 5. Right now, the May putting in a lot of work, these static compositions, and their dive has not been able to break it.
Toronto need to answer back. They need to find an answer to what the Mayhem are throwing down. We'll see you in just a moment for map number 4.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
Nice little shot of the Capitol building, as of course DC is where it's at, for big old monuments. I had the chance to get out and have a look at some of mine myself, and that's very lovely out there. Big fan. Do you like big old buildings, Matt? How do you feel?
Yeah, I've been to DC a few times. The buildings aren't as big as New York. They're nice though.
Oh,
I'll give it some love.
It's my first time.
I like
it's my
DC.
first time in DC. I'm feeling it. It just feels imposing, you know, like it makes you think, man. I really
You walk
should know
around
what
and you just feel important
Yes.
here, right? like you know stuff's going on here, so you just walk around and you feel important.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. I can't argue with that for a second. Hey, Beast struggling a little bit, Matt, in that last map. He, on all sides, is having to deal with, I mean, May slows and stuns, Brigitte stuns. Everybody's in his face. He's getting halted by Fate. He's getting mowed down by BQB. What do you do as a Winston?
You could have just stopped at you could just stopped at that first hero you were describing, May. I mean, you could just stop there. I mean, it's the May has really been the difference. It provides so much of everything that it'll be really interesting to see if they try and run that Winston again. All signs lead you to, yes, they will run it again. And I think what Florida's doing is they're almost just like baiting them into this dive type of play style, where the only thing that we saw them really do work with was agilities on the car. You play just a ton of damage on the shields, just burst damage, and you try and break it that way.
Now, I have a question. We have seen Farah on defense before on maps like Eichenwald back in the day. Could they not have gone to something like that, Toronto, as when they defended on Blizzard?
There's so much high ground. Like the issue is like playing a Farah on, like, let's say defense on Blizzard World. Like as you're approaching point B, there's so much high ground for the defenders that like a 7, even like you don't have to go like Ashe, or you could go like a Hanzo. You can go 76. There's so much high ground that doesn't make the verticality of the Farah as scary as it is.
And you take more damage as Farah, right? Because you're closer range and there's less damage.
And then you put your Mercy in a tough position as well. Like you become way more vulnerable.
Well, Matt, bird's the word for agilities once more.
So what's interesting here is you don't really get a chance a lot in the Overwatch League to talk about some good old Torbjorn turret placement.
Oh, that's a shame.
Here they have it right around on the backside of the double door, and they don't even need to shield to block it because the door is. So it's able to get some free damage coming in.
Oh, no,
They've
it's
broken
up
the
on the
line of
seal.
sight on it now, yeah.
So it sits on the seal, which is, you know, Torbjorn had to do a little bit of a
look,
tricky
now
jump.
2 players are stuck in the choke. You have your Hanzo and your Ana stuck in the choke.
Agilities can't find a kill.
Yeah, but that's when like the Diva and other characters can just go in and pressure those players out. Now you know that Surefour is stuck in spawn, and you know that Kriv is as well.
I get that he wants to play the Sombra now. He can potentially just walk through the choke, but if you're Gargoyle and you know he's on Sombra, you are spraying everywhere to try and spy check, reveal that Sombra. Just a little bit of damage is enough to reveal Surefour's position, just like that.
And Surefour also getting through the choke ensures that Florida has to back up, and that now creates a sightline for their Ana to actually be able to heal.
Oh god, feels like a foregone conclusion. Yaki just drew out all of that defense matrix. Nevix had to leave Beast, who didn't try to jump away and didn't really get very far. Now, the Defiant are in complete disarray. They're split up, and Gargoyle took to the skies. He got rid of agilities.
Nevix has gone 2, and Torbjorn is probably going to be a little bit more effective here than he was on Blizzard World. A lot of different spots, like behind the door, and other little, like, kind of
and just ult the
windows
point, right?
that you can put the turret. That makes it very difficult. It gets down enough damage to just be annoying before you can deal with it.
And then, when the Defiant try to get to the point, you use Molten Core. Cover the point in the stuff. So Gargoyle, again, he'll be tasked. I mean, he's one of the only people that can really challenge him, is getting rid of agilities.
I think Divas in the Overwatch League over the last 2 years, though, that they become so good at dealing with Fars in the sky. It's not really difficult for the Divas to put enough pressure on Far to make a play. This will be a nano boost onto agilities, and
it
just
doesn't
when you
matter.
thought things couldn't get worse.
Gangnam Jin shuts him down. BQB, behave yourself. Put that hammer away. Blizzard now being used. So much zone control utility in these ultimates coming out from Florida. First is the Molten Core, man. Make the floor impassable. The Blizzard then gets thrown down, and this is starting to turn into a massacre.
Gangnam Jin with another sleep there, that time on a Beast. I mean, now you're kind of going all in right here if you're Toronto. EMP, Barrage, Self-Destruct, Primal Rage coming online. if you can't make it happen here, you may not make it happen at all.
1-3, Toronto Defiant, that's their record so far. Trying to keep another W in the column. Shawford, that's the EMP, connects on the BQB and Fate. They both get body grenade, and there's the barrage again. Gangnam Jin shuts Agility's down. Beast says to try and find something now with the Primal Rage, maybe force people away from the Supercharger, but all he's done is kind of bat Gargoyle around a little bit, and he looks completely unperturbed. Back to the drawing board again for Toronto.
And they don't connect on the EMP with Chris, so he's able to use Rally to keep some players topped up. As BQB moves away from the Torbjorn, he'll come back on 76.
It's just Beast, he was on his own. Maywall thrown up, but now the self-destruct finds very little. Fate just popped his shield in the way. Time for one from the Florida Mayhem now. Gargoyle sends it out and doesn't find anything either.
And Florida's okay with giving up a tick if they need to here. They've just gotten all of the ultimates out of Toronto, and Toronto's got no eliminations for it at all. So this is great news for Florida.
Agilities has to find an insta-kill. It's got to be here. They've lost Beast Halo. They're not going to have any shielding.
You have the Blizzard. You can't step on the floor. What do you do?
Nevic's defense matrix to try and shut down BQB's damage, but he's nano boosted and he's got plenty more where that came from. Agility's around the outside of the point, is being tended to by Kellex, but he can't touch. That is, as the kids say, one heck of an oof from the Defiant.
Toronto, 4 ultimates, 1 kill there. You get the Torbjorn.
But Toronto have 1 kill for the entire map.
Right, but Florida did a great job just playing around that, right? You know, so much sustain with having the Brig and the Ana and the May and the Orisa, and they're able to just back up into the corner. And the issue for Toronto is Toronto moves to the point, but they know that Florida's just buying time. They know at that point, Toronto, you have no ultimates available for yourself. The other team has a Blizzard. So you can't really sit and play on point and wait for the fight to come to the point because you know they're going to Blizzard. That's why you see like Agilities and some of the other players were trying to dive into that back room, because you'd rather force out a Blizzard there, maybe you trade like 1 for 1, even if you go down 2 for 1, at least you have a chance because they don't have Blizzard to isolate the point. They're not able to do that. Yaki can hold on to it, gets a good Maywall, puts the Blizzard down, everybody has to scatter, and you can't contest anymore.
By the way, March the 10th is Tuesday, coming up 7 p.m. Eastern Time. YouTube.com/Overwatch Contenders. Support your Tier 2 scene, ladies and gents. Fantastic talent and players on show, and it'll keep you satisfied in between Overwatch League weekends. Get there.
It'll be interesting what you see with ramifications of hero pools across
all
all of the leagues, the actual game and whatnot. So Toronto going to come out with Sombra Doom. It's a very, very aggressive sort of dive. And look, if you want to play this bunker type of composition and play really strong around the May, get the TP to the point, play right away.
Are they ready for this Symmetra? Does Toronto know what's about to descend upon them? Well, too late now. It's already happened. Big biotic grenade there from Kareev. Nicely predicted, but the Mayhem shrug it off. There's a shield on the high ground. BQB gets to play on the point. And with those shields in play, he's only going to charge up even more Agilities. We barely knew him. Completely disintegrated onto the point, and Gargoyle's already found himself too. And for the Toronto Defiant, the bell tolls. Kareev can't even get into the point. Florida Mayhem only need more than 1 tick. Just a little, and they'll get that easily enough. The Florida Mayhem, almost a foregone conclusion as they step forward onto the point in Toronto at the end of the day, Matt. When you struggle so much and you're attacking first, you need to be ready for anything.
I mean, that's a 3-1 win for Florida, but like that's like it feels like a 3-0, right? I mean, after like map 1, which goes down to the wire, I mean, the series is all Florida Mayhem at that moment in time. And I think it's also because like the composition that Florida wanted to run, playing a little bit more stationary, doesn't really favor you in a game type like Control, which we kicked the series off with. So as the series went on, I think it obviously started to play in Florida's favor in terms of what they wanted to run, what they felt comfortable running. They ended up taking the series in pretty commanding fashion.
Well, I think asymmetrical maps definitely seem to benefit that Orisa play just that little bit more. We're going to head now down to the stage with ZP for a Coca-Cola victory moment with BQB.
Congratulations, BQB, on your victory here today. I have to ask, Ash, Torb, Soldier 76, what's it like getting to play these heroes once again?
자, 이제 승리하신 거 축하드리고요. 이제 오늘 경기에서 애쉬, 솔저, 뭐 토르비온, 별 영웅이 다 나왔는데 좀 색다른 영웅을 해보게 돼서 소감이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
일단 색다른 조합을 하게 돼서 정말 재밌었고 이제 뭐 뱀픽 때문에 연습이 좀 힘든 것도 있는데 오히려 다른 영웅도 할 수 있어서 좋은 기회인 것 같아요.
It is fun playing different heroes. It is a little bit of a strain on practice because of the ban picks, but he thinks it's fun, basically.
So now that hero pools are in action and the Florida Mayhem have gotten a win as a result, is this a good omen for the rest of the season? Is Florida going to take advantage of this flexibility?
이제 밴픽이 슬슬 생기면서 이제 저희 플로리다한테는 이제 유익이 될 것 같은지 궁금하십니다.
네, 확실히 이 뱀픽 시스템을 통해서 저희가 더 성적을 낼 수 있고 더 잘할 수 있는 기회가 된 것 같아요.
I definitely think it's a good opportunity for us to produce even better results.
Well, thank you so much, BQB. It's a pleasure. Looking forward to seeing the rest of the season.
Thank you very much. ZP getting some insights there from BQB. And I mean, you kind of alluded to this, that now with hero pools and for select heroes being out of rotation each week and with how frequently this changes, teams have to be on high alert to adapt, adjust, and also formulate their own approaches. And I think we had two teams with two very different approaches, and I think it showed which one was the better.
Well, and I think it's going to be very interesting, like series to series, because some teams are more comfortable playing around a style like Florida did, and then some like Toronto, like we've seen in previous weeks, want to really play that type of dive. But if you don't have the versatility to do both, you could get up into series like this, where the map pool just heavily favors a certain type of composition, and then you find yourself in a lot of trouble. Look, I think hero pools is week 1. I don't think you can really kind of judge any team too hard with this. I think as time goes on, we'll get a good idea of who is able to weather like the storm and scary weeks and come up with interesting stuff. And I think you'll start to see the teams level off of who will be the best in this type of environment.
There's one thing that can't be argued, ladies and gentlemen. We have a shot of variety now into the Overwatch League. Here's your player of the match, and it has to be Yaki. Yeah, he's playing May, but I mean, he's doing it better than the rest right now, Matt. I mean, the Blizzard timing is always incredibly good. Some of these right clicks have been they have been nauseatingly accurate.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's difficult to play Tracer against May. You walk forward, you get an icicle on your chest, and you're dead. And I mean, you see how just very impressive, right? Just being able to freeze people, being able to self-heal, block off line of sight, separate the opponent. Just a lot that May is able to do, just like area denial with the ultimate, even if you don't pick up eliminations to get players off of the point. The weapon is, no fall-off damage, right? So great against like characters like Pharah. Like, I mean, we could go on and on, right? But Yaki played the hero at an extremely high level today, just like we saw him do in week number 1.
So we noticed a lot of DPS, final blows per 10 minutes. If we see more than 10, that's usually very notable. For May, it's often different because she's setting up a lot of those kills. So 17 eliminations per 10 minutes is incredibly high amount, especially to be achieving as part of a utility core that can also do damage with those right clicks.
Yes, I think after what we saw Florida do today, I think a lot of teams will probably look at that and say, hey, we need to incorporate a little bit of a slower style into our games, or on the flip side of it, maybe we need to incorporate some more Pharah Hanzo, where you're able to burn down some of the shields, put
play
some pressure
outside
on
of that range a little bit more.
Play a little bit further away. Don't really focus on the point, the objective. Focus on just area burst damage.
The fun's just getting started here, Washington D.C, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next, the Paris Eternal take on the Houston Outlaws. This one is going to be interesting. We've had a couple, leaks drop from coaches about what we should expect in this match, but at this point, it's all up for grabs. So stick around, and we'll see you with that match right after this.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
free now.
Welcome back to the desk here in Los Angeles. This is Watchpoint Reset, the only place to get all your Overwatch League updates. I'm Zoe Schwind, and joining me once again here at the desk is Sideshow as well as Costa. We kind of ditched Reinforce.
Yeah, we got rid of him. He had nothing useful to say anyway. So.
There was only one Swedish player playing in this match, so we thought, you know, it's not enough Swedish players to bring him in.
And no Reinhardt.
Yeah.
And he's the Reinhardt
specialist.
What's the
point?
Yeah, we're bringing him back in next week for more of that Reinhardt talking points. But for now, let's discuss the match we just saw. This was the first one with the hero pools in place. Did everything go as expected? We did see, I guess, like a few outliers, such as we saw a Sigma here, Torbjorn there, some Ashe as well for a short period of time. Yeah, apparently she's been implemented in the game way back. But, yeah, so we got a glimpse at the teams and their strats going into this. Anything which really, you know, like surprised you there?
I mean, I think it was just a good match to be able to have a feel for what their hero pools is going to mean this week. You have one team that's able to play a bit of dive, and they looked a little sloppy. They weren't that practiced with it. And then you have another team that's playing the bunker composition, which is a bit easier to execute, and they were just able to survive.
And I think that's a good point. Like with hero pools, I think you're going to see teams just playing what stylistically works for them. If you look at the Toronto lineup, they are more comfortable on the monkey, on the dive type characters. So I think you saw that. The interesting thing for me is that how much Brig we saw played in this match. So Brigitte is a character that we've seen very like niche, except for in GOATs, unfortunately. So, but because of, you know, more Winston, more Tracer, more Soldier, I think you're seeing the armor get more effectiveness, and you'll see a lot more of her throughout the weekend.
Yeah, those armor packs are really good as well. You just give them to one of the flankers, and they are essentially invulnerable.
Yeah.
I'm kind of liking the way that this is playing out, though, because if you are a team that is able to play the bunker style and you don't have all of the dive heroes, it seems like you'll be able to get away with playing that. But if you're a team that's very good at dive, you should be able to break it as well. None of the teams are particularly practiced with either. They haven't had weeks and weeks to be able to hone it. So it's not like one is definitely going to be better than the other. Yeah. It should come down to the team skill and how much the individuals are able to play it, which is a good place for the game, I think. Like, you should be able to play a bunch of different
Playing
stuff.
multiple heroes would be ridiculous, Josh. Not in Overwatch.
That's weird, even though that's what the game is all about. But if we're looking at the Mayhem there, BQB rocking up on 5 different heroes. Yes, Sombra was more used as a scout, but still, like, he shows a lot of flexibility. Who else really stepped it up, you feel, from the Mayhem? Still impressed with their tank line? Like, where would you rate them?
I think they just all played really solid. I think across the board, I was really impressed. You have Fate playing the Orisa. That's obviously the role that he's playing within this roster. And you saw their backline do really well. They have Chris on Brig, which is one of his more comfortable characters compared to Lucio. So I think this Florida team is really solid, but I kind of want to see how they go against a team that has a really coordinated dive, because we didn't see that from Toronto today.
Yeah, this is just the downfall of the Defiant, honestly. The disappointment and downfall of the Defiant. I'm really not on board with them. I am very disappointed, because when they came into the league, they beat the Paris Eternal. They go close against the Philadelphia Fusion. And since then, it's just been just a spiral downwards, culminating in losses to the Outlaws and now the Mayhem. So this is a team that really needs to rethink about how they're approaching things.
Well, since you are disappointed right now, I think I have a pick-me-up for you.
Oh, thank you.
Or maybe not, I don't know. That's really up to the teams, because next up, we do have our second match of the day. It's a 3-1 Paris Eternal taking on the Houston Outlaws, who are riding a high after their first victory of this season in front of their home crowd, nonetheless. So that must have felt pretty good for them. But let's take a look at the starting lineup for Eternal first. Yeah, so hero pools, let's keep that in mind. We have Ben Best, usually more on the Reinhardt role. Exi still in.
Really?
Really? Okay. Okay. I was expecting to see some changes coming up from this roster. You know, especially with the dive. I thought this team would move more towards dive, so we'd see, you know, Soon come in.
I think
on the
Soon
Tracer.
will be played.
You think
in this match? I think Soon will be.
He will come in at some point, but this, to me, leans they're going to play more bunker, and they're going to play more towards the style that we saw Florida Mayhem play last match compared to the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, Ben Best, I think in particular, is somebody to keep an eye on because this has not been a player. Oh my goodness!
Oh
sorry.
my God!
I completely forgot what I was going to say. What? Who? What was I talking about? What was I talking about? Yeah. Ben Best has been playing a lot of the Reinhardt, right? It's the hero that he's known for. But when it comes to the Winston, when they're trying to play the dive, he's never been historically great on that hero. But Paris, just overall, their players seem to have got a little bit better. A lot of these players, I think, have benefited from the coaching staff.
Yeah.
It's a very, very good coaching staff on the Paris Eternal.
It's been very well-rounded, and you've seen it because, as you said, there's been a lot of players that had a lot of question marks from their previous performances in the seasons. Nico, Ben Best, but they've come in this season and been incredibly solid, and you have to attribute that to the coaching staff. So I'm really interested to see what Paris pulls up because, you know, they have been incredibly good this season, and are they going to... Do you think they're going to play the bunker style, or do you think they're going to tend towards the dive?
I want to see Soon on Tracer, right?
Yeah.
This is who they've got in their back pocket. XC, sure, he's your flick kind of hit scan. Plays the McCree, he plays a little bit of Sombra as well, actually. But when it comes to Tracer, you want to be getting Soon out there. He's your guy on the bench that can come in, and he's had so much experience with the dive kind of style in the past. And he should be a bit of a foundation for this team as well that they can play around. He knows how these kind of comps are supposed to be executed. And you see him even playing a little bit previously when they were last year up against the... Ooh, was that you just dying to a
That
pulse
might have been me.
Oh, that's nasty.
That couldn't have been me. That couldn't have been me.
That was a different Custer. Different Custer from last year. You would never run into
the
a
Mercy
pulse
one-trick Custer. That's not me. That's not me. Me on Lucio, that couldn't be me.
Don't you love walking down memory lane? It's
Yeah.
a great experience for everyone involved. Now, so soon, maybe someone who will be fielded XC in for that first match, which might surprise a few people. However, we did see XC also excel on heroes such as Hanzo, which could happen here as well.
Yeah.
But let's first take a look at their opponents, Houston Outlaws, and of course their starting six. Let's see who's in today. Rappel over Raucus. Costa, where we at?
They're switching between weeks now, and not between maps. So we're changing it. Maybe they've decided that in this, hero pools, they do want to play Rappel. We saw some Zen come out from a couple of the teams as well, so maybe they want Rappel in for that. The more interesting thing, Blase and Dante. That's kind of interesting. Are they going to play the Doomfist Sombra like we saw from them last week? This is the combo that they had, but we could also see maybe something like Tracer. Does Blase have a Sombra in his pocket?
I think Blase's probably got a Soldier 76. I think
that's
everybody and their nans can play Soldier 76. If you're going to play Overwatch as your first hero, try Soldier 76 because it's pretty simple.
Yeah.
So I think Blase should be fine on that. Yeah, it's not going to allow him to excel like they did against the Toronto Defiant, but honestly, Houston, they are still 1-5. Like, well done, guys. You got the win in front of the hometown crowd, but you still got a long way to go. And up against the Paris Eternal, I think this is, as long as Houston are at their absolute peak and they can get value out of Blase and Dante, they've got a chance in this match. Yeah. But it's still only a chance. The Paris Eternal is still.
But you kind of, honestly though, you're kind of backpedaling here though, because quite frankly, during the pre-show, you did say like, it's a 40% chance.
That is a chance.
Yeah, but the 40% is quite a high chance.
You're giving the fans hopes and dreams, okay? They're 1-5. The last thing they need is more hopes and dreams.
I am not giving the fans hopes and dreams. Dream himself gave the fans hopes and dreams. He gave them something you could go to a bank with. The Houston Outlaws fans, I've seen them run into the bank trying to cash in this guaranteed win that Dream peddled them earlier.
Yeah, he might have misled everyone.
But who's trusting that he says that they have 6 better players than the Paris Eternal? Ridiculous.
We will see.
No.
Well, we will see indeed, because the match is about to start. Thank you guys so much. This is it from our, what's this called? Watch point test. And we're now heading back to the Anthem to Washington, D.C. for our next match of the day.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
A new era of Overwatch continues now in the nation's capital. That's right, it is the first week of hero pool play, and already we have seen some exciting changes as a result. Many heroes that we haven't seen be played in quite a while, now in action here today. I'm ZP here with Jake, and I gotta say, it's been exciting.
Yeah, we had a great series to start the day, and I think we've got another really interesting one coming up. Both of these teams set to adapt potentially very well to the hero pool meta. I think, especially for Houston, this could really price their stocks up. They look at their strongest playing these dive-focused compositions. Give Dante the Tracer, give him the Sombra, and Blase so flexible across so many different heroes. This could be a real team that sees a turnaround based on hero pools, especially with what we have this first week.
Well, of course, let's take a look at Houston and what they have coming up here, but it's going to be interesting to see exactly how they go about it, because as you mentioned, it has been a little bit tough for them. McCree hasn't been their bright spot. They brought in Linkser. Blase, though, this is his week where things could go very well as they look to turn things around against the Paris Eternal.
What I will say is we're going to have to test Blase's flexibility this week, because I think Doom, if you're in a dive mirror situation or playing against an Orisa, a Brig, these are heroes that are actually really dominant against Doom. So this is, Doom's a hero you want to play against the Anas, against the Lucios, those potentially softer targets. So I think with the meta shifting a bit in the support line, we could see Blase push to different dive heroes, but we know he is competent in those areas as well.
Of course, the road ahead for Houston going to be pretty difficult. Toronto, they might have been on a downturn, but Paris, they have been on an upturn, and you have to look to the new squad that's leading them on in. That's right, it's the rookies. We don't speak French well enough to read that out.
I don't even want to try it, but certainly the rookies have been real bright spots for this team. All three of these players, XC on the McCree meta, we saw so much. He was looking like one of the best McCrees in the league, frankly, in this last meta. FD got on the Lucio, just taking this hero to another level. We've seen a lot of Lucios with great tactical play, great decision-making for their team, but there's very few that have been able to make this level of aggression work out like FD got.
XC, of course, being a hit scan hero, but you have to wonder how that's going to pan out here today, given that the two heroes we saw XC on most, they are not in the pool this week. So Paris, they've had a big upswing. XC's been a part of it, but we're going to have to see different flexibility coming out from him here today.
Yeah, these are some pretty disgusting stats from the rookie himself. Trying to make a name for himself this season, and so far it's working out well. But as you said, we've got superstars like Soon that have been so far on the bench, so far not able to show their stuff. And with Tracer and Sombra potentially being priced up significantly this weekend, seeing more playtime, I think it's very possible that we can see a player like Soon back in the meta.
Well, of course, let's answer that question. Let's give it up for the Paris Eternal.
I certainly am excited to see what Soon can do, especially on the control map. I think he's one of those players who can really make the difference. We saw Custa on the desk telling him, how annoying he is to play against, and that's high praise for a Tracer player. That's the #1 impact you can have on the game, constantly distracting, constantly hunting those backliners, not letting them play the game that they want to play. That's how Dive succeeds.
And of course, Soon, one of the most veteran players in that Tracer role, and it's going to be exciting. A little bit of a dash of nostalgia, but a player that's very proven at that position. And again, for Paris, it's going to be interesting to see just how they adapt here, given that so much of their play so far has relied on XC being a superstar in heroes like McCree.
What really excites me about hero pools is that we really get to see the personality of these teams and the preferences of the players come out in force. We've seen not too much Lucio in that last series, really not finding too much playtime in favor of the Brig, just dominating in those dive mirror matchups. Or whether dive is your team or the other team, Brig just becomes this really dominant hero who can have a high impact. Those clutch armor packs can really turn things around for your teammates. But FD God, he's been so great on the Lucio, so is it worth putting him on the Brig? Do you leave him in his comfort zone, even if that's potentially not what other teams have succeeded with?
I think right now, if you have a player like FD God on your team, you do say, hey, this might be more of a meta. We don't really know what the meta is. No one does. Things have been rotating around. Maybe you do keep him on the Lucio to back up Soon. But of course, let's take a look at the opposition. That's right. It's the Houston Outlaws.
Houston, of course, fresh off their first win of the season so far, and they looked really clean doing it. It feels like this team has been building momentum, has been adjusting their roster, finalizing these coaching decisions, and kind of fighting their footing. It took them a little bit to get started, but you look at this lineup, you see the potential in these players. There really are so many dominant, strong players for this meta, and as well, Rappel coming in for that flex support role. Interesting, maybe they prefer him in those dive compositions.
It'll be interesting to see. Rappel also, of course, coming in for Raucus, where you can look back to week 1, there was a little bit of weirdness with Houston in the early parts where they went, we're going to be putting in Rappel. Now we're going to be putting in Raucus. Rappel, Raucus, and Custa, his brain nearly exploded at all that, but Now they've switched things up, and as we talked a little bit in the green room before coming out here, I do think we'll probably be seeing Blase and Dante all day long. Just makes too much sense.
You know, Linkzr's two best heroes did get banned out this weekend. I think he's pretty undeniably known for his McCree, for his Widowmaker. So it's a pretty unlucky week for hero pools for him, but that just means, you know, in those next week of matches, he's guaranteed to be able to play those most strong heroes. So I'm excited to see this new look for Houston, and I actually like the choice to bring in Repel here. I hope this doesn't spell return of that swapping back and forth. I do think that just puts neither player in a position to succeed, neither player in a position to build comfort, build momentum, which is so important on that flex support role. So I think this is potentially going to be good. I just want to see them leave Repel in. I do feel like Raucus is at his strongest in a more stable defensive composition, something playing around a Reinhardt staying as a core.
And of course our map pool here, it is 1st to 3. The asterisk, you see, Horizon Nepal only being played if necessary. But of course we are heading on out. It's going to be Oasis to kick things off here today. And we'll see if this new look hero pool is better for Paris or better for Houston.
You know, I think we could see some very different compositions come out on a map like Oasis, a map that we've seen historically some very strange things. Even Roadhog Diva, even though Muma's teasing it right now, I'm not convinced yet, but we have seen this composition actually been played in a dominant fashion back in the day on City Center when the meta gets a little bit weird. Sometimes you can pull this out, but it looks like so far just going to be a classic Winston Diva dive composition.
We didn't talk about it a whole lot, but I also think the fact that Ryan is out of the pool is very good for Muma. He's always been, in my mind, a better Winston than a Reinhardt.
The Zarya Orisa comp coming out for Paris, this is very strange. Going to be relying on bubbling soon on the Reaper, but so much mobility coming to bear for the Houston Outlaws. It's going to be hard for Paris Eternal to keep up, even with that Lucio.
Big question is, are you going to be able to contain Blase? Blase, who is such an impact player for the Outlaws last weekend. Now the Outlaws right now looking for the dive in. Blase already strikes, finds Nico immediately, and Jacob might be more of the same.
In and out, Blase restoring his cooldowns, trying to stay alive, but Paris, they're all caught in the corner. This is not where you want to be against a dive. You're giving up all map position, and Outlaws, they're taking brutal advantage of it.
Blase has everything to hit and more, moves on in, strikes the Orisa, mid-fortify. Doesn't do quite too much, but the rest of the damage is there, and here comes Dante, room to work with.
This is just not a position you can successfully play for the Paris Eternal. Maybe you can bring the May in and try and freeze people, but look at this map. I mean, Houston, they're sitting on the high ground right above your head. They're surrounding you 180 degrees. You're just being flanked from all sides, and you don't even have a Diva to contest it. So at least Hanbin, one bright spot for Paris, he's able to charge up that grab, first ult on his team. So he's getting a lot out of that fight, but unfortunately no one else is. And Houston's closing in on 6 ults. The only thing they're really far away from is those Meteor Strike and Self-Destruct.
Goes for the early Graviton onto the high ground, looking for it. Pulse Bomb out from Dante in response. Mortality field down, and the Outlaws, they lose Repel. See if they're able to stand the fight. Muma gonna use Primal Rage, buy a little bit of extra time. Paris looking poked down as Blase gets to the back again.
It takes a whole grab just to take out the Ana, and at the end of the day, you're just not getting enough out of that ultimate. Jexa with the rally, able to survive, and soon a long delay here. Houston in total control of this match.
A lot of ground and pound coming out from the Outlaws. Emphasis on the pound. And now Outlaws in a very good spot here, Jake. Paris, they're going for a swap.
Forced to reset almost all their ultimates, but Houston did pay a lot to win that fight. This could be a moment for Paris to get the flip. They do have that sound barrier. Could be forced by Meko's self-destruct, but then that should give an opening for Nico to find a potential Blizzard.
Nico moving in. The Outlaws, meanwhile, playing on the outskirts. Not going to get an easy engage target thus far. Early wall for Nico. The Outlaws still pressuring. But they don't have to make a huge move here, Jake. They can wait, but as they say that, Meko has to burn the self-destruct, trying to stay alive. Still gets chased down. Now Paris, a much better engagement. They're going to wipe out the Outlaws.
That should be exactly the flip that Paris are looking for. Muma striking back, keeping this interesting, but Houston are going to be securing nearly 99% control. If Muma can escape with his life, this will be a very quick reset for the Outlaws. So Paris, they want to chase forward. They want to get some of these cleanup kills. Could be a little bit risky, though, as Soon does fall.
How in the world did Muma get Soon there? Soon was back over. Muma running for his life, and just his emergency jump just landed on Soon by some happenstance.
That's going to stymie any early aggression from Paris. This will get Houston to the point, but they're going to need to win a fight, although this nano boost onto Muma, he's at 75% Primal Rage, almost guaranteed to finish charging that ultimate with the help of his Ana.
The Outlaws are in a really, really good spot right now. Repel going to be nanoing Muma, as you say, and Hip immediately taken down. A decisive dive coming out for the Outlaws, and that should put this round away.
Dante just looking fierce there. So many headshots coming out from him, farming those kills with the assist from Muma. And now Muma with the Primal, just adding insult to injury, diving into the back line. And this round looks so simple for the Outlaws, although Blase just dropped.
Paris right now trying to delay it out, doing a little bit more delay than expected. Still in and around. Soon back to that point, takes down Jexa, and suddenly in Paris, they're starting to bring this one back. The Outlaws might have left their foot off the gas just a little bit. That is amazing.
That stick from Soon is a total game changer. If both supports are alive, they're going to be able to sustain themselves through everything Paris has, but being able to pick off that Ana really takes the legs out from under the Houston Outlaws, although 99% is secured and only the Nano boost ready for Paris, and they don't even have a Winston to combo with it. Probably will be Soon taking the Nano. That could be a struggle against an Ana Brig.
The Outlaws have a good fight ahead of them. See if Paris can find a way around. Early sleep on the Hanbin. Bendas, though, gets on the repel. Keeps the back line. Dante looking to respond, throws out the pulse, does not stick. Paris sustaining here so far. Nano onto Hanbin. Plenty of room to work with, and the Outlaws let this one get away.
FD God, though, pays with a sound barrier to secure that fight, and now Jex's rally is going to be functionally uncontested. Soon has a pulse bomb, but that might be the only hope of Paris Eternal to shut down the rally. Of course, rally in the dive mirror, perhaps the strongest ult in the game. Armor is just a brutal thing to be having in the dive mirror. It really keeps your whole team alive, allows you to swarm up.
Final fight on the way. Paris nearly bringing this back in full. Blase no longer on the Doom. Off to the Sombra. Early Bionate forces out the rally from Jexa. Paris looking to move in. Soon though, the bounce bomb, eat it. That was able to deal with the repel back the other side, and the Paris dive dealt with and then some. The Outlaws moving back on over. Movement taken down. We'll see if Paris can have a miracle come back once more.
It's definitely going to take a miracle here. Meko farming damage on the point, does have that self-destruct, although Blase is slept with a full armor stack, so it should be pretty difficult to burst him down. Fight is still going on here, though.
Empty God back into it. Dealt with Meko. Didn't let Meko get back into mech. Dante dancing around. Paris still down in numbers. Dante moving forward, looking for the ham and finishes it off. And right now the Outlaws looking to be surgical. Not let Paris get back into the fight once more. I think to get the point, and that's going to be the round.
Oh, and the impact of Jex's rally there couldn't be more significant. The biotic grenade comes in, hits both supports. In any other situation, that should lead to a double kill on the dive. It was exactly what Hip needed to do. But of course, the rally, you don't care about that biotic grenade. He keeps his fellow support alive. They outlast, and they're able to win the team fight.
Also going into that, Meko was able to move in, eat the pulse bomb that could have done a lot of damage, could have given Paris an easy fight win. And even still, you think about how Paris brought that back. They brought back a fight where I think they were down 2, if not 3, from an early engage, and the Outlaws kind of let themselves get picked off one by one, and Paris very nearly brought that one back.
Yeah, that round definitely should have been even more dominant for the Outlaws, especially after that almost free mid-fight. Houston just dominating off the back of an early sleep from Repel. So Houston, though, going to be bringing a slightly different look here with the Zen, adding a little bit more range damage, but against the Tracer Sombra, this could end up being a liability.
Also, Blase not going to be on the Doom to start things out. Instead, that's right, it's legs. 76 in play. You see Blase on the top right now, where a Soldier usually likes to be.
Paris should be forced into the aggressive position. Of course, Soldier going to output more damage over time than this Sombra, but Meko caught with the Discord, putting pressured heavily on point.
Soldier right now still using the high ground, not under a whole lot of pressure. Plenty of sight lines to work with, dancing back and forth. Moving though, falling early makes this a little bit more difficult. Hanbin over the top, in danger, poked on down. That's it, take down Hanbin. The Outlaws still maintaining on the point, even though a little bit down in numbers and definitely getting pressured.
If one of these support ults comes online early, FD got the 1 HP. Dante finishes the kill, though it's traded quickly.
Both teams trading on out. Blase back to the fight. Attack visors up, he's gonna go for it. Muma got to the back, takes down 2. Soon tries equalize, not enough. Caught by Blase. And the Outlaws gonna be swapping this back around.
Great patience from Houston. Even though Muma falls early, they're able to stabilize in that hallway, outlast, and the Dante clutch pickoff onto FD God, shutting down that backline, denying the heals for Paris. Although Nico does have that EMP to rely on, and Repel not quite available with the Transcendence. He could be an easy target for the EMP if he can't finish his trance in time.
Muma's going off on a long flank right now. You take a look, he's way behind, looking for the Zen. He's super far from his team. Paris, meanwhile, they're just diving on the front. Nico drops EMP, deals with Repel, and all the while, where is Muma? Muma's just in a different corner of the map, and Paris takes well advantage.
The Sombra just scouts everything and gets so much value now. Houston really just in a position to delay, but Meko somehow finds Hip in the midst of this fight. Hip elected to conservatively hold his Transcendence, just rely on FD God's rally. Meko also getting the self-destruct, trying desperately to keep this delay going, but a little bit too little too late there as everyone falling for the Outlaws.
I think the Outlaws, I'm not entirely sure. You saw Muma going off around there and Paris just went in. Was he just trying to catch the supports from behind?
I think he's trying to somehow start the fight earlier, but maybe caught off by Paris taking a different path to point than he expected.
So, even so far here on round 2, 46-39. Gonna have an early rally here from the Outlaws. They look to move on in. Meanwhile, soon, pulse bomb out early, gets the stick on Blase. Takes him out. And now Paris can play a little bit further back. The range threat no longer there. And with movement out of the fight, the Outlaws, they need to retreat.
They're trying their best to escape, but Paris doing the right thing here, diving in, cleaning up all these kills. They have a huge player out, and they make use of it. So far, the Sombra just turning up a lot more than the Soldier 76 in the long fight. The threat of that hack really puts so much pressure onto Muma and Meko. If they get caught off with just one hack, that's going to spell their death and give Paris the advantage they need to take point. And Jexa commits the rally there, doesn't get the point flip out of it. Means Paris is in a very strong position to take this round, but not with an opening pick like that.
Soon peeks the corner, gets caught by Repel. Now the Outlaws moving on in, 6-on-5. Paris trying to buy a little bit of time for Tracer to get back to the battle. The Outlaws taking a lot of positions up, but the EMP off the other way. They counter-engage down players and make that one work. Now the Outlaws in real danger here. 98%, can they stall for long? I don't think so.
The reaction time from Repel just not quick enough. He did have that Transcendence available, so Nico takes the risk and it pays off big time. Paris takes map 2 and looked very dominant from starting off on the dive composition. I think this, just playing to their strengths. Look at that last map. So much was lost running that wonky Orisa Zarya comp. It really didn't work out for them at all, and it really put them so far behind. And when they go mirror dive, it looked just so much more dominant for Paris.
Well, the other thing I'd bring up too is that Paris ran something that I think played way more to their strengths, particularly with Soon on the Tracer. But you look on the other side for the Outlaws, I'm not convinced that 76 is necessarily a strong point for Blase, where he can play to a degree, but you compare it to his performance on the Doom, it's a pretty stark difference.
I mean, to be honest, I think this is less on Blase's skill on the hero, and for me, it's more on the hero choice itself. Although, as we go to a much longer range map, there's less cubbies for Sombra to hide in and threaten hacks from less relevant megas on the map to hack. So this should be a little bit better for Blase on the Soldier as Houston takes the long road, electing to not fight on the jump pad. I think this is a correct decision against a Sombra Tracer that, has that increased mobility on you.
Well, until EMP comes into the fray, the Outlaws will definitely be working with the poke advantage. See if they'll be able to translate that into an early fight win. Soon, under a bit of pressure, going to the back. The isolation on the Muma already hacked, in a bit of danger. Getting very, very low early on. Paraso taking poke the other way. Soon, nice recall, saves him in the nick of time. Soon though, still a bit of danger. The Outlaws falling back. Both teams are now just feeling each other out as Hip getting very, very low. Benbez, same boat. Benbez gonna fall. Dante starting to open things up.
It's the early pressure from Dante, sets Hip to 1 HP, forces him essentially out of the fight, and when FD God is low as well, even though Dante doesn't get those opening picks, it's actually the damage that makes all the difference there, keeping the supports out of the fight for Paris and Turtle. If the Zen and the Brig can't come in, they can't support, they might as well be dead. So props to Dante, punishing Soon's recall and finding the big value of that fight.
Tracer v Tracer, you love to see it. It's been a while. Now the Outlaws in a good spot, but Muma gets hacked. Muma in real danger, cannot get away. Eco, a big punish, opens the way for Paris.
Dante desperate to equalize with this pulse bomb, but no obvious targets present themselves. He does spot supports. I'd expect him to see to make a move here. Ooh, so close.
Dante looks for pulse, cannot find the stick. Now on the hunt for Nico, still the other way. Blase, Tac Visor, over. Looking for anything, Tac Visor about to go away, but not before Benbez. Caught on the other side, the pressure from the Outlaws is enough, they're gonna maintain control.
What a sick move from Blase and Meko. Even though Blase's not getting a ton of damage with that Tac Visor, he and Meko are able to charge into the side, keep control of point, and that was incredibly close. If Houston Outlaws had lost the flip there, it would have cost them a lot of objective pressure.
If you're the Outlaws right now, how do you play around the CMP?
This is on Repel, 100%. He needs to hit the trance reaction on the EMP. Nico took the risk last time, caught Repel with his pants down, frankly, just not trancing in time. Repel, he has to react better this time.
That's what you should be looking at here. Look at the top of your screen. Repel on the right, Nico on the left. We'll see if Repel can get away from it. Muma off the Primal! Takes the crime of opportunity, gets Hip out of the fight.
Muma trying to escape the hack, though, is going to turn the frag back in the favor of Paris Eternal.
5-on-5. EMP versus Transcendence game, still a thing. It's the Outlaws trying to buy time, playing around. Muma the swap to the ham and the hack onto Meko. Repel still hang on to the Transcendence, and no, uses it early. Nico still the EMP, Jexe out of the fight. Now Paris in a winning position. EMP is yet to be invested here, Jake, and they're gonna win without it.
This is just a disaster for the Houston Outlaws. Everything going wrong there. Meko hacked. Repel tries to commit the trance to keep him in mech. Although Houston strikes back with a couple frags. Somehow Muma and Dante trying to deliver some heroics, but Muma's just going to die late here and stagger the Houston Outlaws. Although they do get 99% control. Paris, they have so many ults. If they play this just perfect, they should be able to have some good fight wins here, essentially for free off their ult bank. Although I love this from our pal. Switches over to the Ana. Does not want to be a zero trans Zen against the EMP. He knows he's just a sitting duck in that condition. The Ana has a lot of potential to drop the Bionade or potentially a huge play with a Sleep Dart.
First thing to look at here has to be Nico on the setup. The EMP ready. Paris. It's not just about winning this fight, it's about setting up to win the next. How clean can they make it? Nico moving in, EMP set up, hits 4. The rest of Paris diving in. The rally from Jexay though, keeping the Outlaws nice and healthy. The EMP is over. The Outlaws still alive. Blase can get away, they can reset, they can come back in. All the heals on Blase. Meko, the bomb the other way. Looking for it. Paris able to dodge. Now you have the self-destruct in from Hanbin. Jexay finds Hip and the Outlaws. This is a brilliant rotation so far, Jake.
Houston just constantly kiting throughout this fight. They lose nobody. That's 4 ults for the Paris Eternal. They get absolutely nothing out of it now. Houston setting up to close out this match, setting up to close out the map as well.
What a nice rotation from the Outlaws. They get the reflip, and now Paris backs against the wall. Overtime ticking down. Can they find the stall? They're losing players one by one. Just Nico moving on to buy a little bit of time. Paris desperately trying to hang on. FD God nowhere to go, taken on down. And Dante right now on cleanup duty. The Outlaws take map 1.
I just love watching Dante on the Tracer. He's so dangerous on that hero. Outlaws feeling confident. You know, I said right there, that's a total cast of Paris. I said Paris, they've got this first fight locked up. Huge ult bag, 4 ults to make it work. But Outlaws, they just beautifully dance around them all. They're the ones getting the picks despite the ultimate disadvantage. Just outplayed there in that final fight.
It was really, really nice to see, and just smart, coordinated play coming out from the Outlaws. Is this a new era for Houston, or will Paris strike them down? Find out after the break.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Blase on the Doomfist. This is very unexpected.
If you're going to be running Blase, let him run a hero that he's truly great at. Do not force the McCree. It's Blase keeping the Outlaws in the game. And Blase again, the one setting the tone for the Outlaws now.
Perfect plays from Blase using Doomfist to perfection, and that's going to enable Outlaws to secure this hold.
Blase back into the fray. Can this man do it one more time?
Blase's Doomfist, just an absolute monster here on Temple of Anubis.
Blase does it again. You know, it's a fun reminder. Duke got nerfed. Tell Blase that.
Blase looking like an absolute beast on that Doomfist. Blase, what an absolute hero for the Outlaws in their darkest hour.
Blase plays Doom so much better than he plays McCree. If you go to McCree area, I still want this to play Doom.
This is how you use substitutions in the Overwatch League. You bring in specific players, play their best heroes.
Blase, this is what he was brought in for. Another punch, another kill.
Defiant just simply can't deal with Blase.
And they climb forward into victory.
The losing streak is over.
It's been a renewed Houston Outlaws since Blase came in on the Doomfist, but you got to give a lot of credit to his partner in crime, Dante, definitely showing up big.
Yeah, these players just huge difference makers for their team. It's just so great to see Dante back on the Tracer. Really, I think his all-time best hero. He's known as the Sombra player, but I think the Tracer is where he's really able to shine, be that primary DPS. You know, I think Sombra, a little bit more of a supporting role, hacking the enemy team, farming those ults up. Tracer, it's about the frags, it's about the damage. And Dante just gave so much for the Houston Outlaws that map. I talked about that one fight where, you know, on mid, it looked really close, both teams striking each other very, very aggressively, trying to get control, but it's Dante setting both supports to low HP, keeping them all the way out of the fight, and the Zen had to wait for his shields to regen. He couldn't regroup with his Brig, he was too low to even risk that, and that just gives Houston Outlaws all the space in the world, and they clean up everyone else from the Paris Eternal.
Definitely one of the insidious threats that comes up when you're running things like double hit scan with Tracer and 76 is that you gotta be looking at the health bars at all times. It's sort of your secret info on when a team is about to fall, because you'll see teams go back and forth, then suddenly go, oh, they're low, we are going to go in. And speaking of going in, Havana, the next map we are heading off to here today. That's right, it's Escort, second in the rotation. We'll see what both teams have in store, but it's going to be a new Havana because this is a map that normally is very Widow dominated, but Widow is not walking through that door here today.
I'm actually really excited to see maps like Havana, like Junkertown, that have been just completely dominated by Widow, as you said, since they came out. I mean, the sidelines are just ridiculously long. At the Overwatch League level of play, there's simply no heroes in the game that can challenge Widow at that sideline, on third point, on first point. It's really brutal if you're not ready to take the duel. We saw in the last meta so many teams starting on McCree and then just completely falling when the Widow pecks away at them from range. So getting Widow out of the pool will, I think, show a new side of maps like Havana.
Also, not to be underestimated, is that Reinhardt not around, so teams more willing to run things that are divey. It's why you're seeing the Outlaws decide to put Muma onto the Winston, one of his best heroes. Meanwhile, Paris deciding to go with the Orisa. What's the difference between the two?
Well, the Orisa Sigma is really going to be in a defensive position here, trying to survive and get pickoffs with that Halt Rock combo, where Outlaws, they're going to be flanking, surrounding enemy team, trying to poke down their shields and potentially pick off a backliner. Soon on this Reaper, I think, is going to quite struggle. He's pretty much here to defend, although now a TP flank coming in could open something up.
Nope,
immediately
not
crushed.
at all. That's going to 6 seconds, by the way, potentially, right now, change-wise. So, good news for Soldier fans, even better news for Blase, and a very tough opening for Sue.
Yeah, and you know, Paris just in the corner, not really able to charge up any ultimate. Shows how hard it is to play without that diva. Soon TP's in. Normally you would have a diva behind you, matrixing you, but he doesn't have the support in that instance, and he just gets cut down by the rocket.
So, Blase, good opening here for the Outlaws. They're holding on back. So even though they have Muma on the dive, they're giving Paris a good amount of room right now as Dante now on the outskirts. 99%, the pulse bomb up, stuck directly in, takes down the Orisa. Nice stuff from Dante.
The Outlaws look so sharp on this dive. Everyone poking from all sides, but no one overcommitting. Neko, though, gets caught, gets frozen. Gonna be demac'd, although he might have an opportunity to remec because Paris, they're not able to push out of this corner. Now Muma's diving in an early primal.
Goes for the primal. This is not where you want to be against Winston, though they do put a lot of damage on the Muma. They're gonna force him out. All the while, though, the Outlaws, they buy time off that. Transcendence up. Paris can get a little bit more progress.
Paris, though, they have no support ults, and now they're forced out in the open. This is the weakest moment for the comp. They're going to try and get aggressive, but the Trance immediately counters that push.
Best isolated, and Muma just pummeling Paris through the middle. Of course, Blase set up a lot of that attack visor.
Strategically, I'm just so worried about this comp from Paris Eternal. The Reaper and May, these are close-range heroes. They want to be fighting in those cubbies, yet even when Paris is in that close-range environment, they are fighting under the point, not even on cart, not even pressuring the objective. Still in that environment, Houston's able to take the fight win.
Of course, we see how Muma set this up. By the way, look at Muma's ult here. He built so much ult in the middle of this, on top of helping finish them off, already at 63% for the next fight.
And now Paris sitting in the cubby as they're wont to do, but still, Dante's not scared to poke away at them. Nico, I mean, Dante's just having absolutely no respect for Nico's icicles right now. This is pretty deadly. Paris, they need to shut him down.
No one is checking Dante at all right now. It's a huge problem to Paris. Nico, Blizzard up and right. Dante, though, finds Ana soon out. Nico not going to have a chance to make things frosty.
Big Blizzard comes in, but there's no follow-up whatsoever there. That's very ambitious from Nico. Gets absolutely nothing with arguably the most important ult for Paris Eternal.
I just gave Nico the benefit of the doubt, saying, okay, he's going to save for next fight. Jake, he threw it out at the very end of the fight.
And now we see Soon onto the Tracer, but he's so aggressive. He's instant recall for Soon, getting totally out of sync with his team, and with no Zen, Dante's gonna have the advantage with that Harmony Orb. So much easier to heal a Tracer that way than with an Ana that actually has to land initial scope shots on him.
The Jake retirement bump, that's a stat, Jake. You are involved in this one, just so you know.
I'm the secret weapon. Just retire my jersey and you win every game.
The Outlaws not win without Jake, even in 2020. See if that stays true. Dante over poke bomb Eden. Hanbin all over that one. The Outlaws a little bit poked down. Repel, though, still hanging on to Transcendence. Echo starting out with the bomb. And Muma there on the setup. Knocks him into the self-destruct. And the Outlaws taking advantage of the chaos. Final 30 seconds left for the Eternal.
Paris just looks strategically outmatched here. Soon running for the hills. Dante immediately hunts him down, forces the recall back into the rest of the Outlaws, but nothing left for Soon. Now staggered out once again. The only bright spot for the Paris Eternal is they have double support ult, but this Orisa strategy just looks horrible for Paris Eternal. It just looks like a coaching mistake to me. They're getting slaughtered. Gonna have to switch over to this traditional dive comp, but it's so little so late. At least you have some support ults. Those can be really important here, but if Dante finds a stick, oh no, and an immediate pick up on a Ben.
The Nano went on the Hanbin, not Ben best. I think it was supposed to go on the Ben, but Ben is gone. Ben is out of the fight. And Outlaws so much to work with. Finds him. All the sight lines are his. The bomb from Ahmed, though, to the back, takes down Repel. Paris trying to hang on. Meko, though, 2 melee kills with 1 strike. Oh, the Outlaws, their diva plays coming in at the same. And now Paris looking for a miracle. It's not going to be Ben that caused that one. The Outlaws, a tremendous hold.
Just completely out-strategized here, you know, on Havana. This is what we talked about, how important this could be on when the hero pool meta. You know, you're going to see teams like the Paris Eternal, you know, they've been so dominant in a stable meta when they knew exactly what to play, and it was just a question of executing it better than the other team. That was their strong suit. But now they've looked so lost. I mean, playing Orisa, Zarya, that's not a comp that we've really ever seen have a high impact. You know, it's new, it's inventive, but it just got completely annihilated by a skilled dive team.
We're talking about how Jexay gives 100% even in the team high 5 game. He just shifted out of position there to get to his teammates. That's the type of hustle.
You got to dap up the homies, man. You're feeling the hype. You got to keep it rolling. And that's so important in a game like Overwatch, especially in a composition like Dive. You need to have that confidence in one another, going one after the other into the, you know, sometimes you see Muma just diving right into the chaos. You need to trust your team in order to make plays like that. Houston setting themselves up very well to go up 2-0 in this series.
Looking like a new Outlaws team. And, you know, Jake, it doesn't matter if it makes sense or not. We are going with the Jake retirement bump. It's all you, buddy. It's all you.
You're welcome, Houston. Now every team sign me for 1 game, retire my jersey. You're welcome. I guess only half the teams in the league, because not everybody can win. But once again, we see Paris on this Reaper May comp. I mean, this is going to be relying on essentially an all-in rush on the spawn doors. So if Houston come out too far and they get caught up by a May wall, this could pay off big time. But if it fails for the Paris Eternal, they might be looking at a down 2-0 series. It's all scouted. There's no surprise now either.
Not at least, but Blase back onto the Doomfist. Paris, beware. See if they have the answer. So far, May Reaper has usually not been in. Repel, though, taken down early. A decisive dive, but Nkosi, other side, the Bionade in from Repel. Turns this tide of the fight in Paris. They're going to get wiped out here. Even though they've lost a few, the respawns are coming in.
You know, it looks even, but it's absolutely a stomp for the Houston Outlaws. You know, those are just a complete sacrifice from the players of the Houston Outlaws. They send the supports out one side, the obvious targets. Of course, Paris immediately bites, but it's a total bait. Dante, Blase, Muma all coming in from the other side, striking with those dangerous divers, getting the pickoffs. Paris, they have no ult advantage to speak of whatsoever.
Versus Blase, fresh out of spawn, looking for it. Paris all super low, super weak, and Doomfist feasting in those sorts of situations.
Muma already initiating with the Primal, trying to split up the enemy team. Does get hacked up by Soon, but it's Blase picking off Nico. Dante onto Soon. This is almost all over.
You're looking at Muma, you're not looking at Blase. Now to the back, sending Ana on a very wild ride. And now the Outlaws are so close now. Moving on forward, Dante and Boise swarming over Paris. And Paris, they are out of players. They're just about out of time. Moving forward, can they even touch it? They do, but it should not be for long. And the Outlaws, they do it, they take map 2.
The Outlaws looking absolutely reinvigorated after that win in front of the home crowd last week. We talked about this being a potential momentum shifter, but I don't think anyone thought it would be to this degree, absolutely wiping the floor with a team that had looked like one of the potential strongest in the season so far.
Well, you think about how Paris was winning games. They're winning games with McCree, with the Widow. You think about how Outlaws were generally losing games with those same heroes. So for the hero pool, this has been a fantastic week thus far for the Outlaws. And I gotta say, it is looking very good if you're a Houston fan. But we, of course, we're gonna take a break. Let's go to Watch Point to break down the action.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
Well, this match is proving to be nothing like we predicted, with the Outlaws giving Paris a fight.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, I said that. I mean, come on, you gotta...
I hope you're talking about the form that they're playing the game at the moment.
Yes.
I don't know, Rockers is so hot right now, I don't know.
Well, he's keeping the bench warm, isn't he?
All right, but maybe let's start over. Hello and welcome to Game Break, presented by Pringles Wavy. Was that better for you?
Yes, thank
okay.
you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm still a work in progress. Speaking of which, well, as I said, nothing like we predicted. Or maybe you did predict it, kind of, but then you backpedaled, so
I did,
it doesn't
yeah.
really
It doesn't
matter
count.
anymore.
Green predicted it. The coach for the Outlaws predicted it.
He really did. He truly predicted it. So maybe it wasn't misplaced faith he had in the Outlaws. But let's take a look at the game at hand. We started it off on Control. And quite frankly, we were a bit surprised looking at Paris Eternal, the hero composition. We saw a Zarya in there, a Reaper in there. Was that like a, let's replace what's been out of the hero pool?
It seemed like it. It definitely seemed like it in terms of the May Reaper that they were playing, but I'm not really sure why they played the Zarya. It's hard to get value. Maybe it's a little better against the Doom, but just generally Paris, when they tried to play, they're trying to play the Sombra Tracer as well, that just doesn't have as much damage as Blase does when he's on the Soldier, and then they weren't able to execute properly either.
And I was just really confused with this Zarya comp that they come out with the first round. It seems counterproductive to what they think. If maybe they were expecting Houston play some form of bunker, and then they would be mirroring, and then the Zarya would get more value, but just in general, I think this Paris roster hasn't been choosing the right comps for what we would expect. Obviously, hero pools, you should play to your strengths, But right now, they're just getting hard counted by Houston. They should know what they're going to come out with. They're going to keep playing the same thing. Dante on the Tracer, Blase on the Sombra or the Doomfist. So
I will say as well, it seems like Paris are being overcoached to some degree. You've only got 4 days to be able to figure out what an effective composition is. And it really seems like the Paris coaches have gone, right, we think that this is the exact best roster to field right now and the best composition. But that doesn't matter if you haven't had enough time to be able to practice everything. I mean, they're playing Ben Best and Hanbin over on the Orisa Sigma. This isn't something that Paris have been able to practice for very long at all. If it's not something all of your players are hyper comfortable with, you're going to lose, even if it's theoretically better.
It's not even just you being able to practice, it's you being able to practice against what the other team is playing. Houston is playing this soldier dive, and it just doesn't seem like Paris really has an answer to it. And you see them like halfway through every single map and every single round, they just switch to dive anyway. If I'm Paris moving forward in this series, I just want to see them mirror the dive and just try and take it to the Houston Outlaws.
Yeah, they definitely tried to be a little bit too cute. However, there were times where they tried, as you said, switching it over to dive. And this is where we got to see those great Tracer battles we all been hoping for. And this pretty much makes up our crunch time presented by Pringles Wavy. So let's take a look at a specific moment between Dante and Soon.
Yeah, Dante has just been on fire this entire time. I mean, this is just, it's just a highlight reel, basically. The guy's been dominating, and he has been dominating Soon in the Tracer v Tracer when they've actually been taking those fights. But when he's not on it, he's just got free reign to go wild.
It's funny because Dante was originally picked up in this roster last season, and he was picked up to be the Tracer player, and then we just never saw him play the Tracer. And I actually think he is probably the best Western Tracer out there right now, and you see he's taking it to Soon and just absolutely bodying him.
Yeah.
He just seems to be all over the place, applying so much pressure. So if I'm the Houston Outlaws, I just leave Dante on Tracer, just let him do his thing. You're even seeing Muma on the Winston just getting a crazy amount of value and sort of going back to what he was best at.
And Meko as well. I think actually Muma and Meko both really looked a lot better in the game today. And maybe that is because Paris looks like they're actually in shambles. So that's certainly helping. But going back to Dante on the Tracer, but also on Soon on Tracer, Soon by no means played bad. Like, his stats were comparatively, given that they did lose a lot more fights than, of course, their opponents, his stats were still good. Should Soon stick to the Tracer then?
I think you have to. I think if you're Paris, you have to try and play the dive in the same kind of way that Houston are playing it into you. And then it comes down to your kind of head-to-head. And even though Soon is a very accomplished player, I think it speaks more to Dante, right? That he was still winning the fights, even though Soon wasn't, like, having a terrible game. Dante's just that good. He's able to carry the Houston Outlaws to these kind of victories. And if Blase has an opportunity to play the Doomfist as well, well, now you've just got absolute perfection. On those maps, you're going to be laughing if you're the Outlaws.
And it's actually funny, you think back to the Dream tweet. If you actually look at this Houston Outlaws roster on paper, on the individual levels of the skill, like Dante on Tracer, Blase on Soldier, you got Muma on Winston, Meko on Diva, and then you have Repel and Jexay as well. They actually might, on paper, be better than the Paris team. Individually, one-on-one, there are some ones that are almost level, but it's close.
Yeah, and it's the important heroes that they're actually better at the moment, right? Like, it's Dante getting the better end of it. It's actually Muma finding a little bit more value, even though he's playing in a very aggressive kind of manner. It's definitely punishable, but he's finding the value because they're not punishing him. So, yeah, I don't think I want to give Dream all the credit here. I don't think that the Houston Outlaws are the 6 best players that Overwatch has ever seen. Mankind should bow before them.
Maybe,
but
Leslie, you might backpedal now. Houston Outlaws, you're incredible. Keep it up, buddies.
The Hot Laws. You heard it from Sarah.
I never said that. Absolutely, I never said that. Either way, this is it from Game Break. Pringles Wavy has been presenting this Game Break to you, and we will be back again after that match for our watch point reset. I'm really struggling today, guys, but that is okay. So are the Paris Eternal. Let's see if they can bring it back in the second half against the Houston Outlaws.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
Kyle, remember Mayhem, okay?
No.
Remember Mayhem.
Okay. Yes, sir.
We can win.
No, we
must,
need
okay?
PMA. No Mayhem.
Yes,
I play McCree.
Okay. Study, okay?
That is a reinvigorated Outlaws team right there. You gotta love comms of that intensity.
I can't help but feel that Jexa has been a major difference maker for the squad going into this season, offering clearly, as you saw, so much energy to the team, the confidence. That's exactly what you need from your main support, the moral leadership to bring the team up, keep them focused, in these moments and in the tougher moments. Looking so good, especially on the brig, is Jexa. He's been an insane Lucio player, finding a ton of final blows this season. But as well in the brig, his rallies have been so on point, keeping everybody up and winning those difficult contested fights.
So I had a little bit of reflection during the break here, Jake, and I need to know your thoughts, but who do you think player of the match should be? Because I have a guess. Who do you think my guess is?
Who do you think it is, ZP?
Well, it's Mr. X, because Mr. X was the one that took out both Widowmaker and McCree and has made things so incredibly difficult for Paris here today. That's right, Mr. X, player of the match right now for the Houston Outlaws.
Mr. X, of course, very intentionally banning both hit scan heroes. He has a personal vendetta. Mr. X does not like aim skill, hit scan. He's an opponent. That's why he banned those heroes.
His favorite hero is May. Don't let him tell you otherwise.
He's a May supporter, closeted May supporter.
So,
we know you, Mr. X. We found you out.
Next map coming on up. We'll see if this is where Paris is going to be able to turn things around. But we do have a substitution. It's going to be Exi moving on in for Soon. So Soon, they brought him in perhaps for the Tracer play, but now they're going to Exi, who's going to be very confused where he goes to hero select and goes, but wait, Widow, can't pick her. What's going on?
Yeah, the only hero we've seen a lot of Exi on is the Hanzo, maybe, in terms of heroes that are still in the pool for this series. Iconwald, a great map for Hanzo. It seems that Paris has wanted a heavy focus on these Orisa-based bunker compositions, offense and defense. The question is, will they make a halftime adaptation here? I can't help but feel that the Orisa hasn't worked out on the other two maps, but at the same time, Iconwald is a much more close-range map, much more enclosed, less flanking routes. Muma maybe putting a little bit of shade onto Orisa as he hops off the map there. Going to come back on the Winston, where he's been dominating. And I want to give a special shout out to Muma. He's received a lot of criticism for his Reinhardt play, oftentimes seeming separated from the team, seeming disjointed. But here, back on Winston, back on his strong suits, I think he's just a player who you give him these solo play heroes that can focus on getting their own value, making their own plays, and Muma can really shine, really be one of the best players in the Overwatch League.
Particularly when Primal Rage comes into play. Such a mechanical ultimate, requires a lot of time to master, and something that Muma definitely has over time. It's going to be Exi in to the fray, not playing the Ashe, instead onto the Tracer. What Soon was playing just a little bit ago.
Big difference maker is the Ana Lucio versus the Zen. Dante with that Harmony Orb is going to have a big advantage in the Tracer duel. Muma, though, gets forced out pretty quickly.
Muma under a lot of pressure right now. Man repel and Jexe bring him back up. Still, though, it gives Paris the opportunity to move on in, get a little bit better positioning. And Exi still on the hunt.
Nico gets sent packing, has to translocate, although Exi on the flank gets cut out. He's not going to have too much of an opening here. Blase with the Soldier in this cubby is doing a lot, keeping that poke heavily onto the Paris Eternals tanks. Nano Boost, though, should be online very, very soon.
Exi moving over, Pulse Bomb set up, looking for Muma. Muma knows what was coming. Muma wanted no part of that. Meanwhile, Blase still in a safe spot, raining down damage. Exi goes for the stick, gets Blase! Not safe anymore! And Paris now starting to work their way in, but the Outlaws at least doing a decent job of delaying.
This fight's not over yet, though. I think Outlaws will have a chance to stabilize Jexa on the Brig with both supports falling for Paris Eternal. That's where Brig just completely dominates the game. When the game gets down numbers, both teams trading kills. A Brig with high HP can be an impossible target to take down.
Also for the Outlaws, was I going to be back into the fight a little bit earlier? Of course, being able to run. Pretty useful ability as it turns out.
And Dante, I want to highlight him here, doing such a great job keeping the pressure onto Nico. Nico challenged at every moment on the flank, only at 65% EMP, repelled way ahead with that Transcendent.
The Outlaws back up to a full 6, able to get in a good spot. Laze once more, well protected. Both tanks just being bodyguards for him. Paris focusing on the point. Benbest not getting a whole lot off this Nano. Forced on back. The Nano does not do much. Hombin's taken down. Here comes Blaze. Attack visor's up. Laying in the damage to Benbest. Nowhere for him to hide. And Blaze gets the Helix rocket onto the Pilot Diva. Gets exploded on his own. The other side. Now Nico. EMP is ready. Paris not thrown off the point here just yet. The question is, do they invest the EMP?
Transcendence was forced but repelled there, so there's no counter to the EMP. Beat comes out from FD God, and that might just be enough here. The hack on Demeko prevents him from using his self-destruct, although Muma might want to turn with the Primal Rage.
This is where Muma can be a big, big playmaker, but the EMP could ruin his day. Muma forced to use Primal under pressure, couldn't wait for an opportunity to knock people off, and gets slept. Woken up immediately though, so Muma still working around. Nico, meanwhile, EMP on the point, striking 3. A little bit discombobulated though, there was no fall through. The Outlaws turn it back. Dante got room to work with and definitely not phased by the EMP at all.
I mean, that was a very, very mediocre EMP from Nico. He's been struggling so much to charge it up. And what does he catch with it? He gets a Pilot Diva, 0 impact whatsoever. He gets a Soldier 76 who had already dropped Heal Pad, and he gets a Brig. So pretty much the only impact is the Brig. That's really not significant at all, and for an ultimate like EMP, you just need to be getting more out of it. Houston, they want to get this full hold, and Meko's self-destruct could be the key.
Houston looking to make this match a very, very quick one if they can. Exi right now going to the back, trying to open up anything for Paris. Nico under pressure, Exi, pulse bomb. Exi continuing the hunt. Paris just waiting to see if Exi can open anything up. And now they're getting Nano Benbest. Up and over, trying to dive to the back, ends up falling. And the Outlaws withstanding for now. They're down Dante, but still with 5J.
Tracer will be back so fast. That stick, though, could be the moment. Jeks it down. It only repels Transcendence, and with members dropping left and right for the Outlaws, this might be the signal to give up first point. Repel doesn't agree, though.
They decide to go for it. They have 3 on the point. They're going to use Transcendence to buy a little bit of time. Blaze comes back in, gets slept mid-tack visor. So Blaze maybe not going to be the hero. And Paris, they finally get the first point.
That commitment may come back to haunt the Houston Outlaws. Nico almost up with his next EMP, and without a Transcendence, it's really going to be all on Jexis somehow hitting a big stun. Exi, though, as well on the flank, wants to chase down these frags, but it's actually Paris who are overextending.
Benbest caught out Exi. See if he stays in the back line. Going for repel. Tracer v Zen. Takes down the Zen.
Yeah, Exi gets the fight win, though. He is hunted by Blaze. That's a big difference maker. Muma hacked in the front, not able to engage his Primal. Quick takedown, so nice heads-up play by Nico, uncloaking behind the Winston.
Nico right now, just looking to build EMP, not do anything too crazy. Paris focused on the objective for now, Jake.
Yeah, without the Winston, Houston probably not looking to take a fight anytime soon, but this is going to buy a lot of time for Nico to get up in that flank, set up a potential EMP, especially if he can get Muma before the Primal Rage comes out. Muma will really be suffering.
Dante looking for Tracer v Tracer. Nico still around, looking to set the EMP. Early Primal out here from Benbest. The Outlaws hanging on back. Muma, low, Primal's out. Gets off in the nick of time. Benbest about to stop being angry. Blaze finds him. And the Outlaws doing a really nice job of sustaining here. Nico, so far, has yet to find an opportunity to EMP.
Blaze working on his 5K time as he circles the entire map here, but still managing to have an impact in the fight. Xe Kobe's the pulse bomb, but finds absolutely nothing. Blaze still being hunted, but everyone coalescing around him, keeping him up, stunned down and taken out his Xe.
You ever play Tracer just get completely demolished by 3 people? Just happened there.
Oh, that's so big. Meko finds the D-Mech on the Hanbin. He will be D-Mech as well for his team, but he's going to have a lot of time to get back in the suit, and the pickoffs are coming in hot and heavy for the Outlaws. Paris forced into a rough reset.
The Outlaws, the pressure they're putting out right now is insane. A lot of credit to both Dante and Muma. And Blaze being the glue in the back right now, the constant poke and prod coming in from 76.
If Muma takes the Nano here, he could be absolutely devastating. Setting up in the flank, it seems that they haven't scouted him. Nico maybe knows where he is, but just maybe didn't see him there out of the corner of his eye. Oh, and Xe dies before the dive.
Turns the corner into the Helix rocket. You hate to see it. The Outlaws 6 on 5. Blase looking for a bit of extra cleanup. Hip out of the fight. Paris running out of time. Final 10 seconds, and I'm not even sure we're going to see a last-minute stall.
That's a 2-man EMP from Nico. Finds the D.Va and the Ana, and the D.Va was already slept. Once again, Nico not really producing on the Sombra, not finding anything this map, just too much pressure applied by Dante, especially on the Tracer.
Paris right now, they use Primal. Benbest put to sleep, and then fully put back to spawn. Blase, an easy 2 at the end. Houston not looking troubled at all. Paris can't delay any longer. A hold in the middle of Ike involved, and this is making things very, very tough for Paris.
We're just seeing a completely revitalized Houston Outlaws here. The hero pools have been so important for them. Everyone looking great. Dante on the Tracer, Blase on the Sombra, on the Soldier, Jexa on the Brig as well. Just keeping the glue, everyone together.
Well, now we'll see if Paris, now down to their last life, can they turn this one around, or will Houston sweep it? Find out after the break.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
That's right, it's just around the corner. The Florida homestand is heading your way March 14th and 15th. And also, somehow, some way, some insidious plan a season long, Avast has somehow gotten into the event. There's gonna be Chads in the match. Wild.
Chad's in the match live in Florida. Couldn't be more exciting. I can't wait for the homestand, especially with this revitalized Florida team looking really strategically dominant, making the Orisa work, unlike the Paris Eternal in this match.
Right now we're seeing the benefits of flexibility, and Paris looking way less flexible than Houston has been here so far. And if you're a Houston fan, you are loving what you're seeing here today.
Oh, definitely. The Houston Outlaws look so sharp. Every player contributing, every player finding success. You know, I saw that tweet from Dream, and I was worrying, you know, pride cometh before the fall, but showing that his confidence in his team is for good reason. They must be dominating in scrims, and this is really nothing close here for the Paris Eternal. They haven't been able to make anything work just yet.
We hit the rare equilibrium here in Overwatch where the scrim bucks have actually converted to real bucks here thus far. And of course, part of the reason for it is our hero pool system. But guess what? We got another hero draw on the Watchpoint post show live tomorrow night, Sunday, after the Uprising take on the Reign. And guess what? Mr. X is not doing the drawing this time. He will not be the villain.
Somebody else hopefully can draw May, but May really not seeing much playtime at all this patch, so very interesting to see. Without Ryan, she's less dominant.
It'll be Sideshow. I'm pretty sure Sideshow will be the one to send us all to oblivion. Bank on it. But now, it's Paris facing Oblivion. They can't do something quick to turn this one around.
Nico has really been suffering on the Sombra this far, not able to produce anything, really weak EMPs in the first half of the round. He's going to have to change that up, although Hip opened things up on Muma. That's going to buy some space.
It's good for Paris in the defense, but it needs to be more. Realistically, you take a look at their situation, the best chance for a victory right now has to be a first point hold.
Yeah, it really does. It's so close on that second point. You're going to have to shut down this Doomfist, but there's a lot of rollout options here on first point for Blase. We'll see if he likes to play with a more team-centric style, though.
I do like the Zen here for Paris. And you notice here so far, they're playing the Discord Orb almost exclusively on Muma.
Yeah, just shutting him down, keeping his game very, very difficult. But now Outlaws starting to get a little bit of control of the map, starting to move past that initial choke. Again, though, Muma struck down.
No Discord Orb required. It was on Dante, who falls right after. Paris taking down the two threats, and it really has been Muma and Dante, the ones poking into the side of Paris. They can isolate him like that. It could be the start of a turnabout.
You know, I was just going to say, I don't agree with that Doomfist pick from Blase. It's just so difficult. Sombra, Tracer, Brig, all these heroes can completely dominate you in those flank fights. You just can't get any map control. So Blase going to switch over to the Sombra, but Nico already at 80% to the EMP. It's going to be on the Nano, essentially, to keep the Houston Outlaws alive through that.
Well, we have the Nano on the Muma. Muma looking to make some space, forces out the Transcendence. Benbest, though, he's not in there praying. Finally gets back over. Dante, though, nowhere to go, taken out by Exi, and Paris just huddling together for safety, and it works.
I love the commitment as well from the Transcendence. Hip realizing that because Blase just switched over to the Sombra, he's not going to have the EMP threat online anytime soon. Hip just taking a little bit of a gamble, saying that he thinks he can charge up that Transcendence once again before Blase has the EMP. So watch those ultimate charge. Whoever wins that race could put themselves in a very good position to win the map.
This is also a weird area for the Outlaws where they have to put Blase in the Sombra as opposed to Dante. Normally you'd want Dante on it, but Dante can't play both heroes at the same time. EMP, Nico, overslept immediately. Might not be able to get out, but guess what? Paris is there on the follow-through. They protect Nico, they let him have a nap, but they lose Hip in the process, and now see if the Outlaws can make anything happen as a result.
Outlaws still fighting. A nice hack from Nico prevents Meko from committing the self-destruct. Muma as well, wisely hanging on to the Primal Rage. So Houston just playing the ultimate game here, setting themselves up for a final fight. Benbest going back. Somehow Muma finds himself deep in the enemy spawn. Although this could actually present an opening. It's hard to chase him down quickly in this environment. Outlaws getting onto the point in the rest of the map, and Muma just wasting so much time.
Muma's a wanderer, is what we're seeing here, but somehow Exi gets caught out. The disruption. They chase down Muma. Dante pulls Pommy and Hoppin trying to turn it around, but Muma's excellent adventure might have actually worked out for the Outlaws here. Bomb over the top, nowhere close. And the Outlaws so close now to getting point A. Paris in danger. The EP comes out for Blase. Doesn't do too much, but the Outlaws still a numerical advantage on the point. Muma continues to clean up. And what a wild point A so far.
You know, I just want to say, don't try this at home in your ranked games. You're going to fail. You're not as good as Muma, but he absolutely makes that work. The next level distraction play brings both tanks back, and Exi realizes, like, where are you guys? I'm fighting alone on point. Gets cut down, and that creates exactly the advantage that the Outlaws needed.
I'm wondering, is that big brain or is that small brain with an even smaller brain response? Because I kind of feel like it's the latter.
I think that's absolutely wise with the Primal Rage in the tank. Muma knows he's able to escape from that situation very reliably, so he creates a ton of space for his team. Now diving in immediately onto Hip.
Dante was there with the follow-through. Muma and Dante again setting the table that Blase knocks down. And this is looking real good for the Outlaws, potentially one fight away.
I love Muma's playstyle. Just immediately, before the fight is even over, he's going straight to the enemy spawn. He says, this is my homeland, and now he's setting up on the flank with the Primal Rage. And we're coming to this bridge part of Eichenwald. How do you push Muma out? If you come out too far into this bridge, he's going to send you straight off the map with the Primal.
Oh, Muma wants to be the hero. He's got a broom. The Primal Rage is ready. Moving on forward. It's time now to sweep Paris. What Houston's looking for. The bomb from Dante takes out FD God. Paris against the wall. Fight they cannot lose. For the Outlaws in great position. 3 already down. And the Outlaws just about there. Paris running out of numbers, running out of time. The Outlaws sweep the Paris Eternal.
All I can say is wow. Houston Outlaws look totally renewed. Muma and Dante hunting down those backlines with ease. The coordination from this team, it started to look so rough for them there at the end of that first point push. Those potential misplays in terms of hero picks for the Houston Outlaws, but they turn it around. I think that's just a next level play from Muma, recognizing the potential of the map geometry. It's so much quicker for him to get back to the fight than for the Zen that he's suppressing in the spawn.
You know, think about Muma's original rise to prominence. It came metas that prioritized Winston, and we saw so much of that here today because, of course, it couldn't play Ryan.
You know, we have criticized Muma a lot through the season, so I think it's very important to say that he looks like one of the clear bright spots for this team. And to have your Winston and your Tracer looking like some of the best players in the league, it's hard to think of better places to have your stars right now. As well, Jexa, Meko holding down in the defensive position, keeping everybody alive. Those rallies from Jexa turn the tide over and over again.
Well, let's hear it from the man himself. We got Mr. X with Muma down on the floor.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Blase from the Houston Outlaws, and big win here against the Paris Eternal. But I just wanted to hear from pro players, somebody on the Outlaws. What was it like preparing with hero pools this week? Did you guys plan some of your own strategies for yourself, or were you planning to go against like a game plan and just kind of counter-strat people?
We definitely just planned our own comps. Right now, I think it's really popular is the Soldier Tracer, especially. But we have other comps where, if we want to go Doom, we can just swap mana, we can go Doom. It's just based on feel, really. Like, when you play, erratic metas like this, where, you could play a lot of different comps, you just really play by feel what you want to play.
And I guess backing off of that, how do you feel that hero pools will benefit the Outlaws moving forward?
I think it's just really beneficial that there's not one set meta right now, and we like to just play a lot of different comps. So I think it's really beneficial.
And then now you guys have a little bit of a break. A lot of other teams don't really get this much time, but you guys won't have another match until week 9 back here in DC. What do you feel like is the biggest thing the Outlaws need to improve on from now till then?
Just keeping our consistency from right now. We're playing really well. We've been performing really well lately. So just staying consistent, keep grinding, stay fresh.
So, yeah, stay fresh. I mean, you got a few weeks off, so no problem doing that. But congrats to Blase and the Houston Outlaws on the big win today. Let's go back to Jake and ZP.
Thank you, Mr. X, and you gotta love it. That's our Coca-Cola victory moment, and the Outlaws have more victories to celebrate now than they have all season long.
This could be a really big potential turnaround for the team, and I love that humility from Blase. He's not getting ahead of himself, just confident in how the team's playing right now, trying to maintain that momentum. It's the same sentiment we heard from Jexa in the comms check, just keeping the team focused. Remember, this doesn't always go good for us. We're not perfect. We need to stay focused, stay working together as a team, and they just looked really sharp that match.
Now, of course, let's take a look at who our player of the match is going to be. I feel like there can only be one choice. That choice is Dante.
Bring this man on the Tracer, let him do his thing. I love when he's playing against the May. We see a lot of Tracers play a little bit slower, play a little bit more conservative. Dante says, I will give you absolutely no respect, and he shows why. I mean, this man just puts out the damage, always on the flank, always diving in. He did a great job suppressing Nico's Sombra, and as well comboing with Muma's Winston for the backline dives.
It was great synergy with Muma the entire way through. Muma likes going pretty deep into the enemy backline, as we very much saw in Eichenwald, and guess what? Dante was there every step of the way. Amazing stuff.
These are just disgusting stats. I mean, I know Houston had a really dominant victory here, but just clearly showing why Dante's our player of the match. Really impressive stuff, just putting out so much damage, but crucially, staying alive for so long, always a thorn in the enemy side.
Of course, Houston, they're going to get a little bit of a break, but let's take a look at the teams they have to face next. Hero pools, people have a little bit of time to adapt to them because they got almost a month off, Jake.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens when Houston comes back. Can they return to 500? But they have a lot of time in the lab, time to workshop, keep all their different roster convolution or compositions fresh, whatever strategy they want to bring out. Dive clearly is a strong suit, but if this team is going to continue to succeed long-term in the season, I want to see them develop more things as a strong suit. They can't be 100% reliant on this Sombra Tracer, Sombra Doom dive. That won't last you all season long. You're going to need to adapt to different hero pools. So for Houston, my question is, can you continue to deliver in these different strategic setups?
It's going to be a difficult question for many teams right now, and truthfully, a big test of the players, a big test of the coaching staff, but you know what? We got another test coming up soon, and it's for the hometown team. That's right. After this, it's going to be the Uprising taking on the Justice.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Download free now.
Finally, Overwatch has come home to Houston.
Howdy! Give it up for your Houston Outlaws!
Oh, Sato! Carnage in the tunnel! Ping is just absolutely destroying. He'll be able to touch. He's up onto the high ground!
They knocked him away.
Oh my goodness! Says, I'm not losing right now. We're not getting stopped here. Walled off!
And it feels like the walls are closing in all around.
No way to mitigate the damage from Exi.
On behalf of all the Outlaws, we're gonna retire your jersey and solidify you as a family member of this organization forever.
The Dixer is back, baby, and it feels so good.
And they glide forward into victory! Welcome to the war! That is disgusting!
Welcome back to the Overwatch League studios here in LA. This is Watchpoint Reset. My name is Zoe Schwind, and joining me on the desk is once more Kasta as well as Sideshow. Well,
that
was a match, and it was very quick and very unexpected. However, it did look pretty dire for Paris. They just don't seem to get their dive act together. Xe came in for the second half. How much did that really change, though?
No.
Xe actually looked good on Tracer, but it's still not enough to pull this Paris team over the line. They really struggled to understand the dive. I don't know how much practice they had with it, if they were trying to, as Josh was saying earlier, they're trying too hard, they have too many coach strategies, but they just didn't look comfortable on the dive. Obviously, a very new roster has come together. They don't have as much synergy in this dive setup, but Houston just outclassed them pretty much across the board.
It's not just new roster, though, as well for Paris. It's like new players that haven't had the opportunity to play dive at the highest level. Houston Outlaws are full of players that are a little bit older, have a little bit more experience in the scene, and they kind of fit into that quite naturally. Mooma's out here just doing Mooma things, just focusing, making sure he gets the
get him in the pit.
Rage in the
Seventh time's a charm.
Yeah. But that's what you like to see, is the Houston Outlaws are very comfortable in this meta at the moment. But more so than this match being about how good Houston were, it just was the disappointment of Paris again. It was like Toronto and Paris are two teams that looked really good at the beginning of the season, and now that we're in hero pools, they're spiraling down again. And to be fair, we've only seen that one match from Paris where they didn't look great. But it's indicative of a larger problem, I think, where this is a team that has only just come together and is relying so much on their coaches that the day-to-day of being, or the week-to-week rather, of being able to cope and adapt to hero pools, I don't think they're going to be able to cut it. I think they're going to take a long time to be able to adapt to each meta.
We even talked about it with Ben Best and Nico. We were like, these guys are question marks. They've never really shown a great ability to play dive, and they definitely struggled. I would say they were the two weakest points. Nico's Sombra just struggled to get any value with his EMPs, just any value across the board. And Ben Best all the time just jumping in first, no coordination, and just dying before anything else has happened.
Yeah, I think all of what we saw is very indicative.
A couple of extra T's in there.
Yeah.
For how important it really is to have flexibilities, like individual performances and the possibility of having those different heroes in the back pocket in case you need to change it. So it doesn't bode well for Paris from what we've seen so far, but again, this was just the first time we're actually seeing hero pools. Let's see how they will do during their next match. However, we do have a few reactions to the match. Of course, the players from Houston Outlaws, they are over the moon. They are happy and also sleepy, apparently. Mooma, just, you can go back to bed.
Okay.
Good night.
That's
how you party.
The confidence, I guess I wouldn't be too confident as a Houston Outlaw fan, seeing as you are still, 2-5, so let's just slow it down a
It
little
really
bit.
does seem like this is now a turnaround. I mean, that first win over the Toronto Defiant, you can say, okay, maybe a bit of a fluke. All right, you played well in that match, but now it's hero pools. This is where the league really begins. But if you're able to beat Paris, who have, they're literally a top 5 team, not just in most people's power rankings, but in the actual standings because they've been able to rack up wins. If you're able to pick up wins here, now as a Houston fan, you're starting to think, all right, maybe we can just wing it when it comes to hero pools, and maybe we'll be able to get a couple more on the board.
That's the thing, though. If we're looking at the roster from the Outlaws, how much more flexibility is there? Looking ahead of the next chance they're playing, like how many more heroes can they actually shake out of their sleeves?
The issue that I think you need to identify as well, though, is like, okay, well, what happens if we play a lot of dive this weekend and then Monkey and Tracer get banned for the Houston Outlaws? Do they have the ability to play other things? Or are they just going to be week to week? Can we play dive or not? And that's where that's the hill they're going to die on.
I mean, I don't even know whether that's too much of a problem for Houston, though, because the meta is going to change almost every single week. There'll probably be a couple of weeks where things get banned and it doesn't really affect anything. The heroes are not available to play, but that doesn't really matter. This is definitely one of those weeks where things got shaken up massively. And every single time things get shaken up massively, Houston are probably going to find something that they can play because other teams just aren't going to be that good. Like, you're always going to be able to find a couple of teams per week that don't find anything that works for them, or teams that have been built based on individual heroes that they're good at, and that's all they can play. But Houston have got enough around kind of the bits and pieces that they can cobble together that I think that they can stay firmly ahead of being bottom of the pack, which is where they looked like at the beginning of this.
They won't be bottom. I don't think we'll ever see them riding the bottom of the pack anymore. I think once they get the synergy and they do start, more flexible metas, it'll be better for this team. I don't think they're going to be one of the better teams in the league, but they're definitely going to be better than what they have been.
It definitely shows that those hero pools do give every team an opportunity to shine at least once or twice if they got a little bit more quote-unquote lucky. Now, up next, we do have our last match of the day. already. Yeah, it's been a very fast day, hasn't it? And it's the Boston Uprising taking on their home team, the Washington Justice. So let's take a look at the starting lineup, starting with the Boston Uprising. Jerry back in. We still love him, even though it didn't sound like that in the pre-show, to be honest. But,
well, Jerry just took a hit after playing the
He did take a hit. Halo, that's the one we want to talk about here, though.
Yeah.
Halo is now in, and he just...
Yeah, I'm going to
it's
be
pretty
real with you.
recent addition.
That's the first time I've seen that guy's face.
I think that's photoshopped on as well. I don't believe that's actually him. So it's a new player that's coming in. He got signed like 2 days ago, coming in over Swimmer, so it's a risky play by the Uprising. But, you know, they obviously want to make... Well, when you're at the bottom, it's kind of hard to...
Yeah. Any change is a good change, obviously, isn't it? But yeah, we still don't really know what to expect from this team. I wouldn't be able to tell you all of the heroes that Jerry can even play as well, because he played in the Green Contenders, playing Meta Athena. Yeah, so far we've seen McCree and not much else from him. But I mean, the Widowmaker's been looking all right for him. Can he play the Tracer? And can Color Hex get value out of his other roles? If they can, this DPS duo for Boston might be able to carry them towards something happening here in this match.
Well, you hope so, because they're the only two DPS players on the team now as well. So if Jerry doesn't have a Tracer and we're playing Dive, then that's a serious problem for Boston.
It's a GG in the chat.
Yeah. I think if we go into this first round of Control and then Jerry just has a really lackluster Tracer, I'm going to be very terrified for the Boston Uprising. So, but I think you got to talk about Color Hex. I think he actually does have a lot of flexibility, especially on these projectile heroes. We might see Boston even play a lot of Pharah, because I think that would probably be Color Hex's best character coming into the league. Obviously, we haven't seen it in a while because we haven't seen DPS characters in a while. So I really want to see how him and Jerry sort of synergize in this hero pools meta.
Well, let's take a look at who they're going to be going up against. So let's take a look at the Justice starting 6 for you today. There we go. Corey and Stratus, of course, you wouldn't replace them. In fact, you wouldn't replace any of those fine gentlemen because they're all still in. How will they look like in this very meta?
Well, this is the roster that failed to perform in front of their home crowd, let them down, back to back. But then as soon as they started to, feel a little bit better, they weren't as ill anymore, they had a much better performance the next week. So I feel like this team is going to be performing at a higher level than we've seen from them last time they were in Washington. But it's Corey and Stratus, the pair, that I can't really wrap my head around what is best for them to be able to play. Because Stratus, his hero pool is like the Pharah he can play, the Doomfist he can play, and the May, and then outside of that, things get a little bit sketchy. So I don't know what they're going to run him on.
I think Corey and Stratus both have a lot of question marks around the characters because they haven't been in the league for that long. They were only here for last season, and we didn't really get to see a lot of DPS depth. So I'm really interested to see how these guys prove because Stratus always says, I'm not a May one-trick, guys. Like, listen to me.
He can't play Doomfist.
He can play Doomfist. Yeah. So he's a two-trick. No, he could be playing a lot of other things that we just never seen him, and he's never been given the opportunity to play. So it's time to prove it because they're definitely not playing Tuba over him right now. So he has to prove that he has the flexibility.
Well, thinking too far out of the box didn't work out for Paris, so I hope we don't see a repeat of that and at least stick to a geometric shape of some form. That would be
Platonic solids.
Exactly. That's what we're looking for here. Definitely going to be interesting. Do you expect Corey to maybe bust out a Hanzo here?
We haven't seen that in the last 2 matches. So you generally see a meta evolve. I don't know, maybe Hero Pools is just throwing the scrim sort of on their heads, but the fact that we haven't really seen any Hanzo makes me lean that we
I think we quickly saw it on Blizzard World.
Like a very tiny bit. So, but, if a team was ever going to play their own style, this could be Washington Justice's time.
Well, let's see what they got for us as we are getting ready to send it back to the East to the guys at the Anthem for the final match of the day.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Well, springtime's coming to DC, and today and this weekend it is the capital of the Overwatch world. Welcome back, everybody, to the battle for the East Coast here, our second homestand in the city of Washington, D.C. I'm Mitch Leslie, joined by Matthew Morello, and it's time for, one could say, the main event.
Yeah, the biggest match of today. It includes the Washington Justice going up against the Boston Uprising. I know a lot of the fans here are excited to see the Justice take the stage, try and get a win at home.
Absolutely. So far, Washington started strong. We said, okay, look, you know, we know Corey and Stratus get to carry over a lot of their prowess from last year to still in effect. 1-3 though, not quite the scoreline they were looking for early. A couple matches that you expect to see this Justice actually look a lot stronger in. They kind of get beat pound for pound in a few of them.
Yeah, but I think though, like as time goes on, I expect the Justice to play better, look a little bit more like how they looked last year towards the end when 2-2-2 came into play. They were lights out. Probably not somewhere that high, probably not somewhere this low. You probably kind of settle somewhere in the middle in terms of where this team can go with the roster. But I think, look, if you have Corey, he can play a lot of different damage dealers and have high impact, and he can play it at the highest level. So you're going to be in a lot of these series.
So here is our hero pool of unavailable heroes for week 5, our first one. McCree and Widowmaker out. So Hitscan, not looking too flash right now. We did see Ash brought in. Reinhardt also out of the pool, and Morris. So no P in the pool, which doesn't really seem to have affected the support lineups too much. Teams are playing a bit more than the other
that one. I hadn't heard that one.
You know I live for it, Matt.
You must have your writer working overtime.
Never reuse any of my jokes, man. How do you expect this to affect these two teams, especially with Munchkin's departure from the Boston Uprising, which was recently announced?
I mean, that probably won't affect Boston at all. I mean, Jerry's been playing anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I actually think with some of the stuff we've seen thus far and what we've heard the devs talk about, the Justice could come out. They could have like Stratus play the May, Moore plays the Orisa, and then you can put Corey on something like the Hanzo. Maybe you don't see him go towards the 76 play the Hanzo. He has a fantastic Hanzo that we really saw dominate like the later half of the season last year.
Yeah, it was mentioned on the desk as well, like, you know, what does Stratus play? Cuss is a bit of a patat, because if you watch contenders when Stratus played for NRG, Stratus played a ton of Pharah. That's another pick that is in that
Cuss just wasn't watching enough.
No, big patat moment from the man, but that's fine. Let him get away with it. The Washington Justice definitely have a few looks available to them here. Corey Hanzo looks stellar. It's still going to be relevant. I think, you know, that's a pretty easy pick for a selection. And yeah, maybe Hanzo May is just a natural fit for this team and looks good in this meta.
I mean, look, if you didn't believe us hyping up the Hanzo Corey, you can see here with the all-time stats in the Overwatch League. Mind you, he only plays last year, right? Yeah. It doesn't play in season 1.
All time, Matt.
So,
all
time. I mean, the guy's nuts on Hanzo. And they also have the ability to run him on like a Tracer or a 76. So I think you do have a lot of options for the Justice to play around Corey on some different heroes.
So that sets the stage, at least, for what we should expect from the Washington Justice. And now, to see what to expect from their opponents, let's see them on stage. Everybody make some noise for the Boston Uprising. This team is getting very used to hearing that particular Bronx cheer.
Yeah, I mean, they're used to it by now. You know, some people get their information pre-game from our stats guy.
That's right. Yep.
I got mine from a guy who walked over from the bar over here to my right,
nice.
Boston jersey, and he was hollering at me saying Jerry was going to pop off today, and I believe. No, Jerry, I think, is going to need to be key for the Boston Uprising. We've really only seen him play like McCree. Right, so we don't know. Color Hex, we've seen him play like Far in the past, right? Heroes in more than a projectile. What to expect from Jerry? I think it's a huge question mark.
Some teams have managed to find a way to fit the Ashe in, but really only as a counter to Pharah, not as a standalone pick, not overly robust. Also, obviously, want to point out, this is the debut for one of Boston Uprising's players. Yeah, no, it's not moving. You've seen him around the traps a little bit. This will be the first time that we get to see on the stage, straight out of contenders, is Halo.
Yeah,
Welcome from Triumph, and before that second win, now joining the Boston Uprising roster.
Yeah, I mean, Kobe's an awesome name too. He
not bad
by that. I mean, that would have been fine. It's, he comes in straight from contenders, right? They signed him like last week, like towards the end, and right up on the stage already. So get him in the lineup. If you're Boston as well, like you're just trying to make something settle on a roster, week to week, maybe at least have some players you're going to always put in week to week and incorporate into the lineups. So you see already, they kind of think highly of him, that he's in the lineup already.
Of course, yeah. Myunbong to round it out. Johnny reinforced last, and big fan of Myunbong. We're looking out for those sleep darts. He highlighted last week as definitely a highlight for this team. But, ladies and gentlemen, time for the moment you've all been waiting for. It is time to meet the Washington Justice once more. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get loud for the Washington Justice! First out on DPS, it's number 21. Say hello to Tuba! On tank, number 28, it's Elivo! On tank, number 37, let's get loud for Raw! On support, number 31, it's Aim Guard! Also on support, number 0, go 2x2 for Ark! On damage, the high flyer at number 27, it's Stratus! And finally, one of the most feared Hanzos in the league at number 11, he's in the house, it's Corey! Give it up one more time, ladies and gentlemen, for your 2020 Washington Justice! Starters, take your seats!
Oh man, I don't know if you can see it at home, but Aim God with his foam finger on just pointing at the Boston team, giving them like the
Give him the foam finger.
line across his throat, the foam finger. He's like, it's all about it. But going up against his former team, right? Aim God, formerly a member of the Boston Uprising.
That's it.
It's been a bit, but still a little bit of a rivalry.
Sure, there's
there.
no bad blood at all,
Boston,
man.
I mean, they were laughing. I mean, poor Boston, right? I mean, they go to every East Coast homestand. They're just hearing it back from some of these crowds.
Every East Coast homestand, they played most of the hosts, and yeah, they've had to deal with the boost. But you've seen players like, especially our man Colorhex, soaks it up. He's a Kiwi. He's used to it. Even in his own region of the world, probably still getting.
Yeah, they're booing him. I mean, yeah, he's getting booed at home.
Absolutely. Elivo's got the gloves on now. He's ready to throw down.
Yeah, now I'm really interested to see what these two teams play, because there's two large unknowns, right? On the Boston Uprising side, it's like, what does Jerry decide to play after we've only really seen him play the McCree? What do you build your comps around there? And then for the Justice, what do you want to do? Do you have Corey play like a Tracer and you want to play something like a Dive and put Roar on the Winston? Do you want to play something a little bit more stationary, keep Roar on like a Risa? A lot of opportunity for both of these teams to try out a lot of different things here. Busan, Havana, Eichenwald kick things off. Horizon and Ilios, if necessary, at the back half.
Will they be necessary?
I think maybe one of them will be.
Oh.
I think this series,
Matt.
look, when a series is like this and it's kind of split down the middle and both teams are in the same kind of realm as a team, right? Same kind of area in terms of power rankings. You have a lot of 50-50 games, right? With the way that the meta is shaken out with hero pools, you can get counter-stratted pretty hard. Something you do may not work. You could lose a map like that. So I think like you're looking at like a 4-gamer, 5-gamer potentially.
So these teams' adaptation in between weekends was tested. Now it'll be in-game tested. Make some noise. We're out of the gates on Busan.
Yes.
And the Justice are going with the
Jerry,
duo.
the McCree Widowmaker Torbjorn specialist here.
Works the same way.
As Boston comes out, they're going to play very, very slow, very point-oriented, just playing around the Orisa, the Torb, the May, very stationary. And this is a direct counter to what the Washington Justice are trying to do. As you see Roar dives on in, not really a chance to live there against what the Boston Uprising are bringing out.
I mean, fair enough. The Justice are trying to bear hug a cactus against this composition. It is tough. They want some protection of some sort. Jerry's turret goes down, but Muffin's able to finish the job as those hyperspheres go bouncing around the corner.
And this is where, if you're the Justice, you have to consider moving off of this straight away. This is why it's so important to have versatile players. Right now, as you're going to see, 76 Hanzo come into play. Aurora played the Orisa, so you could have went with something like this. You could have played a Hanzo with a Pharah Mercy, but they decide to go with this form of a comp, some consistent damage with the 76 and the Hanzo, burst down the shields, get the Torbjorn moving, right? When the Torbjorn's moving, not able to just plant the turrets and stand still, that's when he's very susceptible to damage.
Roar again takes an absolute shellacking. It has to be the Immortality field deployed to keep him up. That's now been removed. Okay, Amplification Matrix is thrown down. Corey's brave enough to stand in front of it for a time. And he comes straight down. He's able to get healed up though. Nicely done. Ain't got an arc to keep him up, but unfortunately too many casualties already on the side of the Justice, and this Sigma play is filthy.
And I mean, Jerry falls early, but he's able to get the Molten Core off, and it's able to take out 2 players. So you get good value with that. He will stay on Torbjorn. As they've had great control of the choke here. It's very difficult for the Justice to make any forward progress.
Blizzard and Supercharger are both available, and this looks comfortable for Boston, Matt. They dare the Justice to come to them.
What's also interesting about the composition for the Boston Uprising is the Lucio in play. Able to keep them mobile, move around the map. That'll be Aim God at the start of this fight getting a pick.
Matt, they needed that Aim God. Again, showing us some of the prowess we got to see last year.
But the Blizzard comes down, you can't push through this. Another wall comes out, now you're just buying more time.
They have no Elevote to work with either. Supercharger was used, so was that Blizzard. So the Justice Force ults out, but it is go time now.
But Jerry's already back. Just the Blizzard and the May wall just buys enough time, then is scary enough that you've delayed.
Dunberry comes out, gonna push straight into Roar, and he's got very little defense. Somehow they got an Immortality field down there. Muffin is gonna dispatch that quickly though when Corey falls by the wayside. It has to be Elivo desperately making a foray onto the point, but you can see he is completely surrounded. A Dragon Strike from Spawn, that's wishful thinking from Stratus, and the Molten Core will canvas the point. Roar had no help. No one on the Justice really did. And that'll be the first round to the Interlopers.
It is quiet in here.
You don't seem mad enough. You're really not.
It's,
show me some emotion.
I mean, Boston, they're laughing, right? I mean, they come out, they rock the Torbjorn, they punish the Justice on that first point. I mean,
get out. Oh my.
Moving, he's chilling, man. There's, what do you see now change? Can you play Torbjorn again here? Don't think so. I think you're going to see a massive change from the Justice. We'll see, though, if Boston decides to make some changes as well. That you look at Jerry on the Symmetra here. Symmetra's not really like a pick on a point like this. Too much open space. Potentially just using it as a teleporter out of the spawn without a Lucio at the start and then make a switch. So Jerry will show us his Tracer here at the start, where both of these teams
pretty close to a mirror. It's just the addition of Brigitte versus having Aim God on the arm.
What does that mean?
And the Zen as well, so difference in both supports. Well, Aim God's going to try and obviously play this at range, right? The Zen is the composition we saw a little bit earlier in our first series, where you can play the Zen and the Brig, you get a little bit extra damage. It's more of a really strong commitment to the dive.
Corey trying to work around the fringes here. He's managed to work fusions pretty low, and that will elicit a response. He gets on out. And the Justice now are in a good position to take the point just by getting a damage advantage early. It's unlikely Boston just let him get away with it, but that's the point already. Boston now want to get this fight done quickly if they're going to do it at all. The point ticks up. Aim God is a safe spot, and that nano boost is right around the corner. It looks like he sends it over towards Raw, who is discorded, by the way. Is knocked back. Nice whip shot there from Halo. Keep him off of the back line, but Jerry goes down as cat and mouse, and this time Tom comes out the victor. Out of the point goes Fusions, big EMP, 4 players on the Justice there without their abilities, but the follow-up has to be there. Fusions is trying to get the damage to stick, trying to chase Elevo down, and D-Suit assisted by the Discord Orb will do the job.
And Boston gets control of the point here, so Washington get like 10% here early on, but now you have Boston in clear control of this point. It's a Color Hex EMP, connects with 4 players, ends up turning the tide. But now if you're Boston, you're able to hold on to both support ultimates through this. You have your Pulse Bomb, you have your Primal Rage. So you expect to get a good chunk of percentage here out of that retake.
Stratus close to an EMP of his own. You notice that Jerry was just sitting on the other side of the wall from him there. He reveals himself, wants to bait Fusions in perhaps. Is there a way to punish the Winston for that? Doesn't look like it. At least the EMP is now online. Stratus is also doing his own kind of spy checking for Color Hex.
But you can play pretty far away here if you're the Boston supports, and as long as you get a Transcendence or a Rally off, they're going to go both with the Self-Destruct to keep everybody alive. That's a lot of investment there from Boston.
The reactive EMP from Stratus, though, it only actually catches on a Fusion, so I guess they force some ultimates out.
But a 1-for-3 ultimate change right there.
Oh, Raw. Oh, he's Discord. He was also hacked. He couldn't jump. He was sat there just swinging his fists in vain. That must be frustrating. The Justice now trying to capture the point. A little bit low on numbers, though, and that's a 5-player EMP. There has to be follow-up, though. Jerry needs to be the one now to find these kills. Elevate's a little bit low off towards the side. You can see Stratus spends a lot of time actually outside of stealth, just getting off percentage, but now they strike the dynamic duo, deal with Color Hex.
And the main issue with the comp that Boston's running is where like Muffin got really low on the point. There's no way to burst heal him back up, like no real big healing, especially if you don't have like your Brigitte armor packs available, but there's like a heal over time. So you have to back out in that situation.
At all for Boston.
Yep. You don't have anything like a nano boost or a biotic grenade, anything that Ana provides in her kit. You're really playing this around for Boston with the extra Zen damage, being able to burst some of these players down.
Stratus was hoping to manually hack Halo there so he wouldn't get stunned while going for an EMP. That didn't pan out, so we'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Corey! Oh, dear! Luton's able to chase him down. 97% on ultimate now for the Boston Uprising Diva, and it is 54% and counting for Washington. Biotic grenade is enough to force moving back, but look at that, they bait Elevo into a concave and leap upon him. Aim God from the periphery is able to find the finish on Fusion, so both teams lose initiating tanks. And now Raw has to be extra careful, but he's hacked, and then he's EMP'd. So much time without the ability to jump away, Matt.
Oh, and I mean, you get EMP'd, plus the other team comes through with a Transcendence. There's really nothing you can do against that, as Arc, he'll end up getting hit with a Discord Orb. They jump right on top of him. You lose your break here. It's just going to be on Elevo to keep this in OT.
It's going to be tough. No doubt about it. P-suited there. Reinforcements are on the way. Aim got his Discord as he tries to approach it, tries to get some healing on Raw, but there's just too much damage coming his way. It's just a matter of seconds that he keeps the point going for. Jerry waiting for someone to come around the flank and finish them, but it's not going to be enough for the Boston Uprising. We questioned, what do the hero pools look like? Do they have gas in the tank? And oh dear, crowd not happy about that.
I mean, they looked great there in map number 1. I mean, Jerry puts together a good round on Torbjorn, a fantastic trace around there towards the end. Real strong play overall from Boston. Washington, they're going to need to dig in the tank to bring something new out in map number 2 if they're going to make this series interesting.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Well, the Boston Uprising really have always enjoyed this map, playing spoiler in front of hostile crowds, and they've had a lot of them so far. The Justice, on the other hand, have actually had the pleasure of playing in front of home crowd. This is their second occasion now, and are still looking for that win.
You don't sign up to play for the city of Boston and not expect it to be pretty hostile every environment you go into, right? It's something that the players who represent that city, right? You gotta rally around it. Like you see like Jerry laughing, Color Hex as well, Fusions, like they love this type of environment where after a while you just get used to it, right? It's now all the pressure goes on the Washington Justice. Last time we were here, they didn't get a win. Yep. You fall behind here in map number 1. It has to be playing in the back of their minds, right? A lot of pressure playing in front of your home crowd at times. Thinking back to week 1 when NYXL, they lost like a map early on and everyone was kind of worried. I did the interview with Mono and he was like, hey, we were just really nervous with like how much the crowd reaction is. And knowing the players on the Justice, the Justice organization, everybody put together, they want to win so bad for these fans that it's a lot of extra added pressure, right? So we'll see if they can. I think one map really changes the dynamics. You get a map under your belt, crowd starts to get behind you, you spin it around pretty quick.
And you can't tell me the Justice aren't a team that thrives on building momentum, especially with impact players like Corey on the roster. Also, AimGod, I also felt was very sort of prone to that. He's quite pitchy at times, streaky, I guess you could say, with the Boston Uprising, but when he's on, I mean, his name is a really apt one, and on the Zenyatta, he will take those solo kills.
We'll see what Boston decides to come out and run. The story here is the defense is already set. This is very similar to what we saw the Justice run on Control.
Jerry on Sombra.
Interesting. So Sombra May, you talk about 2 heroes who can really be a nuisance for the other team, right? Okay. You're trying to like not dodge the May wall. You're also getting hacked. Like
these are two high utility heroes, ones that we don't normally see racking up a ton of final blows. So is there enough damage?
Now look, you have Diva. Diva has high damage. Orisa can put down consistent damage. They try and get Brawly and dive, which is what they want to do. Now you start to kind of Brigitte, right? Brigitte can do damage, heal, stun, knock away. You start to play a game where like, okay, what's the win condition here for the Justice? Like if you dive, you're kind of playing into their hands. If you sit back, you're allowing Jerry space to potentially pick off one of these supports, really looking at AimGod. So it's a very difficult position for the Justice to play out.
Mufen, painfully aware, I think, of Corey just trying to harass his backline. Multiple times he's had to turn his head and give a defense matrix to
But as long as you play around the May and the Brigitte, like your supports should be pretty good if you're the Boston Uprising.
And almost getting hacked there, able to catch a interrupt on towards the enemy Sombra with the micro rockets. Boston Uprising are actually kind of backing up. They've left the payload. What are they looking for? Why did they take the foot off the gas?
They want the dive to come in. Like that's the play here. They want the aggression to come in. Yes, and that it's exactly. It's why I said it's such a difficult position for the Justice to play out of. Because they need to be the aggressive team with the comp they have.
Okay!
We have an EMP that goes off and Corey gets 1. But how much longer can you play this game, right? You have to play a very close to perfect for the Justice to come out on top.
So Boston actually, roles are almost reversed. Boston are attacking but are playing like a team that defends or wants to be reactive. They want to provoke Washington into being the ones
to
make
the play. Is hack, right? You hack the Diva, you still have the issue of the Brigitte and the May. You hack the Brigitte, you still have the issue of the May and the Diva. Like, there's not a great target.
Okay, sleeping Elevo on the high ground. Hard really for Boston to do anything about that. Raw constantly jumping away from Boston, not towards them. They still need to stand on the payload though, so Raw trudges back, says, okay, I guess meat's back on the menu, boys. Fusion gets rid of Raw. Jerry standing inside the booster, and Mufen gets over the top with a bomb, and that'll be it. The Justice wiped off the point.
Well, look at that. I mean, Corey's trying to go into the backline, put pressure on Myungbong, but he then gets stunned by Halo, bashed away, gets down to like no HP. The payload is then making its way towards the checkpoint, and what happens? The Justice have to contest. They walk directly into an EMP, they walk into a rally, a supercharger, and that allows Boston to save a Blizzard. The next time they dive in, guess what? You have a nano boost for sustain, you have a Blizzard to prevent that dive from coming on through.
Who gets nanoed here?
And the Justice, you're going to have to invest a lot to be able to stop the card.
I think the Nano Diva is potentially quite powerful for Mufen if he can go try and hunt AimGod down, but Ellie Boat gets rid of Jerry.
I mean, look, you can nano the Diva, you can nano the Brig, the Mei.
Don't
a
nano
lot
the
of
Brig.
decent options.
That's gross. Corey, as you can see there, one of our 2019 role stars. We're looking for a pulse bomb connection. Definitely needs to live up to the pedigree that he displayed last season.
The positive here for the Justice is you're building up a war chest of ultimates, right? You'll have all 6 across the board. So as long as you just don't kind of blow them all in one fight, you have an opportunity to get a stop here. But they go with an EMP at the first, and it's actually going to be Stratus who gets taken out right after.
Stratus was forced to use the EMP then. That was a really great collapse on towards the Sombra. Stratus was in the top the top room in the back line. Mufid immediately turned around, made a beeline for him there, and they managed to cause him some problems. The Brigitte inclusions here make it dangerous for Sombra to linger.
But now you used EMP and Primal Rage. You lose that fight. Now we get closer to the end, and guess what happens? You have to rally here to come out. They still have this Blizzard to
Oh no!
Big Pulse Bomb.
Halo tried to shield bash away from it, but it's pretty large range on that Pulse Bomb. Ana has a lot of problems just walking away from it because she lacks any other mobility. Milbong, oh, it's a one clip. Okay, Corey's warming up a little more now. Gets the D-shoot. It is an EMP, and he can't get away from Jerry, who finds him with the headshot. Arc, though, responds, swinging the flail as Jerry lands, and Color Hex's Blizzard goes bye-bye.
Are they gonna... I wonder if Boston switches off of this, because that is incredibly odd to lose both supports and then commit EMP Blizzard in. There's really no chance of them winning the fight at that moment in time. You throw the Blizzard into the void of Elivo, and Jerry just pops the EMP for whatever reason. You know, you had a great opportunity. If you hold those ultimates, you would have came back into this fight 4 ultimates to 2 with a great opportunity to win.
Uncle Matt is disappointed. Justice, Uprising, should I say? Self-destruct. Wall doesn't actually protect against it. The Uprising have to just back away a little bit more. The Transcendence now for Rain God. It's expired. Raw's hacked. He's going to have to stay and take a fair bit of damage. Jerry gets a lot of free ult charge. Translocates out once he fears the Brigitte's a stun again. High ground for Boston. Raw trying to take it away. Bomb thrown in there by movement. Doesn't get anything in his hacked at the moment, so he can't climb straight back in. Here's an EMP opportunity for Stratus. This one needs to stick. It needs to land. Especially with the rally in play, getting rid of all that might help. Here it is. He gets 5. Stratus sitting up on the payload. Elivo is de-suited though. And it looks as if the Justice weren't able to capitalize there on such a powerful ultimate.
They had the rally going, and then they don't connect with the Ana, so you get a nano boost onto the Mei, keep the Mei alive.
Okay, Raw has Primal Rage, can't use it though. He has to hope for that EMP to expire before he gets back into the fight, and it has. It's aimed God though, for up on high. 2 crucial kills, and the cleanup is easy. 13 seconds remain.
A lot of good holds here from the Justice just before Boston has a chance to take this second checkpoint. 7 seconds left. Can you even get a touch? It looks like Jerry behind enemy lines will be the one to do it.
Yeah, reveals himself. Oh, he actually had to translocate a little early. It's fine. Overtime still is activated. Wrecking Ball drops out on the point here. That's Fusions getting hacked pretty darn fast there. It seems like there's a bit of a disconnect there. Movement was supposed to keep him alive, but that's not what the defense matrix was thrown. Overtime is up. Stratus looks pleased indeed.
Much better play there from the Justice in map number 2. Stratus much more effective on the Sombra. 23 enemies hacked, 11 EMP enemies, but it's that one fight that Boston just throws, man. Like you had 2 players dead, already your supports, and then you throw the Blizzard for no apparent reason into the defense matrix, and you pop the EMP, when if you would have came back the next fight, you would have had like self-destruct, EMP, supercharger, Blizzard, like all your major win condition ultimates you would have had, and all they would have had was rally and a transcendence in that moment in time, which, you know, one of those ultimates probably forces both of them out. You would have been in a good spot to at least get the payload over the line, but that's been the difference in the course of the Overwatch League for the first 2 seasons between teams that win games consistently and teams that, you know, kind of fluctuate up and down in the standings. Is just minor plays like that. Those 2 ultimates set them back so far that they're not able to really make another great effort to push the card over the line.
And of course, as is now tradition since last week, apparently our hero draw will be happening on the Watchpoint Post Show live Sunday night after the Uprising versus Reign. So all the more reason to stick around and see just how our potatoes back in Los Angeles come up with our plans for next week. Okay, like I told you guys, if you watched your tier 2, you'd know that Stratus was a Pharah aficionado. I'm going to milk that for so long, bro. No one's ever going to be able to tell me I don't watch the matches.
No 76 on the other side. So we'll see how Boston goes about dealing with the Pharah play of Stratus. So, like we saw in Blizzard World earlier in our series, Toronto and Florida, we saw some Ashe play against the Pharah with no McCree or Widowmaker in the pool. I mean, right now, though, right, you have like... well, I was going to say you have the Batiste, not anymore.
Okay, Corey gets Mjolnir bomb. That's no healing. And this is a matter of time now. Stratus, he's got a taste for the blood and he wants some more. He'll have it.
Well, I mean, that was a defense, I guess, from Boston. I mean, nothing you could. I mean, there is something they could do, but I mean, once you lose both your supports there, and then the card is like already around the corner, not really many options. But Boston, I actually like the decision to not switch the composition, because you would have actually put yourself so far behind in terms of ultimate economy, and you knew that the Justice had to switch off of the Pharah and the Mercy anyway. They're going to stay on the Mercy for now, but they will have to probably switch off of it in time.
5 minutes in the bank. 5!
As it's a good decision to stay with this for Boston.
Corey now wants a bit of the high ground. Does he know what's behind Doré? He does now. Wall thrown up. They really want some privacy up there. Corey's determined to see what's going on. Now, this essentially splits Boston. The other half of the team had to commit, and they do. They get rid of Aim God, and Corey has to back out. He's lacking supports for the time being.
Early picks, though, is big for Boston. You know, early picks without using ultimates, massive, right? So now you can start building up some ultimates of your own. You'll end up with all 6 probably going into this next fight. And it seems crazy that, like, you know, potentially, like, you could get a hold here, but, you know, the cart has not moved at all since they got checkpoint B, really. You can see it on the screen, just moving backwards. You know, Boston, you're like 1 or 2 fights away from making this very interesting. And remind you, it's very difficult to get it over the line as well, getting close to B.
Jerry, very wary of using EMP remotely near Arc. Okay. See what Move could do with this. Tries to drop down, but Aim God gets him while he's in midair. Not much from that ultimate again. The Uprising throwing good ultimates after bad. Here's the Transcendence coming in, but Haley was already hit with a body grenade. It's wasted. They at least managed to get the Batiste ultimate out, but the Washington Justice are punishing his poor ultimate usage. The fundamentals out the window, and so are the Uprising.
I mean, they're going to have to rush back in, but you still have EMP Blizzard here for Boston to make one last final defensive stand before potentially conceding the map to the Justice, but...
That is... Oh, God. Yikes, man. That was a brutal fight. Okay, Color Hex needs to make sure this Blizzard doesn't fall into the Korean Future Dyson. It cannot get eaten.
It's hard to get eaten if it's an EMP that connects onto the Diva first.
There's the EMP. It does connect onto Elivote. He went for the self-destruct, and all he got was a couple of pets. He got the supercharger and the immortality filled, but the Uprising already had the lead in this fight. What do the Washington Justice do now? Probably just back out. Aim God is on the other side of the map for whatever reason.
Yeah, you take the L in that fight, and you back out here. And you set up. You don't want to make the same mistakes that Boston did, where you throw in some ultimates that you're just trying to get it across the line. It's not working out. You have to hold on to what you're building up.
I mean, Boston would love an early pick here to allow them to sort of snowball a team fight without having to use ultimates.
They need an early pick. They don't want one, they need one. In the position they're in, with Washington coming in, with a Primal Rage, EMP, Nano Boost, they need an early pick off.
Corey, Yunbong over the edge. Corey back into hiding. Pulse Bomb doesn't stick, and well, it looks like they know where Stratus is. Fusion's continually 180ing and firing behind him, but will he see this coming? Oh! Can't get the hack! Stratus stands his ground for a little while, but in the meantime, Jerry's found Corey, and the Justice once more are down to 5, and yet they commit. Surely not.
Mitch, that's a big one. You know, they use Primal. They don't get anything with it. They're gonna have to back out, and then the clock starts to dwindle, and Color Hex He was able to hold on to Blizzard. You start building closer towards an EMP, a self-destruct. You still have your Transcendence, right? So Stratus hits a big EMP, you can counter with the Transcendence back out on the point. Boston not out of this yet.
Can Stratus shut down the Unbog here? That is the question. Okay, Fusions does get hacked, but very little is done.
Who cares? Yeah, I mean,
Stratus. Okay, goes for the EMP. No, the Unbog's able to get the Transcendence. Oh dear. Stratus really needed to collect it on the Zenyatta, but it's hard. Now Cullerhead's going to go with the Blizzard and somehow throws it at a D.Va. It doesn't get eaten, so Elivote is going to be put on ice for the time being, but Jerry's found. Corey gets two. This is one of those individual performances that you just can't count on. Raw fighting two as well. The Justice, at the final moment, they dig deep and they find the answer. Now the D.Va gets pushed away, movement. Oh, that's a sad state of affairs to be de-student there. The Washington Justice. Can they come up with a good 6-player EMP, but it just doesn't do enough.
Jerry never gets a chance to use that EMP in that final fight, using it in desperation there towards the end, but the Justice, they bounce back, they get a map win in map number 2. You see Stratus a little bit stressed out. So, you know, it has not been easy today against Boston.
And look, normally this team's laughing, smiling, joking around, but this ain't a game anymore. It is, but it is, you know what I mean? It's not a game anymore. The Justice need to get a win here, especially against a team like the Uprising, and they're working for it. We'll have our friends in LA break things down on a halftime break. We'll be back with more. It is absolute slobber knocker.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The Justice are still looking to get that first victory in front of their home crowd. And they're tied 1-1 right now. So, you know, they're getting the work done. The first map looked a little rough for them, to say the least. My name is Zoe. This is our game break presented by Pringles Wavy. And I'm once more joined by Saicho as well as Kasta. Let's dissect Busan. Let's talk about what we saw coming out of the gates from both of those teams. What's your concerned look about, Saicho?
Well,
we need to talk about
you look very
You look very concerned.
I am concerned for both of these teams. I mean, I enjoyed seeing Jerry come out on the Torbjorn. That was a little bit of style early on. But the Washington Justice just didn't really manage to make their dive work too well on the first point. They went toe-to-toe with the Boston Uprising, but they couldn't find value out of Stratus's Sombra particularly, and then it was kind of all over the place. Both of these teams looking like they're still finding their footing in this brand new meta.
Yeah, I think we had a lot of questions of Corey and Stratus, are they going to play the dive? And we saw that from the Tracer and Sombra. In the first map, as you said, they looked a little lost. There was no coordination between the front line, and it just seemed like they were getting picked off a lot. They also just didn't really know how to deal with the Jerry Torb. So I'm sure no one knows how to deal with it. It's unkillable. But then we went into map 2, and they played a lot more characters, and we saw the Stratus sort of, they got a lot more value coming out of it.
Yeah, I think generally on that second map, Corey and Stratus both really came alive, and this is really their win condition. As soon as the DPS players from the Justice are amping it up, everything seems to go well for them. Where went Uprising wrong in this very scenario? Was it just what was it?
I mean, I would say that when the Washington Justice come out and they're playing the Pharah and you have absolutely no answer to it on the other side, you've probably picked a composition that isn't the best. Yeah. I mean, Sombra May, we've heard that teams were running it in the off-season, and it seems like they had some success on it towards the end there, but it doesn't give you any ability to take control of the fights, and you're just kind of relying on your opponents playing into you. And if they pick the correct heroes, particularly at the beginning of Havana, then you're not in a great position. Have you dropped your pen?
No, don't worry.
That one's gone.
We're moving on.
Everything which gets dropped into this desk is gone forever.
It's gone forever.
It's
in the void.
Yeah.
But I don't know. My whole thing is, it seemed like they came out in that comp expecting Washington to play dive, and then Washington were like, well, we're just going to play Pharah, and then they were just like, oh no, Boston just really didn't have an answer to it. They lost the first point for free, but if I was going to underline something that went wrong for Boston, it was just their ultimate usage. I think they really struggled to get value out of anything. You saw it on their attack. I don't know what that Color Hex May ult was that he threw into the wall, and Elibo's just like, okay. But it wasn't just that. Just like across the board, I think they were really struggling to get value out of their ultimates.
Now, you already mentioned it, Stratus on Pharah. He is, of course, going to make it into our crunch time presented by Pringles Wavy. So let's walk us through this. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, this is just him dominating as he comes out. And my problem with this is, from the Boston Uprising side, is if you want to pick a composition, you can't allow the counter to be something that your opponent is fantastic at. And Stratus, it's like one of the 3 heroes that he plays at a genuinely elite level is his Pharah, his Doomfist, and then his May. You want to try and push the Washington Justice away from their comfort zone, not play compositions that allow Stratus to just dunk on you. Poor little Halo, he's just having his first match in the league, and he's getting rained on from above. They couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah,
Poor
rough
guy.
times, rough times. Now, next up, we're going to have Eichenwalde. Sure enough, I would expect Stratus to bust out a Pharah here and there as well.
It's possible, unless Jerry's playing some kind of counter style. If they carry on playing the Sombra May, then yeah, just play Pharah all day long. So they need to change it up. They need to have something that's a bit more versatile, able to counter a bunch of different compositions.
I just think Mufen shouldn't play the Sigma. I don't understand the reasoning of why they're playing the Sigma. If they're playing Dive, I would want to play Diva. If they're playing Pharah, I'd want to play Diva. If they're playing anything, I would want to play Diva. So I don't really know why they're making this switch. I feel like if they just play Diva, their comp will be a lot more well-rounded, and it'll give the DPS a lot more ability to flex.
Now, are you both still confident in your pick, looking at the Justice here?
I'm reasonably confident. I don't think that it's been easy for them, though. I think that they are overall the better team, and they should have managed to edge out this series. But it's not easy, and I have to say that Corey hasn't really been the powerhouse figure that I was hoping he would be on the Tracer.
Yeah, Washington have looked okay, especially in the second map, and they do have the flexibility, and they're showing that they do have the hero pools, but it hasn't been outstanding, and I really want to see them tighten it up, especially with their front line to sort of their dive, sort of mix out Roar and Corey going in together and sort of finding...
Let's actually talk a little bit about Roar. Are you guys impressed with his Winston performance so far?
It's been okay. The thing is, for the whole Justice team, it's only been okay. And the thing is, they have had the most time to practice out of any team this week coming into hero pools. They're at their hometown, so that means they've had access to the best practice facilities. They've been there, they haven't had to travel, and they've just had the run of the entire show. If they can't come out and perform against Boston, they're lost. They're lost.
That's a rough sign for the Boston. So they do need to be careful, and they do need to be very wary of like switching up their comps. So they tighten it up.
Well, tied it up. Here is advice from our desk crew. We're ready to head back into the action, and afterwards, of course, we're back with the post-show, so don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
that one was for the boomers.
That was
Any boomers?
phenomenal.
Washington Justice. I mean, we're loving it here. I'm really feeling it today. And we're going to be back April 4th and 5th. Ladies and gentlemen, justice.overwatchleague.com. The next homestand ain't that far away.
No, yeah, I mean, you got to get here. I think, you know, out of the homestands we've been to, you know, they've all been great. I think this venue's phenomenal. Like, the space outside of it is great. It seems like a really good atmosphere. And we come here a bunch throughout the year, so definitely excited for the Washington homestand.
I mean, I feel like these venues, they almost mirror the great atmosphere that the Washington Justice have as a team, right? Real fun, really open. And speaking of which, you know, Ark as a player doesn't get talked about a ton, right? He's often on, you know, his support role, but his leadership behind the scenes rarely gets to bubble up to the surface. And something we'd like to talk about as much as we can. And we managed to catch a bit of a moment where he was rallying the troops and getting the Justice ready to take that map and give them the gavel on Havana.
Frazzled. It's okay, but frazzled, but now make sure be careful that we all too much overextend our power and then
no,
everyone, let's take a deep breath because all right, 3, 2, 1, relax. Okay, don't forget that we full held it in Dorado, 4.31 meter. Okay, bipolar. Don't forget. Don't forget.
A moment there from the leader Ark, obviously, who's been here since season 1.
I mean, a ton of experience, just brings a great positive energy to the team. And look, I mean, he was on NYXL in season 1 when they were like dominant. And if it's not for like Animo emerging in the Lucio role and really becoming like one of the best, if not the best Lucio in the league at that time, like Ark probably would have continued to play. But Ark then, you know, comes over to Washington and he's done a good job, you know, being the leader, trying to push this team forward, trying to get them to a spot where NYXL already is. So you can see 2-2. 1-1 in the series, actually. Eigenball coming up, and I kind of jumped ahead. But I did tell you, though, that I thought we would see 4 maps, and I'm right.
We get a minimum of 4 maps now, Matt. You're exactly right. Looked a little bit tough there for the Justice at the end of Havana until somehow, inexplicably, Corey gets 2 kills in quick succession. That's what Tracer gives you, the ability for those individuals to take ownership.
You cannot win games consistently if your game plan is to play them 50-50 and hope somebody pops off, like hope Corey pops off.
I think the game plan was try and be coordinated with ultimates, and then that didn't work, and then Corey popped up. So,
right.
I mean, it's not something you can count on, or maybe you can from Corey. It's kind of the reputation he's garnered himself thus far, but without McCree or Widowmaker in the pool, he has to do it on a different hero.
What's also interesting is that the Justice come out on Havana and catch them off guard with some Pharah play, and then they come out now on defense on Eigenball. On a map, you know that they can play Pharah, and the other team is running, could run a Pharah, and they don't really have a counter for it.
What does Color Hex see that makes them want to switch?
Interesting. So I mean, maybe they feel more comfortable playing this kind of slower play style. Could be just kind of spy checking here for the Sombra and then go back and switch. But
I wonder what he was.
At this point, you've already switched like the supports as well.
Is he afraid of the Zen?
On this. No, I mean, I think you're scared of like potentially them coming in and diving, getting on like a Lucio, let's say, and then you're not able to speed on through. Very interesting, we bring Reaper in, as we have not seen Reaper that much at all this weekend, but you know, if you want to really put pressure on a Roar, right, you get a stun or a halt, and then Reaper in play, and it's very difficult to keep him up.
Matt, this is just another composition that wants the Justice to engage on them.
But look, now Boston, with the Lucio, with the speed, has rotated around and taken the point. Now this forces a scenario where Washington has to come to them, and that's exactly what they want.
Jerry's just chilling in the back line. Eventually, Stratus is able to deal with him. The Discord Orb goes a heck of a long way in assisting with that. Color Hex is hacked up. Able to survive as he backs away here. The Uprising are in no real hurry. They've already got about 80% of capture progress, and it hasn't abated yet. Corey passes on through with a Pulse Bomb connection, but it's going to be staved off there by the Fortify of Fusions. And here's the EMP opportunity for Stratus. He lets it go, and that's all 6. But is it going to be enough? Aimgod's taken down by Jerry. Cavalry amongst the Pigeons.
But look at all the armor that was already on as they ended up using the rally before that EMP kicks off. And now you've gotten 2 kills. The Primal going to wear off soon here from Roar. You're in a really bad spot if you're the Justice.
Matt, that's such a great point. See, shields will get removed by the EMP, but if you have armor, and Brigitte gives everybody armor, that will remain even if your team gets EMP'd, and that extra durability, especially, by the way, against heroes like Sombra and Tracer, who each projectile, they fire a lot of small projectiles, right? Armor is more effective against damage that comes in small bits because it reduces every hit you take instead of the whole lot.
And that fight win is so cheap for the Boston Uprising, really just the rally that's invested. If you're the Justice, you have to go in, try and make a play, and try and get some of these ultimates out to even up the odds, because you allow the card to just keep moving around, not get any of these ultimates out, you're in trouble. That'll be Supercharger to kick things off, you caught Roar out of, and now you don't have to use anything else, right? You'll build it towards another rally, a Death Blossom, etc.
Man, even Muffin isn't really going aggressive. He's not trying to take high ground. He's not trying to force anyone off of the high ground. He's playing inside of his own team here.
The issue is, so here's kind of the scenario. The Justice can't just dive in with their tanks, right? They need to create a pick another way. If Corey doesn't do that, then they have to just kind of commit to the dive, which is exactly what Boston wants.
Muffin drops the bomb there. He was probably going to be caught either way. It looks like he decided last minute.
Look at the payload progress, though.
That's not where you want to resuit, to be fair.
And they have Blizzard and Sound Barrier.
Rally's already active. Look at all that armor everybody's getting. Okay, another EMP, but again, that armor's still there, so there needs to be a lot of damage to follow this up. And then the Sound Barrier comes after the EMP. Halo's able to avoid losing the use of his ultimate. Elivote gets Jerry. Boston makes some of the right moves here, but still, when it comes to the execution, they fall flat.
That is a big fight win. As Halo is holding off to the side, trying to get in, get the Sound Barrier on everybody, keep them up. Jerry was not able to stay alive, which this type of composition, Reaper, and is really your main source of close range damage. So, Color Hex as well, I believe, ended up using a Blizzard during that. Don't know if like he was using it at the same time as the EMP and it got canceled out. I'll have to take a look.
Jerry able to get away from the pulse bomb. An ice block, there it is. Color Hex just says, no thank you, I'm not taking that damage. Still a Death Blossom here. Elivote needs to be very careful. Wants to be able to shut down Jerry's damage. And the Boston Uprising try and get close. They just want to stay out of line of sight as long as they possibly can. Jerry's found his target. Look at that, D.Va's gone. So now Death Blossom is far more deadly. Teleport is also available for Jerry should he want it, but Color Hex is knocked off. This is where it happens! The Primal Rage gets 2 huge kills. And Muffin and Halo say, well, Geronimo, I guess.
And Color Hex's Blizzard was negated by that EMP in that previous fight. So perfect timing there from Stratus. Probably didn't even realize that they were going to kind of throw the Blizzard backwards. But take a look at this from Roar's POV. The Primal Rage is big. You know how dangerous it is when you're walking on this bridge where the enemy Winston is using the Primal. Nice job from Roar. Just kind of get in, get out.
That is quite nice. All right. Roar spots the Uprising taking the high ground. He quickly has to back away. Elivote takes a pass as well.
And the Justice needed that space, and they need to be so careful because they have the Lucio in play for Boston, so the rotations are much faster.
Look at this respect from Stratus. Doesn't want to get close, knows he can get that EMP in time without putting himself in danger. All right, gonna go for it here. Good connection, 6 players. Still a 1-for-1 trade though with the fight. Stratus, who's he looking for? Myeonbong at the moment. Aim God's able to finish off the kill. Eyes on Muffin now. Fusions is the one that's caught in the mix of everything though, and he had no chance to use his supercharger. Wouldn't have wanted to anyway.
You almost don't mind though. Like I guess it's a huge fight win for Washington, right? You know, they're able to get some momentum here at the end, but that's exactly what you want if you're the Boston Uprising, because you still hold on to some key ultimates. You're gonna have Sound Barriers, so you're free to use that because there's no EMP on the other side. And then you think with your Blizzard Supercharged Death, well, I mean, you get over the line here. I mean, it's so close to getting the payload to that second checkpoint.
Here's the rally. Boston, now they want to brawl. Fusion Supercharger got taken down very early, but Roar, yeah, that's the danger for the Winston trying to dive in. Elivote's still let his rocket boost is available, so that boot would not have sent him into the abyss. Myeonbong is down. Elivote thinking about a self-destruct here, maybe in the middle of the Blizzard. It's Transcendence in play for Aim God now. The timing was good, but it wasn't enough to save. He was frozen solid. Color Hex tries to catch Elivote on the way down, but is forced to go in towards the ice block as the bomb descends. Overtime now, there are 4 or 5 players standing right now for the Washington Justice, but they're a little split.
Stratus with an EMP.
Another EMP. It's not the answer. Stratus leaves it!
You know, it was actually Halo makes a big play and he actually boots Roar back and they're not able to contest. Very tough there for the Justice at
in
the
his
end.
debut match. Halo keeps Boston alive here on Eichenwald.
And I want to also shout out Myongbong on the Brigitte. What they decide to do there, Boston, is they know that Aim God has the Transcendence and they want to force it out. And Myongbong on the Brigitte, like, pretty much solo pushes all the way in and like bashes Aim God, tries to get him to use it. He doesn't use the Transcendence in that moment, but putting that pressure was huge. So this should be just a cleanup fight win for the Washington Justice, an EMP and one elimination on the Jerry. Forces back the Boston Uprising.
They look reluctant to really try and clean up the fights. The one kill seemed to be enough for them. They wanted to back away. Rory's in though, so now they have to double down. Fortunately for them, it's not been punished. Raw's able to get rid of Myongbong and get out.
I mean, is it even necessary though, right? You knew they were resetting. You used the Primal Rage there. You build up closer towards Transcendence.
You want to stagger them, maybe give them less time in the final fight, which is rapidly approaching.
I mean, you use the Primal to go in, maybe get a kill, increase HP pool, just generate some more ult charge for your supports there, but you could have used it to potentially stay live at the point a little bit longer. That'll be Transcendence
had to be used. Aimgod would have gotten frozen if he didn't use that, Matt. He was immune to it after using the ability. There's going to be a Blizzard in play, though, and Aimgod's not going to be able to avoid that when the time comes. It's overtime. Movement. He's on the getaway plan, trying to move this cart, but now the Boston Uprising get completely split up. Arc is ready to receive here on the payload. Everyone throwing themselves in there. A death blossom attempt from Jerry goes painfully awry, and that's where the cart stops.
You see with the Brigitte, Diva, flight death blossom goes back to the spin to die. Not really.
Press Q to respawn.
Yeah, not really spinning to win anymore, but Boston, they're able to complete the first checkpoint, obviously unlocking the payload, and then also getting about halfway through the castle. So big hill for the Justice to climb up. We'll see how they do on their offense after this quick break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
Well, Matthew, this one is shaped up as quite the bout between the Uprising and the Washington Justice. Washington looked as if they could be able to hold the Uprising outside of the gates of Eichenwald. So before getting that second checkpoint, they don't. They let them through, let them have a little bit of extra progress. Finally, the Justice can shut it down. So now let's see if they can run through this map.
Yeah, it was a combination of like a May wall from Color Hex and then also a boop from Halo that prevented them from getting back on and re-challenging at a moment where Roar was very close to a Primal, and then also, more importantly, Stratus had an EMP.
This is vintage Boston Uprising. Defense Farah on Eichenwald. This takes me back.
To what?
Season 1. Yes.
Yeah, very long time ago.
So yeah, it's so long ago.
It's Paris Philly tomorrow. That should be interesting. Hey. Philly coming off all those wins. Paris coming off a bad loss.
Poco's out there trying to show off his French brethren. I'm here for it. Stick around for that one, Morris.
And Philly's just like, we're here so we don't get fined. We'd rather play from home.
Oh, they're here.
Funny Astros, like, we flew 4 hours for this.
Well, luckily for them, Philly is much closer to DC than it is Texas.
Yes, and in fairness, Philly have played basically all their games on the East Coast right now, so stop complaining. Right, so this Pharah on defense, Matt, can you talk us through it a bit?
Yeah, I mean, we like you mentioned, we've seen the defensive Pharah here for a very long time in Overwatch League. Even when Pharah is not really meta, you can see it here because look at the angles that you're playing of your color hex. You play around this center pillar. Very difficult to get line of sight on the Pharah and good sight lines for the Pharah. It's just put down damage as players approach the point.
Elivote is getting bullied as he tries to do something about this Pharah Mercy combo. Again, he's the only one really on the Justice that can do anything about it, but in the meantime, Corey gets into the cookie jar. Myeonbong out of the picture now. Fusions is struggling. He fortified, but it wasn't enough to keep him alive. This might be that opening. Rufin tries to take to the sky. He gets rid of Raw. But Jerry is now down. Just one Sombra to rule them all. And that'll be a point capture here as the rest of the Uprising are bundled off the points.
So here's the issue with... okay, so the issue is really not the Pharah in this type of situation. Like, Pharah is going to put down the consistent damage, right? Damage at range, get people low. Who's finishing this off for Boston? Like, you don't have a Tracer, right? You don't have a Winston that's going to go in, make plays, right? Finish off weak opponents. You're playing an odd type of composition where you're playing one that's relying on just kind of sitting back, but then also you're playing around the Pharah who you need players to just dive in, like Pharah Tracer, right? That's such a devastating combination.
Oh, baby!
You're not able to do it. Now just get...
I think there had to be a defensive bionic grenade to keep moving in the game. Fusions is discorded right now. EMP comes in, they want to fire player. Stratus has his, but he won't use it here. It looks like the Justice accept defeat in this engagement. They're happy to back away. They'll save these ultimates.
It's a big EMP. There is the Justice now getting grouped up. They have their own EMP, and Stratus is actually kind of behind enemy lines. So we'll see how Boston decides to play this. Boston, no support ults here. You kind of maybe like even sacrificing just like fusions onto the card.
Stratus is not one for subtlety at all, man. He just walks up and whips out the EMP, and you know what? It does the job just fine. You see some Sombras sneak in the back, some Sombras like to throw up a translocator. No, Stratus just charges in.
Mufin keeps the cart in its place for a little bit longer. He jumps off the side now, but good EMP there from Stratus. Is
this Dark Stratus? Is this evil Stratus? No longer joking?
Yeah.
No longer smiling?
But, I mean, look, the Justice in a good spot here. Both support ults coming in this next fight. You've already got the Discord Orb on the Fusions, trying to put some more damage on him at range.
Dangerous spot on the map, though, for the Justice. This bridge is treacherous. If they get knocked off...
No primal, though. Like, not like a Lucio move or anything.
It's really just the whole... Corey. Oh! Oh, Corey! He was lying in wait for Jerry, and the trap was sprung. A pulse bomb to follow up. You love to see it. Color X fares no better once more. Corey springs forth. And the Uprising get decimated.
Remember when I said I didn't think you could consistently be like, oh, well, let's just let Corey pop off?
You did say that.
No.
Yep.
Maybe sometimes you're wrong. So Corey's able to go in, make plays, able to pick off Jerry, then pulse bomb another. A few final blows at the end of the fight. 11 final blows on the map now for Corey. That'll lead the Justice. But also, I think Stratus has really turned it up since map number 1.
Yeah.
Had a really rough map number 1. This map, 24 limbs, 0 deaths. Playing the Sombra, 42 enemies hacked, and making a real big difference.
Stratus playing like a Genji almost. Medium to long range, charge up that ultimate. That's all you need. Here comes an aggressive nano boost on towards Jerry, though, on the Justice. Just disengaged. That ultimate from Myeonbong goes to waste.
Yeah, I mean, what, are you trying to buy time? Did you expect them to engage?
10 seconds out of 3 minutes. Oh, well, that's the EMP. Fusions gets caught, but Fusions going to send a bomb to the back line. No, the Justice already broke line of sight by pushing around a corner. Now the 1-for-1. Arc and Fusions both down, but Elivote finds that kill. Aim God, a very timely transcendence indeed. Corey's pulse bomb doesn't find the mark this time, and Jerry finds his head. Up close and personal with a Reaper is not where you want to be, even if you Tracer. So now Stratus has to slow it down and back away.
They're still trying to just kind of take and occupy this space. They don't want to let Boston push up and take that corner. The corner is really the difficult spot to get around. They've given up that position now. Stratus trying to farm another EMP. No ultimates to work with if the Justice.
It's very like almost like a drive push, right? Maybe you're trying to farm up a Primal, you're trying to farm up another EMP. It's kind of what you're playing around.
That EMP looked effective. I mean, if Corey doesn't die to Jerry,
or you have Transcendence and Rally coming in.
It's time to push the cart though. 0.71 meters. The Uprising have to set their feet here. This is where it goes down. Another Transcendence comes in, and the Justice flood forward. A 4-player EMP. Gumborg's in trouble. At least gets a nano boost on towards Jerry. He's trying to stay alive desperately on the cart, but he couldn't find the damage. Nano boost be dead. It's not enough. Mufanam, the Disum, the Justice bring the hammer down.
Washington looks to have settled down after map number 1.
Settled. That's really what you're going to say.
They've settled down. They've calmed down a little bit. They've started to turn up as Corey has shown up big. Stratus as well, playing very good around their ultimates. And right there towards the end, playing around both support ultimates in that Stratus EMP yet again. Coming up with big plays.
Victory in sight now for the hometown heroes. Can the Uprising respond? It's all going to go down right after this.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
The W, it's in sight for the Justice right now. Looking pretty triumphant coming out of Eichenwalde here, but the Uprising have been known in some circles to push series all the way to the limit. Matt said 4 maps.
The Justice fans don't want to see the game 5 here. The players don't want to see the fans. They don't want to be put through it.
I think, yeah, they could just reach across the aisle and ask a Philly fan how they feel about that. It is brutal.
Yeah.
However, the Justice up and out of their seats, Stratus especially, you know, it's such a contrast to Corey, who's usually quite calm. Stratus always ending up popping off. He definitely had some great moments at the end of that map. I think Corey really has been the X factor in breaking the deadlock in a lot of these longer fights or in a lot of these back and forth engagements that depend on ultimates. Sometimes you just got to click heads, and he's done just that.
Well, it just seems like every time like he's given the space and the opportunity to make something happen, he does. Whether the big pulse bomb there, you know, the pick on the Jerry to open things up. It'll be interesting week to week how you start to just try to build like compositions, right? If we get into like a really strong like Widowmaker like week, like Corey is a great player to have, like Hanzo, the Tracer, even if like McCree, If I don't get to draw heroes again, he can come back. I think like there's so many different compositions, right, that you can build like really strong like powerhouse damage dealer comps around Corey. But the Justice could easily start racking up some wins.
Such a curious map here to potentially bookend this series, and that's what the Justice want. That's to close it out on Horizon.
This is a scary map, though. I mean, there's a lot of weird compositions you could probably run here on Horizon. So, you know, Horizon without like a Bree or a Widow from the high ground on defense. Like, do you want to play like a dive? Do we see teams like eventually, or well, maybe you know, later in the weekend, move over to something like a bunker, right, with like a Bastion in play? Like, there's a lot of odd things you can throw out on this map. So, looks like the Justice, they've decided that they want to keep going with this. And to be fair, until Boston stops it, go with it.
Yep.
I mean, they have not proven Boston that they have been able to really deal with Stratus on the Sombra and Corey on the Tracer outside of map number 1, but Control is a much different game type than the rest that we have in Overwatch League. So, looks like this is just a scouting thing from Boston, going out, seeing what's up. And then changes. So Fusion will not play the Wrecking Ball. He will play Eureka. No, they want to play with the Reaper again. Interesting. So Reaper is good against Sombra. When Sombra hacks the Reaper, he doesn't really lose much of anything. Like, he's still able to do kind of what he functions to do, which is like close range, big damage. Not really relying on any of his abilities to do anything.
Yeah, he doesn't have Wraith Walk, so you know, it doesn't have that easy and free reload with the safety that comes along with it. But no one's safe on your team if you get EMP'd. So big front load of damage. That's what he has. Jerry though looking for something. Looks like that was a whip shot from Mark. The Justice aren't playing on the point. They know they've given the high ground, so just to stand on the point and get chunked down is not what they want to be doing. Corey has to recall there. And the Justice has sprung into action, so they're starting to move around this left side of the point. But they have to find a way in. They've already given up 2 ticks, so eventually something's going to give. They can't just wait for something to happen. It has to be now. Corey, was that it? Pulse bomb? I don't think so. Straight into the vacuum, and Jerry getting rid of Elivote. Not a good start for the Justice at all. They still got 5 plays. They can still commit. It has to be a nano boost here on towards Raw, but Jerry is there to really work that Winston away. Stratus picks him up though. Floating grenade combined with a hack made it very hard for Reaper to do anything. He needs that self-sustain, the light steal. Aurora is down, and there's still a May on the point with a Blizzard Bat. This is looking good for Boston, and they'll take point A.
Yeah, you had no tanks to get on and contest there for the Justice towards the end. As Corey will get taken out here. Is not really an opportunity for the Uprising to push the pace. Everybody already back up here for the Justice with the changes that happened to respawns a while ago. So, where do you stay on this yet again? I mean, there's high ground here. Like, Reaper is really, it's only really good if you're just kind of battering ram on in there. I guess running the Lucio and like being able to speed players in, you can get away with running the Reaper here.
Ultimately, the Uprising are going to have to play on the point out in the open. They're going to need to bait the Justice to come to them. They've been doing this the whole series so far. Sometimes it looks good, sometimes it looks honestly awful.
Interesting. Milton's playing at a distance here. Because I think if the Uprising gets to the point, he wants to counter with a self-destruct. There it is.
EMP, self-destruct here. That's going to prevent the Justice from following up immediately, and that gives Colorhex time to find Corey. 1-for-1 trade. Raw into the backline, trying to make sure they can't use that amplification matrix by knocking the Uprising through it. But the sound barrier here makes it really impossible for Raw to find a kill there. Boston, decent start for them. They have a lower damage composition without Reaper working, so they need him to be in the mix. And that Blizzard was good, but Elivote's lucky. He steps into it after.
Is the Blizzard good? I mean, they just get the Blizzard onto the D.Va on the other side. So you just get Elivote.
Well, they don't even get the mini D.Va with it.
Huh?
Maybe spoke too soon, because they didn't even get the mini D.Va with it.
3 players rotate to the other side of the point. They're nowhere close to being affected by it. So maybe Boston thought they were up a little bit more, had a better chance of taking it. You think that 1 kill on the D.Va is massive to the point that it's point winning. But you only get 53% here on point B.
Corey, bit of armor to work with. That's now expired. The pulse bomb just to get rid of the supercharger. That wasn't really a miss. If he gets anything more than the charger, that's great. Didn't bog down though. Elivote gets aggressive. This is movement desperately trying to use that defense matrix, but it's not enough to keep Fusions alive. It's so hard to keep track of all these mobile threats the Justice are deploying.
They will leave Never mind, Aim takes him out with a headshot, so now it's another tough trip for Boston. You know you're walking into an EMP from Stratus. You don't have any ultimates, so it's not really that big of a deal. Jerry makes a switch off of Reaper and goes to Hanzo. Like, these are some like old kind of comps that Boston's bringing out. But I think you're going to see this week to week, though, of teams like experimenting with stuff that was meta, like in previous patches, and maybe you think would work yet again.
Look, Hanzo generates so much threat because it is a crapshoot sometimes against two sort of very mobile flanking DPS. He hits one of them in the head, all of a sudden. That's a huge high-value kill against a target that usually can get out of jail free at least once in a fight.
I mean, it's such a good scenario for Washington. You win this fight with just using the Primal Rage and just forcing Color Hex into a bad spot on the outside of the map. And now you have the EMP is just that threat, right? How many times have we seen EMP not really used? Just holding on to it is a big threat in terms of, you know, we don't want to run him, use our ultimates, because then we'll just get EMP'd and they'll just end up fighting back and, you know, taking the fight. So you can extend this a little bit longer, and Boston has to be so careful about how they play it.
Jerry's hoping for a Sonic arrow that can reveal Stratus's position. EMP onto 6, but the follow-up still needs to be there. And it is. Elivo gets rid of Color Hex. Halo's still able to deploy that Immortality field, which keeps them alive a little bit longer, but now they have no fusions. Not really much chance for them here. Another reset for Boston.
So the Hanzo's good for the damage, a lot like the Reaper was. It's just that there's not really, like, what is the idea with the ultimate, right? Like, are you kind of throwing it towards the spawn? Like, it's not, you don't really have, you have a halt to combo with it, but like the composition that Washington's playing is not one that's built around grouping,
I think
right?
it's literally for Sonic Arrow. I think that's a huge part of this. They're really scared of Stratus, and if Jerry can actually get the drop on Stratus, at least see where he is, even if he doesn't kill him like that, maybe that is benefiting him. Again, keeping tabs on Stratus, but needs to find a headshot. If he's not getting the kill on the Sombra, then the whole idea behind the Sonic Arrow kind of doesn't work out. That's a Blizzard there.
Blizzard doesn't get it.
Where is that supposed? It's defensive. Boston are still hoping the Justice come to them, but Washington are whiting up. They are disengaging after finding that first kill. Elivote goes in there. Arc keeping him alive with a lot of Inspire procs, and Corey in the thick of it. Doesn't have to commit though. Very clever. Look at his patience.
You know, what do you do here if you're Boston? They don't seem really like they want to switch up the comp dramatically, and you really can't here. I mean, with 30 seconds on the clock.
Matt, Jerry hasn't found him that pit. This Hanzo has not been working out for them at all.
No, I mean, it is, the Reaper really hasn't worked, and neither is the Hanzo here.
Another Sonic Arrow. They do spot the Sombra. They know that was coming, but they can't stop it! Oh, it's like a tidal wave. They see it descending upon them, and they know it's over. It's inexorable. And the Washington Justice now get to use some of those ultimates they've been holding on to. And the Uprising aren't even there to see the end of the round. That must suck. You get early warning on the Sombra, still can't do anything.
I mean, look, they get 64% on point B. But if you're Boston, for even saying, and look, we're going to have like this kind of theory crafting each week.
Yes.
If you're going to play around a Batiste on the high ground with the Orisa, what value are you getting out of the May at that point as we approach the B checkpoint? You weren't really getting value out of the Blizzards. You're not able to separate anybody because with the high ground, like you put the wall down, you can still rotate. Now, I mean, there's a lot of ways to get away from that.
What's the wall supposed to do for you?
Well, that's the point. What is it?
Does it let you
So at that point, are you better
the
off?
high ground?
Are you better off if you're going to play around a Batiste and play around the Orisa in the high ground? Play something that's just like a ton of like consistent damage up on the high ground.
Like what?
Like 76 Hanzo or something along those lines. Like it's a really weird kind of sounding comp, and you are. And that comp is pretty, the downside of that comp is that you're very prevalent to dive coming in on top of you. But at least that point, right, if you can get through that choke, you can start just pumping down damage and maybe have a Zen in play to kind of combat, you know, the EMP that would come through with like a Transcendence. Maybe that would have worked if you were Boston.
That's it, Monday, March 9. Check out Contenders. One thing I love about it is that they have like a tournament structure every week. Differs from the Overwatch League in that regard. Trials Australia week 2. So youtube.com/Overwatch Contenders. I cast a curse one Frank last time, so I'm not going to do it again. You should tune in and watch. Enjoy some Overwatch action from down under. Right now we're up over.
The legendary Jerry Torbjorn. Can the Jerry Torbjorn send this series to a game 5? We're about to find out. Yeah, the far end. See, look, I wonder if Washington goes with this. This would just be tons of just front-loaded damage, right? Like, nothing too flashy with the Pharah and the 76. You're just working down the shield, playing at a distance, forcing the Orisa back. You're going to be taking down the Torbjorn turret. Look, you've already forced out the Ice Block, right? So it's really just about control here.
What is Stratus worried about here? He is playing really close to this. He's playing very passively still.
I mean, look, the
Ana?
Baptiste, Ana, both of them do pretty good damage. You're worried about like the Torbjorn turret from one of the side angles, halts into like
They're
ice
probably
block.
the best supports for dealing with Pharah when you think about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Corey's on the flank, and no one is daring to challenge him.
Yeah, you just get damage from both sides, and you can't really jump on the 76 because he's off on the other side. You have nothing to close the gap. You don't have a tank that can jump in and dive. You don't have Lucio for fast rotations.
I haven't seen a lot of Orisa from Washington, but that looked good. Stratus now gets to take his pick of the bunch. He finds Cutler Hex early on in that fight. Even though Elibot gets desuited, Jerry yanked back into formation, and Corey will finish the job. Nice sleep dart, flashy from Myungbong, but it doesn't change a darn thing. Washington get that point A, and now, they can smell the W.
I'm interested to see what Boston does on D. Stratus probably sticks on this because you'll have a barrage. Like, a 1 or 2K with a barrage probably makes a big difference here. You have Transcendence as well to combat the Blizzard that could potentially come down. The Justice only need 64% as well. This could be done very quickly.
Jerry might be looking to try and get out. Yep, finds Aim God there. Early pick. This really takes the wind out of Washington's sails, and Stratus almost stranded, had to use his concussive blast to get out of the side room, and then elects to recommit. The Justice feeling it.
Well, something we also, we obviously haven't talked about because we haven't seen in a while. A barrage to get a D-mech here for attack visor is big, and look at this. Now you don't have the defense matrix for the barrage on the backside of the point.
Yeah, and look, desperately, you saw Mufen trying to turn around and protect his team. Stratus wasn't able to find too much at all with that barrage, but Corey turns up. Helix Rocket meet Fusions. Corey has a lot of space to work with here, but needs to be careful. I know Mufen's going to be looking for him. Very defensive play from Boston Uprising. Steven Mufin doesn't want to commit onto any one target, and this means Corey gets to reign supreme. Fusion's now switching over to the Wrecking Ball. Biotic Grenade catches onto Corey, so he has to play safe behind the pillar, and he heads out the front door as well. Aim God is down. Healing a little bit limited right now for Washington. It's just Ark, and he is pocketing the heck out of Corey. Colorhead's trying to harass in the back line. Nice rotation there from Raw to keep the Mercy alive, but there has to be kills, and here they come. Fusion's down. Corey catches Color Hex on his way through. It's going to be an EMP to catch on the two both tanks, but Corey is still dishing the damage. Helix Rocket Defiant Jerry, and he'll take them all down. Once more, Corey decides to play the game, and all of their opponents fall down. The Washington Justice go to their second victory, this time in front of a heck of a crowd.
Corey on that 76 towards the end. Like I was mentioning, Mufin has to go and like chase him over the high ground, and he has to track him on the Diva. And without the Diva, you don't have anything for a rocket barrage, right? It just creates a lot of pressure, and it puts a lot of pressure on the enemy Diva in that instance of like, where do I focus on trying to save my tank? If I do, then you're allowing 376 damage at range. We can't just sit on the point and survive that. Just created a lot of problems for the Boston Uprising.
In moments like that, you can actually see just how much pressure Washington's composition puts on Mufin, on that Diva. Where does he go, Matt? Does he shut down the tactical visor? Does he shut down the barrage? And even though Boston managed to survive that combination of ultimates, Corey still had so much space, and that aim really turned up when it mattered. What a game. We have to hear from these guys. We're going to head now down to the stage with ZP and the Corey Stratus combo.
Stratus, last time you were here, it was a little bit of a struggle in front of the home crowd, but now you brought it home here today. What's it like to win in front of all these cheering fans?
You know, it feels good. I'm really glad today that we were able to put on a show. I think, this comp's going to go away after a week anyway, so you won't see too much Sombra Tracer after this, but it was fun. You know what? I had fun.
So I like to hear, and of course, Corey, a little bit of a different look for you here today on the Tracer, an old friend. You've been known more for the single shot hit scan. What's it like changing up to the Tracer and having such a great performance here today?
I personally believe I was pretty good at Tracer beforehand, so I think the switch going over to Tracer was really comfy for me, for sure.
Well, I gotta say, both of you looked absolutely fantastic. Let's throw it back to the casters to break things down.
Thank you very much, CP. And yeah, I mean, Corey, take your pick. No kind of hero pool is going to prevent him from being able to show his skill, and that's important in a DPS player. Also get to see some classic fire from Stratus.
Yeah, no, I thought Stratus, look, Corey makes the flashy plays and he's popping off. I think Stratus was tremendous on those Sombra. Really good EMPs. Did a nice job of just not dying early in fights, right? Always just building up damage constantly, keep the deaths low. And they're able to guide them to a win today.
And you can see, you know, a lot of that DPS is damage over time. Corey being fairly patient. We see a lot of Soldier 76s today that have sort of had to sit at medium to long range and just poke, build up a tactical visor, but then they can turn it on. Having so many threats like that on a team for Washington is a big deal. And look, they went into today 1-3. Coming out now with a win here, they take one tomorrow. They're back to 500.
Look, tomorrow's tough, though. I mean, they play against New York tomorrow, so we'll see how that goes for the Justice. Obviously, they would love to get back to 500, but I think, well, actually, you don't know. I mean, with hero pools, right, it kind of flattens out a little bit. We don't know how New York would look. We don't know who they're going to play. We literally don't know.
We figure it out when we get here and we start to see the games. Let's look at our player of the match, though, and this one is pretty hard not to give to, yeah, you guessed it, Corey in the house. It was the Tracer than the 76 performance that looked really good. He didn't have to lean on Hanzo very much. I'd love to know why he maybe felt like he didn't have to go to that pick very much.
And I think you see the biggest difference in this series between the way that Corey and like Jerry played, right? Like Jerry kind of matches him in the role for the Boston Uprising, and every time that Washington needed a play, needed somebody to make something happen, just create the space necessary for everybody else to operate optimally, Corey was there, whether it was the Tracer or the 76. You see the Tracer stats this match, 18 limbs per 10, a pretty strong performance.
Yeah, and this is the kind of match where Corey had to step up and take full responsibility and actually get those solo kills, right? In a lot of Tracer Pharah compositions, quite often Pharah gets that poke damage and Tracer goes in and finishes off. It's dangerous for Tracers to go and get one clips, especially against team compositions that feature Ana and Brigitte. But tomorrow, though, things just keep heating up. I'm not going to lie. Paris Eternal versus Philly Fusion starts us off. Then we get the NYXL going up against the Washington Justice. That one is spicy. There's rivalries there. Obviously, a lot of expectation from home fans. I'm sure we'll have some NYXL people in the building. And then to finish off, Boston Uprising, we get to see the Atlanta Reign as well and see if they shake off the weirdness of what happened to them last weekend.
Yeah, I think Atlanta Reign, though, their roster is built deep for hero pools in general. So I'm excited to see who they play in that match. Excited to see how New York plays, whether we see like Joe Knack back on a hero like Zenyatta, and then obviously the Philly Fusion, right? You know, one of the hottest teams, if not the best team in the league right now.
It's been quite a day. What a fantastic start to our second homestand here in Washington, D.C. Tomorrow, it gets even better, but for now, stay tuned for the Watchpoint post show where our big foreheads and wrinkly brains are going to break down what we see today. Get you excited for tomorrow. See you then.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
We're back in LA, folks, with the Watch Point post show. That was hard. Again, we will dissect the matches on this first day of Hero Pools here in the Overwatch League. My name is Zoe, and I'm joined by Sideshow and Costa. It's been a very quick day, and I think it's been rapid. I think this might be the quickest day we've had so far.
Probably, yeah. It feels like it. It was going to be that one day where Houston played Boston.
But then it wasn't. They went to 5 and
I can tell you, that entire match, I think, was longer than today.
Okay, so other than a shorter time, any other big takeaways from the first day of Hero Pools, Josh?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there was a lot of theories about how teams would be able to adapt to hero pools, whether the best teams would continue to improve or whether this would give us a little bit of a kind of a boost for the lower level teams. And I think both of these have happened. We're still expecting the top level teams like New York and Philly to still be dominant, but teams like the Outlaws have had a huge turnaround. They're improving in their fundamentals because they're able to play heroes and metas that suit them as well, instead of forcing themselves to play things that they're not comfortable with at all. So it's great for teams like Outlaws, terrible for teams like Paris, who are relying so much on those previous heroes. So it's going to shake up every single week.
Yeah, you saw a lot of teams struggle. The thing that I'm most excited about, though, is just the random niche picks. Usually when we didn't see hero pools, there was a meta and there were characters that were just no-nos. While that doesn't seem to really exist so far from what we've seen in these hero pools, we saw so many different characters. We saw Ashe, we saw Torbjorn, we saw Sigma, we saw pretty much anything that you can think of other than Roadhog, unfortunately. So it's really cool to sort of see the diversity and see players sort of playing something that they're comfortable with that isn't really what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I think the big question that I keep coming back to is this idea of how it's going to really affect the top teams. We have yet to see the top teams play. I don't think it's any surprise to anybody that was watching today. Those weren't the top teams playing today.
Well, hey, come on, don't talk about these bottom teams like that. Come on.
But I want to ask you, Castor, what you agree with this, whether you agree with this tweet from Surefour. This was before the hero pools came into effect, January 30th, and he said the top teams will still be the top teams because they're the ones that have really worked on their teamwork, their fundamental stuff, being adaptable. It's only really going to badly affect the our meta teams. Now, I would say Paris are definitely an our meta team at the moment, though they're trying to develop that.
Yeah.
But teams like Houston, they're not the best teams, and they seem to benefit.
I think you'll see variation across the board. I don't think you're just going to see the best teams stay up there and the bottom teams are going to struggle more. You sort of saw Houston as a prime example of a team that really didn't look comfortable in that meta. And what you're going to see is, instead of these teams that are at the bottom and stay at the bottom because of these like sort of in-meta like situations, you're going to see a lot of variability from week to week just because of the hero pools that come in.
Yeah.
And I just love the fact that that also means that we will see some pieces which we usually might not see. Players who are spending more time on the bench, etc.
Is Chipsa gonna play?
Don't say it too soon. No, but honestly, like I think this is very exciting for the fans because it allows us to give a lot of different looks on those teams, and it allows more playtime for players, which, depending on the meta, might not see as much of that. So like teams with more
like Chipsa.
Stop it! Stop it!
Say Chipsa. Do it.
No, I'm not saying it yet. not saying it. Anyway, those hero pools definitely impacted our matches today, especially the ones we just witnessed. So the Justice finally got the victory in front of their Washington fans. So great day for everyone out there. Let's start with the Washington Justice. What have you seen in that match particularly?
Well, I think the second half was better for the Justice. They were struggling with Boston in the first, and they didn't really they didn't come out hot out of the gates. This Busan was not that great from Washington. Their ult usage wasn't good. Corey didn't really come online. But the second half was where they probably started getting into it. Even here, where Stratus was just kind of dominating on the Pharah to open up, and they kind of carved their way through Boston, the more they got a feel for what Boston were going to play, the more comfortable Washington ended up seeming.
They just didn't really seem to have an answer to Stratus as well. When he was on the Sombra, we were talking to Matt behind the scenes with all the numbers. They just weren't killing Stratus. He was going throughout almost entire maps without dying. He's just, they weren't even killing him. Stratus was getting a lot of value with his EMPs and just charging them super fast. But the thing that I want to go to is Corey on Tracer was phenomenal in the second half, and I will never doubt Corey ever again. His aim is actually insane. When he played Soldier on that last map as well, I watch him play and I'm like, that's what I want to do when I aim at people, but unfortunately I miss everything. He just clicks on heads.
Very aspirational to watch.
Yeah, I could be like Corey, and then I can't be like Corey. That's what I learned very quickly. Yeah. So I think there is a lot of bright spots for Washington, especially moving to hero pools, because there was a lot of question marks around this team.
Yeah. Now, if we're looking at the Boston Uprising, though, Halo, for example, he had his debut match.
Sure.
How do you guys feel he did?
Yeah, he just got pulse bombed there.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Generally speaking, I don't think that he had too much of an impact in this game.
I mean, he was playing Brigitte.
Yeah, he was playing Brig, he was playing a bit of Lucio, he played a bit of Batiste as well. He certainly got his reps in on a number of different heroes. But it was just more the Boston Uprising struggling to find out what their theme is, what their style is in this meta. And every single week, teams are going to have to figure out what plays to their strengths the best. And Boston just didn't find that. Like, Color Hex on the May is not playing to his strengths.
And the thing with Boston, it seems like they're trying to move away from the dive. They don't want to put fusions on the Winston. But we were talking about this before. If you're not going to put Color Hex on the May, what character do you want to put him on? Doomfist isn't really one of his strong suits, I wouldn't say.
Genji.
Genji is just bad right now. I couldn't think of anything worse than playing Genji against a Brig and an Ana.
Are you ready to watch Haxel come out and play it?
Well, I was talking about
you, maybe,
I was
tomorrow?
saying me on Genji. Haxel and who are you on Genji? They can do whatever they want. So I'm actually really interested to see when we do see the New Yorks, when we see the Fusions, when we see the Titans, are they going to play the Genjis, or are they just going to tend away from it, and we're going to keep seeing the Sombra Tracer?
Yeah.
What do you guys think is the biggest downfall for a team? Is it when their tank can't switch to another tank hero, or is it when the DPS are not flexible? Like, what really breaks the back of a team with those hero pools?
I would say it's the DPS, but purely because your tanks should be able to swap to everything. If your tanks can't swap...
There's also much fewer available sides.
Yeah, but if your tanks really are uncomfortable on, like, Winston, if you can't field a good Winston in the Overwatch League, you've failed at roster creation.
You're having a bad
you
day.
have failed.
But we were looking at Fusion's stats from last season. Obviously, he's on Boston, so his stats are going to be trouble, but his stats on Winston are tragically bad. And that's a worrying sign for the Boston Uprising, because I think with hero pools, you're going to see a lot of flexibility, and especially a lot of flexibility around Winston. So they need to get more comfortable and be willing to play it.
But there's also 16, 17 DPS heroes in the game. I can't even remember how many there are. And they've only got 2 players there on the Boston Uprising.
Yeah.
So it's more reasonable to say that they're probably limited by Jerry and Color Hex and what they can feasibly put together in a bunch of different comps. So maybe instead of picking up another main support, you might want to pick up another
Don't be
DPS.
ridiculous, Josh. Come on.
No.
Are you questioning Huck? Okay, stop that.
Not Lord President Huck.
Don't stop that, okay?
Well, he already started it, so we kind of have to go with it. But you know what? I'm saving you. We're heading to the next topic, because the Defiant, Mayhem, and Eternal, as well as the Outlaws, all played today. So now, of course, the big question is, who made the biggest impact? We'll find out next. We kicked off week 5 with 2 teams looking to end their 3-match losing streak. That's right, I'm talking about the Defiant as well as the Mayhem. They've had, well, ups and downs to the start of their season. Costa, what did you like about Florida's performance here today?
It seemed like they came in with a pretty set strategy of they wanted to play the bunker to counter the dive, and it actually worked out really well for them. I think Toronto had a really tough time sort of breaking into it. Obviously, at times through individual mechanical performances, you saw the Toronto Defiant sort of get some leverage, but when Florida was able to just sort of play slow, sort of bunker down, Toronto didn't really have an answer. But I kind of want to see how this Florida strategy works against teams that can execute a better dive.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to, right? I mean, my body got ravaged with hot sauce before we began.
I was so wondering where this sentence is going.
Yeah.
You got ravaged on.
I made a mess, I'm not going to lie to you all, but it's still, the Toronto Defiance dive was the biggest mess that I've seen all day long. It didn't even come close to my hot sauce disaster. So they really, I think, could have executed this so much better. There's so much more potential on this team for success. It's not like there's any one piece that you can't get over. It's a team coordination issue for Toronto, and they need to pick it up, because these are players with a huge amount of experience, and they've all played better than this in the past. So the fact that they weren't able to crack this bunker setup that was operating fairly well for Florida, but not in an incredible manner, just doesn't give me much hope.
Would you attribute it to the fact that they've only had probably 3 to 4 days worth of practice? Like, obviously they haven't really played the full proper dive with the with the Brig and the Tracer.
Well, every team has had a limited amount of time to practice, right? And the Toronto Defiant have actually been playing dive for longer than most, and their players are some of the most experienced in the league at playing dive, because they've just been around for long enough to remember it in 2018. So I don't really give them that kind of excuse, honestly. I think the Toronto Defiant probably need to integrate Beast a little bit more into the calling, maybe have a caller in the front line, either Logix or Surefour, to be able to sync up with people, get Nevix on the same page as well, because he wasn't really shooting the same targets in the right places, so I don't know.
But I mean, other than their clear, well, lack of execution and kind of, you know, coordination, do you feel like for them going forward with these hero pools, the flexibility should be there, given at the players they have in their team, right?
Yeah. I mean, they've got all the players they need to be able to play any meta they like. I mean, Surefour is one of the most flexible players we have in the entire league when it comes to DPS, and he's been able to do it all on many different teams. He has all of that experience. It's just about actually being able to break that out onto the team-wide level so that everyone's on the same page. They're piecing together bits and bobs from a lot of different rosters, and they just don't look like they're quite on the same page, even compared to the Mayhem, who are a bit of a hodgepodge team themselves.
Well, our second match of the day featured the Red Hot Eternal, well, not anymore, and the Outlaws. Well, the Outlaws did continue with their, well, now it's a winning streak, I would say.
Yeah, with two.
A winning streak of 2. It did take a lot of people by surprise, but generally, what were the thoughts here with the Outlaws and hero pools? Is this something which really, really favors this roster?
I've been really hard on Houston throughout this entire season. I think rightfully so, but I think...
You were hard on the Norton 5 team?
Well, that's what I'm saying, but even to this point when they won last week, but, you know, they only beat the Toronto Defiant, this is the first time I actually look at this roster and how they played. I'm like, this is actually them playing well. They're playing up. They seem to have an idea of how they want to play. Dante's popping off from the Tracer. Muma's playing really well in the Winston. And I'm actually impressed with how they're playing as an overall roster. So great signs for Houston moving forward. I just want to make sure that they keep up this consistency moving into different hero pools. But in proper, you know, fashion of what this year is, they get 2 wins, and now they're taking a month off, I believe, until they play their next match.
Yeah, they have indeed an entire month. Is that good from a player's perspective, or is that bad?
Not when you're, if they were 0-5 and they're like, now you get a month off, I'm sure they would take a sigh of relief. But after you just get 2 wins and they seem to be getting a sort of grasp on what's going on, not the moment.
This is actually a genius 5-head play from the Houston Outlaws. They make their schedule in advance, because what they're going to do is they wait, because next week, Winston's just going to be banned, and Muma won't be able to play anything, and Mecha won't have a clue what to do. And then they come back in like 5 weeks' time. Reinhardt's banned again. Muma's just absolutely having a laugh.
What happens if they come back and Monkey's banned again?
No.
Won't happen.
No, I think Outlaws, their preseason was a little bit cursed. A little very much cursed, and but also they brought in the right pieces. They did add a lot of DPS players. I think Flame tweeted it out as well right before Hero Pools was announced. They already had those 4 additional pieces added, which is going to allow them so much flexibility.
Yeah, they've got all the flexibility in the world on DPS, but I'm joking about it a little bit, but I think it really does come down to whether Mooma and Mecca are comfortable.
Yeah.
And I think they're outrageously comfortable playing dive. You know, Mecca's been playing for New York, the classic dive team for so long.
The team that was so great, like when you say the 2018 NYXL Super Team, that's Mecca on D.Va protecting the backline, and you saw that today.
And Mooma just so comfortable with this kind of solo flanking style of Winston. So this should be a wonderful meta for the Houston Outlaws. So as long as you get your tanks sorted, the DPS will be perfectly fine.
Yeah, I agree. I think on the other side of the coin, though, Paris Eternal, it wasn't a good sign. You know, this is a team that was very good in that McCree, May meta, but they just didn't look comfortable at all today. We had Nico sort of flexing off of the May and playing the Sombra, and he just really struggled to get any value. Slow charging some EMPs. He wasn't even getting very good value from the EMPs. And then you had Bembest on the Monkey just sort of, you know, jumping in and not really getting the value. So for this team, I think they're really looking forward to getting a new set of hero pools because this one doesn't seem to sort them at all. The only bright spot I would say is XZ can play Tracer. Like, a lot of us had questions, can he play something other than the McCree, the Widow, that we've really only seen from him in this league? But his Tracer looked really solid. And as much as it's good to have Soon, who is, I would say, a Tracer specialist, XZ has that flexibility, and if he can play everything to that level, I don't really want to see him taken out of the roster. I would almost prefer to see XZ Soon be in the roster, and they could play the Tracer Sombra that way.
I think this puts a lot of stress on their coaching staff, honestly. Paris moving forwards, their strength in this roster on paper, when you look at it, is the staff component. That coaching staff is really, really good. You've got Rush as the head coach, you've got 9K as a GM as well. These are players, coaches, with a huge amount of experience. They need to start molding these players to be able to understand the game across a huge breadth of ways of playing, different compositions. Otherwise, this team is going to fall flat.
Yeah, I mean, again, they did come with something a little bit out of the ordinary, but didn't work for them at all. They did make adaptation, but a little too late, and they just did not seem comfortable, unfortunately. So, yeah, that ends the Paris streak, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next, we have Alt Economy and a preview of tomorrow's matches.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
Previously on Watchpoint.
The age of hero pools is upon us. 1 tank, 1 support, and 2 DPS heroes will be unavailable for teams to select in the Overwatch League. We're using a highly sophisticated randomization drum, all right? And the first hero to be removed from the rotation in the 2020 season of the Overwatch League is... Are you kidding me? No. All right.
You coward.
Okay.
How did I do?
And this support will not be available next week. Moira.
I've done it, chat.
It's pretty cool.
Get off the stage.
Matt, come on.
Couldn't we have got a good DPS player to draw these?
They are better than you. First pick for the DPS to be taken out of rotation. It's McCree.
Oh, wow. Whoa.
McCree usage.
Never much liked you.
And this one is Widowmaker's draw.
Let them eat cake.
You didn't get May. You had one job.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, you better make sure to come back here tomorrow for Watchpoint Post Show, because we'll have Hero Pool Draw live here on this very desk to see who will be banned, or rather taken out of the rotation for the next week here in the Overwatch League. So also we don't have Mr. X here. So chances are May is actually going to get out. That's on you.
Watch the world burn. I swear.
I think he enjoyed it. I honestly think he may or may not have done it on purpose. That was not on purpose. That just happened. Actually, I swear this was not.
I'm done.
No, but this is all going to be on you.
It should be so much harder for me this week, because there's going to be way more heroes that have actually been played, over 10%.
I'm hearing excuses come out from you already. Okay?
Yeah,
already.
If you don't get May, I'm going to tackle you out of that chair.
I'm probably going to pull Tracer, and everyone's going to hate me. I mean, this is a stressful position to be in.
It is. Lots of pressure.
Don't mess it up.
Don't mess it up. Feel free to tweet at Sideshow to make sure to, add the little extra. Now, we saw a lot of ultimates being used this very day, but only one really made a big splash. So it's time for Alt Economy, presented by State Farm. Costa, please take it away.
I want to highlight Muma here. So Muma is actually in their spawn camping the Zen, and he goes so aggressive that it forces the Paris Monkey and Diva to come back to help the Zen. And you see how much space it provides. And this is just like a really smart play by Muma. So he knows he has his ultimate, and he's so willing to go so aggressive into the Paris spawn on the first point defense that it turns 3 of the players away. The rest of the Houston Outlaws team walk onto the point, and this pretty much busted it wide open. And the Houston Outlaws were actually having a really tough time of taking this point. So it's actually just a massive play, because you need to have main tanks and players that are willing to go aggressive. He even tried to make one of these plays on Oasis, on the city center as well, where he was at the jump pad, and he actually won a team fight by just booping the hip off and using his ultimate to just win a fight on his own. So Muma is a playmaker and someone who's willing to use his own ultimate to win a team fight on his own.
He will also always go for those plays.
100%.
Doesn't matter what you tell him, he's always going to go for it. It doesn't matter whether it's high risk,
He's very
high
confident. Lots of flanking there as well. It's so much fun to see when it works out. If not, it gets a little uncomfortable, but this one worked out great, so good job, Muma. We have a great set of matches again tomorrow, so let's take a look at our schedule. Yeah, we're starting tomorrow off with a pretty great matchup, as the Paris Eternal will try to bounce back against the undefeated Philadelphia Fusion.
Good luck.
It's not right. Philly have really bad DPS players, so it'll be fun.
Yeah, it's well known out there. Word on the street is they just don't have their things together, Like the second match, however, speaking of getting things together, New York Excelsior still looking strong, and they will be taking on the hosting city, Washington Justice.
Good luck
and
again.
finally, well, don't call it before it's happening.
I like your positivity right now, Josh.
No, our last one is going to be Boston Uprising against Atlanta Reign.
Oh, no.
Good luck.
Do I need to say it?
No.
Do I need to say it?
I'm hoping to see some upsets, because these are some monster teams that have great flexibility with their rosters and their hero pools. So if I'm some of these weaker teams coming into these matches, you really need to bring your own game, and I think try and tilt these players off balance.
We had some upsets today as well, right? Don't forget about that. Houston Outlaws, that wasn't a given victory to them.
Sure.
A lot of people expected Paris to come in and kind of, continue their streak.
I also don't think you really need the upset for it to be entertaining. You've got Sabi Obi possibly coming out on Tracer. You've got Carpe coming out on Tracer.
Yeah.
You've got Erster going to play
Erster.
It's going to be filthy. It's going to be so good.
It's going to be a great day.
So if we're looking at the teams there, we have a few teams tomorrow which haven't been playing today. Is that an advantage from a player's perspective? Do they have enough time to really adjust anything they've practiced coming into this week?
I don't think you'll see major adjustments from Paris. I think you would likely see them try and play more dive, but they are going against NYXL. Am I just brain farting on this one? I think
Paris, they're going up against Philadelphia.
No, they're going up against Philadelphia. And Philadelphia, they're going to be a team that I almost 100% expect to play dive. They got Sato on the Winston, which I'm sure you're excited about. Sato stonks her up. But just across the board, I think you're going to see Philly play dive, and they're going to play a better dive than we saw today, than the team they played against today. So if I'm Paris, you got to make a lot of adjustments, because you can't just play the style you played today.
Yeah, I think Paris definitely have to make adjustments. They've got to think about what the hero pools are next week, start planning for that. Don't even worry about Sato tomorrow. He's going to crush you. He's going to absolutely just mince your bones to pieces. Sato stonks through the roof. Buy them now. They're going to to be huge.
I think we're out of stocks. I think you bought them all.
You've already broken the economy on Saturday
actually
stocks.
took them all away. Well, we're definitely going to have some interesting things to see, to say the least, tomorrow. Now, thank you guys so much for joining me once again here on the desk. And we will be back again with more Overwatch coming your way. This was the Watchpoint Post Show presented by State Farm. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we see you guys again tomorrow.